So people are already sneaking out? Yeah. Business is booming. Some of those merchants are willing to pay top coin just to get out of here. Roland nodded at Lobelia, who was drinking some hot chocolate right next to him. Most of the orphans were tucked away in their beds, which gave them the opportunity to talk in peace. After his visit with Arthur was over, he decided to stop by Elodia's home to see how she was doing. There he ran into Lobelia, who was his Thieves' Guild informant. It seemed that the underground guild wasn't that worried about the angry skeletal army forming. To them, it was meaningless as the problem concerned the Adventurer Guild and the nobles. The only thing that affected them was the limited passage through the city which stifled their business. The black market was in actuality occupied by a lot of regular merchants. They needed a way to smuggle in the commodities, and this was usually done through regular means. This was a requirement as they still needed to hire adventurers to protect their wares from being stolen by bandits or destroyed by monsters. After arriving in the city and usually bribing the gate guards, they sold the forbidden loot on the underground market. Thus, they were losing money by being unable to bring the product through the usual means. What remained were some of their secret tunnels, but those weren't really built in a way to support transporting of goods. I guess some items are sought enough to pay a premium smuggling fee through a secret entrance. Do they just prepare a carriage for the merchants outside? Yeah, one of the fledglings will go to the nearest city to get one, and it will wait close to the exit where the merchant can use it. It will be quite costly, but these merchants are loaded. Lobelia continued to explain while he listened. Whoever had enough money could even be escorted out of the city under Arthur's nose. Roland wasn't sure how he should feel about this as someone that had signed a contract with the man. A clause, in particular, implied that he had to report unfavorable things to the lord that he knew of. This would probably be one of them. Luckily, it was really vague, and he didn't prod Lobelia for specific names to get anyone in trouble. I don't think Arthur can really do anything about it for now. Not until he expands his forces and gains some actual power here. If he tried, then someone might die, probably not him though. The Valerian name carried a lot of weight behind it. Even if Arthur started cracking down on the Thieves' Guild and affected their bottom line, they couldn't just kill him. At most they could sneak in and rough him up a bit as a warning. What was more likely to happen is for his people to be targeted. Those two knights and Mary were the closest people to him. It wouldn't be strange if the guild went after them instead to send him a warning if he ever crossed the line. Well, it's not strange for the city lord to have some kind of agreement with the Thieves' Guild. Sooner or later, he will have to make some kind of decision. Arthur did seem a bit like the righteous type, but considering that he was fine with keeping Roland around and lying to his people about the involvement with the Lich, he would bend the rules in his favor. The young man was like a politician, telling one thing to the commoners around him but working on multiple fronts behind the scenes. Not like anyone can gain anything from tying a noble to Thieves' Guild dealings. Perhaps one of his brothers could use it as a way to get him punished, but gathering evidence for something like that wouldn't be easy. Perhaps in the War of Succession, pining a crime on the competition could work. Roland had heard some noble sons being banished for working with cultists, opposing nations, or bandits. It was one way of getting rid of a pesky sibling during that competition. Nobles needed to seem righteous in the eyes of the commoners. Their name couldn't be synonymous with evil. What's the guild's thought on the skeletons? Not much. The guild master sent out an order to wait. Lobelia shrugged while then quickly finishing up her hot beverage. Just as she did, Elodia made her way into the room. Everyone in this room knew about the Thieves' Guild dealings, but Lobelia was sure to not mention what she was doing around Elodia that to this day didn't like it. The fact that her younger sibling was still associated with the underground when she could just easily live as an adventurer didn't go well with her. Are you going to be staying? No. I should get back to the workshop and prepare some things after signing that contract. I do need to follow it, but don't worry. Those undead monsters aren't very strong. I'll be fine. Elodia frowned as Roland replied and got up to his feet. He had only come here to see how they were doing, but then needed to leave. Arthur wanted to use that monitoring system of his, and for that, he needed to get back to his workshop. If the monsters started moving, he was obligated to use the crystal ball. I knew you would say that. Here, I packed you some food. He was handed a small basket filled with treats that he quickly accepted. After getting used to Elodia's cooking, he was at a point of finding most takeout food disgusting. This would last him only a couple of days, but with Arthur's help, he would be able to get through the main gate without an issue. However, if the skeletons attacked again, he would be stranded on the other side. Not going to try to stop me? He asked while smiling. This notion produced a pouty expression on Elodia's face and made her turn around. Would I be able to? You're the most stubborn person that I know. Even Armand isn't as bad as you. Is that so? Well, I'll be sure to give you a call through the crystal ball. I've infused it with new mana and recharged the battery. After a little hug at which Lobelia whistled from behind the two parted ways, Roland made his way through the empty streets and headed for the exit gate that he arrived through. For the time being he was able to leave, but if another attack occurred, then his only way back would either be by climbing over the walls or using the Thief Guild tunnels. The entrances to them were hidden out of sight and either behind an opening mechanism or a magical device. It would be unfortunate if that undead could get into the city through those. Monsters don't usually go for the hidden entrances, more likely if they continue to focus on the city walls and people defending them. The Lich was smart, but he probably didn't know much about sieging a whole city. It wouldn't be that easy to break through reinforced gates and thick city walls. Without any strategy behind a charge, overwhelming numbers would be needed to scale that wall. They could have the numbers, though. While returning to his workshop, Roland went through his options. Now was the time if he wanted to abandon his workshop. Without any living beings around, the monsters might even ignore the whole place if he turned off the runic defenses. That undead proved himself to be sensitive to magic. Thus, without any magic around, it would head straight for the city. That thing was behaving strangely, though. There was an issue that was bothering him. At first, he didn't think anything of it as he was trying to protect himself in the dungeon. Now, on the other hand, when looking back, the Lich's behavior had been strange. When it rose out of the lava pit, the monster went straight toward him, and the cannon blast. It was as if it was only focusing on me. There were many miners and other adventurers around, but it went straight for me instead. If he took into account that the Lich could potentially have it in for him, then even if he left his workshop and stopped the mana generators, the Lich would still give him a visit. The monster interacted with his golems before. Perhaps it was already attuned to his runic wares as well. If that's the case, he stopped right before reaching his home. While the forest was engulfed in darkness, the building he fashioned continued to be illuminated even now. The light would scare the weak monsters away but beckon the one that could destroy it all. Would he be fine with the Lich coming here and turning the whole place upside down? If what he was thinking was true, then perhaps the monster was somehow affected by his mana. This theory was confirmed by the way it was able to shrug away anything that contained his own mana pattern. Only after he started shifting the frequency was he able to connect with the monster's body. That thing wasn't even shielding itself from that attack. It was convinced that it could just shrug it off. This wasn't an easy feat even for an archmage. Even if a person managed to crack another mage's mana pattern, it didn't translate that well into combat. Even though this Lich was a creature of mana and perhaps the lack of a brain let it analyze the pattern better, it shouldn't have been that easy. Perhaps it has some kind of mana attunement skill? Or was it able to get used to my attacks when I was killing the other monsters? This left him with something to think about while entering his home. Agni had already been howling up the place even before he opened the door. When inside, he could see the ruby wolf pressing his nose against the chain cage that needed to be passed before truly getting to his home. Don't be so loud. Woo. Yeah, I know. I thought it wouldn't take so long, but Arthur wasn't an easy opponent. He really went through that fine print. Woof. Finally, after opening the person-sized gate, did he make it inside only to get tackled by the guard wolf. Luckily, he had enough stats to power through the attack and not go down. Calm down. I'll give you your food now. Hey boss, how was it? Bernier was there to greet him, as well due to the monster problem he had remained here to contact him if any problem arose. With nothing happening though, he was now free to go back to the city where his wife was probably waiting for him. Not that much. Let's go inside first and I'll tell you everything. Aye. After a moment he was back inside his home and Agni was munching on some regular monster food. Monster meat was the main cuisine that he liked to go through while mana stones were the appetizer. While looking at that silly dog face munching away, Roland relayed everything he found out to Bernier. So everyone is safe then? Good. Yeah. You can head back to the city tomorrow, just identify yourself as my assistant and they will let you through. That's quite handy. But are you sure we can trust that noble brat? No, but at the moment we will have to. Bernier nodded while getting the intent behind the words. For the time being, working with the city lord was a must. Without him, jail time was still a possibility. This was not something Roland was worried about at the moment though. Instead his mind was wandering in a different direction. Would he need to make a stand here, or would the Platinum Adventurers arrive to solve all of his problems? I can't risk going into the dungeon by myself to check things out. But there is not enough information. One of the issues was his not knowing if the Lich would decide to show itself to the world. Normally it should be content with creating a lair inside of the dungeon instead of heading outside. This was no normal Lich, and it was possible for it to crawl out of there, and when it did, it might go towards the place with Roland's mana pattern. That obsidian undead could have been a scout sent by him to find me. But if he throws all of those undead monsters at me, then I won't stand a chance. There were 2 Tier 3 undead monsters standing guard in front of the dungeon. If the Lich went out and threw all of his forces at his compound, then he would need to contend with multiple Tier 3s. While those black skeletons were at the lower end of Tier 3, they were still formidable. Perhaps if one at a time came at him, then it would be manageable, but with an entire army of bone shields along with them, he would be in a bind. Should I send my golems into the dungeon? His golems were getting updated with more intricate runic intelligence, but they weren't quite there. Roland didn't believe that his creation would be able to conceal itself fully from the monsters inside. If it was discovered, it could potentially irritate the Lich, who could send another wave of undead monsters after him and the city. It was better to wait for the Platinum team and perhaps work with them on the issue. As Arthur's aide, he could easily join the party and help them map everything out to make their mission easier. Is everything okay, boss? Huh? Yeah, I just need to get some sleep. You should get some rest too. I don't think we'll be getting any visitors tonight. If you say so. The lights around the compound were dimmed down to allow the moonlight to shine through. When in his bedroom, Roland continued to have trouble sleeping and instead used this time to monitor the monsters with the help of his helmet. They didn't even move a millimeter from their spots. They were just standing there as if they were inanimate objects, which they weren't far from. It was really true. After these undead were given an order, they would just carry it out without thinking about anything else. For now, they were in a defensive formation, as if waiting for something, and that something was causing Roland to be restless. Will that thing get here? And if it does, can I do something about it? There were a few theories he was working with, the main one being that the monster was after his mana pattern. This he was almost positive, as whenever that monster came in close proximity he went berserk. The same thing happened when it jumped into his beam while still on the other side of the dungeon, as well as when it emerged from the lava lake. If he considered this one pattern of behavior, then there were ways of preparing. I don't think I'll be able to sleep tonight. This was not the time to sleep, he needed to get ready. Just like before, he couldn't just give up his home if it was attacked. Perhaps he was overthinking this all, and the adventurers would solve all of his problems. However, he had lived long enough in this world to know that it was not good to rely on others. The fewer blind spots he had, the better his chances were. Thus, at around 2 in the morning, he made his way down to the workshop. Where did I put them? I know that there were a few samples left. Shit, did Agni get to them? When down in the workshop, he started going through some of the shelves. They were filled with various colorful crystals and minerals that he sometimes experimented with. This time around, his plan hinged on the particular holy mineral that Agni tried to munch on whenever he had the chance. Finally got it. In a lockbox, he found a few small yellowy gems that were radiating a unique mana frequency. This he tried to copy with the help of his runic eyes skill that he was given at the end of his runesmith lord class. While he wasn't yet successful with emulating the energy pattern for this project, he didn't need to. Good. Now to prepare a nice welcome for that Lich. With the materials in one hand and his hammer in the other, he moved toward his workshop. There was much to be done and time was potentially running out. When the next wave came, he needed to be ready. What could they be up to? Why didn't they try to retake their old territory? Were they planning something? Did the one that freed it run away, and what was that great beyond that was outside? The Lich was constantly asking itself these questions while sitting on a throne made of bones that it created. It had been a week since it had interacted with the strange creatures. Their uniqueness was not that they covered their bodies with a layer of flesh and blood, but in how they acted. It was as if they were all singular beings working independently of each other, which for this Lich was a strange occurrence. In its experience, there always existed something controlling the various creatures around here. This would be it with the skeletons and the unfamiliar voice coming from the dungeon. The monster looked at one of its minions. This one was quite similar in appearance to itself. The magical energies coming from it were weaker and the bones were black like coals, but in essence, they were magic users. This thing could not function without getting orders. It was similar to the Lich before it was freed from the voice. Could it be the voice to its minions like the dungeon was to it? That was the conclusion it came to, and for some reason it had an interesting thought. What would happen if it introduced that mana pattern that freed it to one of its minions? Would they start thinking for themselves just as it did and perhaps create an interesting result? Its hand beckoned the skeletal mage over, which instantly carried out the order. The Lich's bony fingers started glowing in a green color, but something was off. Tried it did, but it just couldn't copy the mana pattern that the armored creature produced. There was a mistake here. Even with all the magical knowledge it had, it could not fully reproduce it. The Lich was confident in altering this mana pattern but could not reproduce it for some reason. It was as if something was missing. Could that armored creature be unique in some way? The others that were examined by it weren't like this. Even the monsters felt the same, but something about the armored one was different. It concluded that it needed to study that armored thing in order to get to the bottom of this. For this very reason it decided to prepare. The last time the being had managed to alter its mana to the point it couldn't defend itself. The Lich wasn't sure what had happened, but this meant that it needed to be cautious, even of the one that perhaps had all the answers. Its lair had already been discovered, and it was waiting there. There was only one problem. The one that it was after wasn't quite alone. There was a larger lair with many others that it wasn't sure it could that easily conquer. There were strong ones there that its minions discovered from afar. These people could not get in the way of its pursuit of truth. Thus it decided to hatch a plan. The one it was after stayed in one location, and there he remained. The others were further away, but these individuals seemed to help each other from time to time. The Lich couldn't pinpoint the deciding factor, but there was a possibility that some would rush to help the target it was after. It had stayed here for an entire week just for that reason. It had been quickly turning this whole dungeon upside down, even to the point of hunting each and every unique monster it could find. The army had grown in quantity, quality, but also variation. With its new replenished forces, it was feeling comfortable enough to leave. It was time to make its mark out in the great beyond. The Lich's lower jaw started rattling as it stood up from the throne of bones. The staff made of bones went through a change and was now garnished with various magical stones. Its level had grown, its weapon was stronger, and its forces could not be stopped. Now was the time to see what was out there. The world without a ceiling was exciting, and it wanted to examine it all. That's about it. I sure hope this wasn't in vain. Roland whipped some sweat from his brow after finishing up his preparation. For almost the entire week, he did not sleep and tirelessly prepared for the coming of the monsters. This did not happen, and now he was second-guessing his assessment. The implementation of his defensive strategy took a lot of time and material and would set him back by a month or two. Well, better safe than sorry. At least this has been a learning experience, and these traps might sell for a bit if I can simplify the creation process. At the moment he was on the other side of the entrance to the tunnel leading to the inside of the dungeon. Now that he was in an agreement with Arthur, he wouldn't really need to worry about this coming to bite him in the future. Just as he had planned previously, the adventurers would use it as a means of getting into the dungeon to flank the monsters guarding the entrance. Well, not like I'll let them into my workshop anyway. While he was obligated to guide the adventurers to the tunnel, he wasn't planning on letting them go through the workshop. Instead, he would temporarily create a second opening by magical means. The walls have been reinforced to take a heavy load from the outside, but this didn't mean that a person couldn't get in if they knew that the tunnel existed. A moderate amount of explosives would do the trick, and so would earth magic or even a strong enough miner with a pickaxe. There wasn't really anything preventing people to tunnel their way into his secret passage. He would of course be instantly informed if anyone breached it, and the entrance had a reinforced door with some traps around it. I really hope those platinum adventurers aren't the nosy types. Roland was as paranoid as ever. His mind wandered towards getting exposed to the Thieves' Guild. If those shady types knew about it, they could try using it for themselves to either get into the dungeon or into his workshop. If this information landed in the lap of the wrong person, he could be in potential danger. It was a potential entry point into his home, which would probably require more traps after the Platinum Adventurers were done with their mission. Speaking of those adventurers, they should be arriving in a few days. Arthur must have offered them quite the reward that he shouldn't be able to afford. It wasn't known to him what the city lord offered to the high-level adventurers, but they did make their way here in a speedy fashion. Normally, it would probably take longer than a week for them to take a mission. Tier 3 adventurers had the leisure of choosing their work, and most of the time this meant a thinning of the purse for the one offering the job. Thus, to get a whole team of 4 or 5 of them here would require a substantial bonus on top of the rights to the monster materials. There was nothing that Arthur would probably be gaining from this. The only thing that he could look forward to was the mining area and the hidden dungeon that the monster came from. I guess we will go with my plan. Should I start designing the dungeon door? Bernier could probably help me out with it. After all of this was over, a lot of work would need to be done. The entrance to the secret area needed to be large enough for people and materials to get through. There were 2 options he was thinking about. One of them involved a lot of metal while the other stones. The first one would be costlier, but it would be the safer one. It might be better to work on it in the mining area than to make the parts here. The design needed to match the dungeon so that people didn't see the ruse. The height would be around 3 meters while the width at least 2. This, however, was not the main problem, that was the thickness. The whole gate needed to go through the entirety of the wall to block it from closing. He had been confident when talking to Arthur, but he wasn't sure if the wall wouldn't start growing around the metallic parts. If that happened, someone might need to periodically remove the excess rocks from the entrance, but bringing in more people in on the lie only complicates things. He could already see himself being ordered to go there and chisel on the walls while people weren't looking. Luckily, this was a mining area that would be mined and filled with workers. They also needed to think about a good way to get them there. Going through the route he took wasn't that great and required battling the Dino boss each week. The tunnel that led outside was also unfit for miners to go through, but perhaps his mule golem could help out with that. It was already used to the path and was the perfect transportation vehicle for materials. The only other way was through the top, but that spot would generate a swarm of worms if too many people ventured through it at once. Then creating a full flight of stairs that went into the chasm would be quite the costly endeavor. While thinking ahead to his future dealings with Arthur and the new mining team, he noticed something. His suit of armor picked up a change in the movements of the skeletal creatures that were defending the dungeon. For the whole week, they had remained in the same exact location and only moved when sensing a living person or other creature outside. The city lord and the Adventurers Guild ordered everyone to stay clear of the dungeon entrance, but that didn't keep some people from endangering themselves. This, however, allowed Roland to measure the senses of the undead monsters. Their range of senses was at around 600 meters, and unless someone stepped into that range, they wouldn't react. That is, unless some kind of attack was started. Then the monsters would crazily charge in the direction the attack came from. Roland wasn't sure who it was, but someone had shot out an arrow toward one of the monsters, which pinpointed the trajectory almost instantly. Luckily, even though the black skeleton gave chase, at exactly a kilometer away from the dungeon it stopped in its tracks and returned. This information he fed to Arthur, as it would help them form a good counter-strategy to lure the monsters out when the platinum rank adventurers arrived. Did another idiot come, or maybe a wild animal? These monsters also reacted to animals of specific dimensions. They would not go after rabbits or birds, but if something like a deer or a wolf appeared, they would give chase. Thus Roland went through his limited map area but could not spot any movement. All the wild animals that were in the area had already been killed or chased away. The stench of blood and decomposing bodies kept them from moving closer. Perhaps a carnivorous monster had wandered into their range, but if it did, then they were behaving strangely. They aren't chasing anything, they are moving too slow. It's as if... Shit! It really was too good to be true. The strange movements could only mean one thing if there weren't any enemies outside of the dungeon. It had to mean that the undead creatures were given a new order, they were on the move, and this could be it. What he was seeing was the skeletons spreading to the sides and gathering at the exit as if forming a column. Then there were the ones that were in the dungeon, they were moving to the upper levels and they weren't alone. A new wave of skeletons was coming. I need to contact Arthur. Quickly he ran to his communication crystal to send a message to the city lord. It was still unclear what was happening, but an increase in the numbers of the undead could mean another dungeon break. This time around, there were actual Tier 3 ones mixed into the groups, which complicated things by a degree. All he could see were dots moving on the screen, but that gave him somewhat enough information to paste some things together. Wayland, is there a problem? Yes, we have a situation. The monsters are moving, and they are moving in large numbers. Do you mean that they are going to attack the city again? I don't know, their number has increased and they are moving to the upper levels. There is at least a new Tier 3 one among them. A Tier 3? Could it be the Lich? It's another one. It should be one of the obsidian ones. Roland already mentioned to Arthur everything that he knew about the Lich, and the city lord also consulted with some specialists in the field. The skill that the monster was using was not yet clear, but some kind of limit had to exist. Either there was a limited number of these black skeletons it could produce or a timer. It had been around a week since the dungeon was sealed off, which gave him some time to replenish his forces. This couldn't be helped, as without a proper Tier 3 unit to take care of them it was too dangerous. Wayland, that's enough, you should start evacuating to the city. It's too dangerous for you to remain there. I'll have to refuse that order. Don't worry about me. I can handle myself. For some reason, I thought you'd say that. Stay safe then, and don't do anything foolhardy. I won't. Roland could spot a small mocking smile on Arthur's face, which implied that he didn't trust that statement. But what of the Platinum Adventurers? Have they arrived yet? About that, I think it will take them at least a day to get here, maybe even longer. That's why you should. I'll be fine. If it gets too dangerous, I'll retreat to the city. Arthur finally stopped prodding and the conversation soon ended. Both men need to prepare for the oncoming incident. Arthur had the city to worry about while Roland had his workshop that he spent many years building up. He was certain that, if the Lich crawled out of the dungeon, he would make his way here. Even if he took Arthur up on the offer and hid in the city, the monster would come. Its interest in his mana was too strong, and thus his workshop would be ransacked. He at least wanted to make a stand, and all the weekly preparations were just for that reason. Luckily Bernier went to the city yesterday, so I don't need to worry about him. At the moment he and Agni were the only people that remained. While Bernier was helpful during the first wave of skeletons, he wasn't sure that he would do much if the Tier 3 ones or the Lich came along. It could be the reverse, and Roland feared that he would expose his back to the enemy if he needed to watch out for his assistant's life. Wu, I see that you know that something is wrong? Woof! Roland's hand moved to Agni's head for a quick pet. The connection that he had with his tamed beast was strong, and when the master was becoming alert, so would Agni. He knew that there was some trouble coming, and by the way Roland was acting it was clearly serious. Good boy. If we get through this, I'll let you eat some better mana stones. Agni started wiggling his rump behind as he heard that he would receive some treats. Instantly he bolted towards Roland's lookout gate, where he and Bernier previously used to shoot at the skeletal monsters. There the wolf stood with his ears pointed in the direction of the woods, listening to anything that could be a potential enemy. What are they up to? Roland smiled at the way that Agni was acting, but then brought his attention to his map. There he saw more and more dots appear on the screen. The monsters were acting strange. Their movement was less erratic and more organized. It was as if this time around they were being led by someone. That thing is coming. I guess preparing for it won't go to waste. Did I really have to come over here myself? I already told you that I can't do anything about that Platinum team. They will get here when they get here, and why are we meeting in this blasted tower? A disgruntled large bald guild master opened the door to the guard tower that Arthur was occupying. On the inside, he spotted the young lord already dressed in a set of armor. The long white hair went well together with the silvery armor that he was wearing. To the side, instead of the usual longsword, a somewhat lavish-looking rapier adorned his side. "What's with you? Do you intend to use that on someone?" "I hope not, Guild Master. We have a problem. Please sit down." "It's fine. What happened? Are the monsters actually coming?" Orden, after glancing over the young lord and his maid, instantly knew that something was afoot. Normally a noble like this would only put on armor and grab weapons if someone was attacking the city. With how they had a skeleton problem, this was probably the case. "You are correct, and it's not just the weak ones. The Lich is among them." "Oh? That thing actually came out, but how can you be so sure about this?" The old man was more surprised about Arthur receiving the information before he did. The dungeon and everything around it was supposed to be his specialty. His contacts were supposed to keep him informed about the state of it from the outside. There were many people with advanced tracking classes and magical items that could observe everything from a safe distance, but he did not hear any word from them yet. Instead, this young man had called for him with the emergency runic device he was given recently. It looked similar to a crystal ball, but only relayed short pre-recorded messages. It also changed color depending on the seriousness of the occasion. This time around it started blinking red, which meant that he needed to ignore any other meetings. "I'm sure the information came from a reliable source. It seems that the previous attack was only a test. The monster is coming out in full force, and we are looking at several Tier 3 undead within their ranks." "Several? We confirmed at least 4, and with the Lich that makes it 5, but there could be more, and we don't know how the monster produces them yet. He could be able to reanimate them instantly." "That would be a problem." Arthur continued to talk about the intel that Roland had given him. Liches required bodies to produce the regular undead minions. That was a truth known to everyone. This rule didn't apply to the special summons that the black skeletons were part of. It was possible that after one went down, the monster could instantly summon it back as long as they were close. "We need to decide on a way to tackle this problem," Arthur commented while motioning with his eyes to Mary. The maid did a little bow before walking towards the entrance to this office. After leaving, she soon returned with a man dressed in official soldier armor that was a bit more intricate than the others. "Lord Arthur, you needed something?" The man bowed lightly while also holding his helmet to the side. At first glance, the man looked to be at the age of 40. He had a well-trimmed beard that somewhat enhanced his jawline, but even without it, he did look like a man that meant business. "I'm not sure that you two have ever met. This is Guard Captain Edmund. Think this is the first time we met, but I heard of him getting the position after the late captain was found embezzling those funds," replied the guild master as he acknowledged the man's presence. This man before him had spent some good years in the city and was an actual local. He was somewhat the second in command behind the old leader of the city guards. After Arthur arrived on the scene, he was removed for taking bribes and hanging around the red light district a bit too much. He was on the level of a weaker silver rank adventurer. "Yes, but let's not talk about the past and focus on the future. We will need the adventurers to work with us again, and your services might be needed, Guild Master." The guard captain seemed a bit dejected at the comment that Arduhan slipped in, but was in no position to argue with a Tier 3 class holder. Instead, he just stood there at attention as a proper soldier would and waited for an order to be given. "So that's what this was all about. You want me to fight that Lich? I hope that it won't come to that, but you also must remember that you have clear duties to fulfill." There was an agreement between the kingdom and the Adventurer Guild. While the latter was not part of the official military and could operate independently, there were times when they were required to take action. This mostly concerned official guild members like Ardunhan here. He was required to take up arms against monsters in a situation like this. If he decided to run without confronting the Lich, he would be committing a crime. "I know what I have to do. You don't need to remind me, but remember that I only need to act if the monsters actually make it into the city. Of course, for the time being, we will still wait for that adventurer party to arrive. I just wish to remind you of the possibility." Arduhan gave out a sigh as he knew that he couldn't really weasel himself out of this one. If he decided to abandon ship while being in his position, the only place he could run to was the Thieves' Guild. Outside of it, he would be a wanted man. Perhaps a high enough noble could hire him as a lowly knight, but he would rather go to prison than be forced to work as one of those. "Ha, fine. Was this all you wanted to talk about, or can I leave? It didn't seem that the guild master appreciated the tone that Arthur was taking with him, but he could also not refute the request. If the monsters made it into the city, he would need to face them. Almost Edmund here will act as a proxy, as I'm sure you don't want to be called each time there is news about the monsters. For the time being, the skeletons are gathering on the outside of the dungeon like this. Mary, would you be so kind? As you wish, Lord Arthur. The guild master wasn't sure where this was heading. The guard captain or one of his people would relay the information and probably call for his help if the need arose. He didn't really need any outside help, as he had informants of his own at various locations in the city. This should have been the end of it, but the woman brought out a strange rectangular square covered in runes. It was around the size of a chessboard and had 4 identical iron rods in each corner. They were less than half a meter long but thick enough to not wiggle around while the runic object was moved around. Took a while to prepare this magical contraption. After putting it on the desk, the maid had to bring over another item that looked like a black box with a cable sticking out of it. This cable was then connected to this board, and only after did the runes start to activate. This looks like Wayland's handiwork. Yes, he does give his works a certain flair. Yeah, they tend to look like junk an old wizard flushed down their toilet. Quite. But to his defense, I don't think he had much time to make this, and at least when it comes to the magical effect, it's truly amazing. Everyone nodded as they looked at the rough shape that wasn't very pleasant to the eye. Most of the time, runesmiths would spend some extra time to make their designs somewhat eye-catching and streamlined. This runesmith didn't seem that bothered by people scrutinizing some of his designs. If it did the thing it was supposed to do, then he was fine with it. What does this tool do? If those monsters are gathering outside of the dungeon, I don't think we should be wasting time on some magical gadgets. Don't worry, Guild Master. This one could save a lot of lives. Finally, at the end right before activating the device, a map was placed on the flat surface and over the runes. Then, when the preparations were finished, the maid tapped a rune on the side, which made the whole contraption glow in a blue color. Ardahan didn't think of himself as someone that was versed in magical devices, so he wasn't sure what this was about. To him, it looked like a toy, as it only produced glowing lights and nothing more. What is this supposed to be? A light box? What's with the round dots? I don't think I understand. Guild Master, are you sure? Look at the map. Doesn't this look familiar? The map? Isn't that just the area around the dungeon? Why would you place that map there? Oh, I see that you see it now. Wait. Are those supposed to be? Yes, the smaller ones are the regular blazing skeleton and the larger ones are the obsidian ones. That's not all. The most important thing is, how did he describe it, shown in real time? Real time? Yes, as you can see, some of those small dots are slowly changing location. We are seeing the true current movement of the undead. This magic map that Roland produced relayed information to this device in real time. It did not use any holographic images, nor was it created through crystals like the crystal balls used for talking. Instead, it produced low-leveled light spells in the shape of circles slightly above the map. The regular skeletons were shown as small blue dots, while the Tier 3 monsters were larger red dots. The image would be updated every so often to minimize the mana use. These 3 red ones are the Tier 3 monsters. Wayland said that if the lich appears, its color will be green, so for now we have some time. The blue light blends together due to the number of skeletons, but at least we can see where they are gathering. Interesting. The guild master nodded while looking over the lights on the board. The blue dots kind of blended together to produce a blob of light. In 3 locations, the 3 red dots were sticking out, and the 2 monsters that were at the entrance still remained in the usual position, with a new one moving a bit to the front. This does look strange. It's as if... I see that you noticed it. The 2 men nodded at each other while looking at the mapping device. The blue blob of skeletal lights was spread to the sides, with the middle remaining empty. The 2 red dots that represented the obsidian skeleton guards were at the entrance of the dungeon, and the 3rd one was away in a straight line. It looked like the monsters were clearing a path for something, or in this case, someone. This doesn't look good. I haven't heard of anything like this ever happening. What is this blasted lich? Could it have someone behind it? That could be a possibility, but for now we don't have anything to confirm such a claim or anything that could interest a third party to go to these lengths. How the monster acted was quite unique. It was possible for an undead monster like this to have a powerful necromancer behind it. However, if such a person really existed, then he would be doing a disservice to themselves. Why would they be making such a strange spectacle to attack the city? Was this a smoke screen to get to something or someone during the chaos? This was a possibility, but nothing of worth existed here that should interest a high-level Tier 3 or Tier 4 class holder. They couldn't just throw away the idea as the monster's movements were strange. I guess I'll look into this. I'll also see why those idiots are taking this long to get here. Finally, the two men were done with their meeting and the guild master left. The main strategy was easy. They would wait for the Platinum Adventurers to arrive before confronting the Tier 3 skeletons. Lord Arthur, are you sure we don't have to make preparations? For my escape? After Arduhan left, Mary and Arthur continued a different conversation. They were already looking at potential 4 Tier 3 monsters and a large wave of undead. The people that were supposed to be here to clear them out didn't arrive yet. Everything could potentially go south at any moment. There was no way of knowing if the adventurers could even beat the Lich or if there was some kind of ploy involving a necromancer or cultists at work in the background. Yes, if the monsters get through the city gates, I propose that we use the escape tunnel. That won't be necessary. But my lord. Mary looked at Arthur, who just shook his head and decided to not press this matter. She knew that if he abandoned this city during this period, he would instantly lose everything he worked for. The war for succession was almost an afterthought, as he had almost no chance of succeeding. If he abandoned the city he was given by his father, however, this would end his already desperate struggle. This was his only chance, and both of them knew it. They are taking their time this time around. Back at Roland's underground workshop, he was looking at the crystal screen. There he saw similar dots as Arthur did before. They were just moving a lot smoother. The board he made for Arthur was a quick implementation of his monitoring system that barely worked. It would be updated by another device that was here, and every 10 seconds an update would be sent out. One of the reasons for this was to give the city lord an idea of the situation, and also so that he wouldn't need to make constant reports. There it is, and he isn't really in a hurry. Finally, on the map at the furthest part of the dungeon, he could see a large dot appear. It was a lot larger than the ones representing the obsidian undead, and it was easy to compare. There are 2 obsidian ones next to it. 5 could be the limit. 5 obsidian undead had now been identified by him, or at least they were on par with the others. The dots kind of informed him about the level of the monster there, but not about their true form. This meant that the city would be facing 5 lower-level Tier 3 undead and a lich that had control over them. Why couldn't those idiots have gotten here by now? Arthur should have given them enough of an incentive. The most stressful part about this all was that the Platinum Party of 5 was missing. Together with them, it wouldn't be outlandish for them to achieve victory. They should have been at least able to contend with the 5 black skeletons. The Lich could be taken out by the guild master, who was probably of a higher level than the average Tier 3 class holder. Roland had even told Arthur to increase the reward, which he would even cover part of. Being a runesmith allowed him to earn a lot of money that he could use to take care of the blunder he was part of. Now the monster that he helped create was coming here, and he was already convinced about its destination. After it was outside, it would probably detect the whereabouts of his home and either send its troops toward his location or perhaps do something a bit more drastic. I hope my preparations will be enough otherwise. While looking at the map, he went over his armor once more. It was mostly the same model that he used during his gold rank quest. It had been repaired and the runes were enhanced slightly. The factor that made him stronger, though, was the higher level that he now had. There was one more thing he could do to help him go through this incident, a thing that he would rather avoid. It should be possible, but it will destroy my future prospects, and rebuilding this place is always possible. The runes on his armor started glowing brightly as he attached his helmet. A faint reddish glow filled the visor as he connected with the mapping device. It was finally time. The monster was going out of the dungeon, and his next destination would be where Roland was staying. The moment that he was trying to avoid was right around the corner. He prepared as much as he could and would not give up this place that he created without putting up a good fight. All the times he was forced to run had been slowly building up to this moment of stubbornness. He would not stand for it anymore and finally defend what was his. The Lich hesitated. The stairs leading up to the great expanse were right before it. Its minions had already paved the way forward, but it was still second-guessing itself. Something deep inside of its very being was telling it to go back and wait. The army it had now was huge, but with time it could get bigger. Was there a reason to rush? Just as anxiety about leaving the confines of a dungeon filled its core, there was also immense curiosity about what was out there. This second feeling overshadowed its fear and made it take the first step up. It had been able to defeat its enemies before. It should be able to get through this again. The fleshy ones that had run must have been trembling out of fear as they didn't enter the dungeon at all. This was a confirmation of its power, that nothing out there would be able to stop it. There was nothing it should fear, and thus it started walking slowly. Up and up the stairs it went, all the way to the promised land that it had imagined for its short existence. Finally, it was there. The monsters it created spread to the sides to make a path for the Lich. A gust of wind hit its bony face, which it couldn't really feel due to its physiology. There was one thing that it could feel, however, and this was the ambient mana in the air. To its surprise, the concentration was lower than expected. Considering this was the region that the armored one came from and the beam attack was quite concentrated, it was a bit confusing. This Lich was expecting a bit more from the great beyond. It was hoping to find a place filled with magic and answers. As it stood now, there wasn't really anything here besides large green objects that were somewhat alive but didn't seem to possess any intelligence. All of them had a faint trace of mana, but it was so minuscule that it wasn't even worth investigating. What the monster desired was the place that the armored one came from. One of its creatures discovered the location it was staying, but the Lich needed to make sure it was still there. For this reason, it moved forward to a place where it could use a spell. The monster army that it created started shuffling their feet to make way, while also a large part was still walking through the dungeon entrance. The monster's skeletal staff, which was now enhanced by various mana stones and gems it found in the dungeon, started producing a green glow. Normally a human mage would need to vocalize the magical words during spellcasting. This monster was a creature of magic, and thanks to one of its skills it could forgo such a limit. This lessened the time required to produce the effect and countered most interruption attempts that regular mages were susceptible to. Soon the result of the spell started taking shape. A large amount of green mist started swirling around the menacing Lich. This mist started taking shape of small skulls with glowing eyes. Within a minute, a huge number of these swirling ghost skulls was hovering around the skeletal caster. The monster raised its staff into the air, and the dancing skulls followed after it. A sudden high-pitched screech escaped from each skull's mouth as they suddenly burst forth in all directions. Some of them flew up into the air while others sunk down into the earth while traveling in all possible directions. Were it trees, stones, or even living beings, nothing could interfere with these green phantoms. They just passed through everything they came in contact with while constantly releasing a banshee-like wail. The Lich remained locked in one spot while moving its staff around. The spell continued to feed it information as it spread its mana senses into these fast skulls. Could see it all, the whole landscape of this world revealed itself to it. Previously, it could only contemplate the information its undead minions related to it. Their senses were dull and could not really interpret this world as well as their master. Before, it was a large walled-out fortress, not even an hour's walk from this location. It was clear that the fleshy beings it met in the dungeon had their nesting ground there. If it could take that place over, it would allow it to create an even better army. This was only the tip of the iceberg, as one could see many roads leading from this settlement. The monster knew that wherever there was a path, that something had to be at the end of it. Even the dirt road leading from this dungeon brought it to that city. The world was truly vast, and the monster could not stop shaking from all the possibilities. Even though the city was revealed to it, this was not the first act it was going to perform. No, there was something else that it was targeting, a vastly smaller building about halfway toward this settlement. This was the location that it needed to go. The being that allowed it to exist in this state was there. The mana pattern that was inside of it needed to be studied further, and perhaps making that creature into one of its minions would produce an interesting effect. It just needed to know. There was a problem as the skulls that it sent out started being snuffed out. When trying to pass through the city walls, a strange energy dissipated them. The phantom skulls were able to relay a lot of information along with the mana pattern. The moment it felt it, the Lich felt disgusted. What was that dreadful mana? It felt like it was something that went against its very being. It felt instant animosity. This mana could not be left alone to exist, and anything that was able to produce it needed to die. It was as if a switch was triggered inside of its head that it almost failed to control. This was not the only setback that it had noticed. The same energy existed in the lair of the Armored One, and its spell had been eradicated as well. To add insult to injury, there was a large number of fleshy beings hidden in the woods, examining it, and even hidden corridors that were filled with more beings. The Lich was becoming conflicted. What was it supposed to do first? Should it go after the larger threat that was the city filled with strange creatures, or do what it wanted and pay a visit to its armored benefactor? What if the beings from the city decided to interfere with its plan? What if the Armored One decided to run to that city to seek shelter? After the incident in the dungeon, it knew that it wasn't truly invincible. That beam of mana could kill it, but only if it continued to not dodge it as previously. It had made a blunder of focusing on the mana pattern too much. If it increased the strength of its magic shield, then even that beam wouldn't be able to make it through. The decision was practically made for it as a familiar construct appeared near it. It was one of the blue armored insects, and for some reason, it was generating the Armored One's mana pattern. It was as if it was being beckoned there by it. Something inside of it continued to push it toward that direction. It was unable to keep itself from pursuing this truth that it had been waiting to unearth for its entire existence. Finally, it had made a decision. It just had to go after it. There was no other way to scratch this itch that was forming inside of its core. It just needed to get to the source of that magic pattern. The city would have to wait for it, but this didn't mean that the troops that it gathered here would remain stationary. It beckoned the skeletal mage over that was part of the obsidian ones. One last phantom skull remained from the spell that it made, and it slowly faded into the skeletal spellcaster. The moment it did, their vision became combined, and it could use the creature as a proxy. It would use the skeletal magician that was the closest to it in stature as a means to order its army. Finally, everything moved. The monsters turned towards the city filled with people, and the ones hidden away in the forests and below ground. While it contended with the armored being, its army would siege the city and keep everyone from interfering with the research. The many magical devices that were stored there would all be examined, and the one that made them taken apart. In the end, it would consume all of the knowledge that were in its bones. It took the bait. Roland had been surprised by a strange green ghost phasing through into his workshop. It was created by the skeletal monster and was potentially some kind of tracking spell. The moment it was here, he triggered a lesser divine spell that was able to quickly eradicate this hex. At first, he thought the plan had been a failure, but the monster seemed to act as he had expected it to. He had sent out a spider drone into the forest to be stationed at the edge of the detection range of those other undead. It was then ordered to produce a magical effect that should have been detected by the Lich. Previously, it had not been able to contain itself from charging toward his mana, and this time around it was the same. Even if that was a tracking spell or detection spell, it shouldn't have been able to notice anything yet. There was no reason to panic yet. He had been making preparations for an entire week. The monster had a keen mana sense, which was one of its biggest fortes, but this he was going to turn into a weakness. This monster was intelligent, and it possibly could learn from its mistakes. Thus, if it was logical, it would have probably sent its army to his workshop first before committing to an attack by itself. That was the logical and better strategy when going to an unknown location. It had many disposable minions and no morals to hold it back. Yet, instead of following that thought process, it started moving in the direction of the spider drone Roland left behind. Just like in the dungeon, it gave chase, and thanks to this he could move to phase 2 of his plan. Unless the monster split itself from the main forces, he would have probably been forced to retreat, but as it stood now, his foolhardy plan had some merit to it. There is certainly something with that monster that draws it to my mana. Now I'm sure of it, but this doesn't mean that it will make the same mistake as last time. While the easiest way to take care of it would have been the large mana cannon, Roland wasn't sure about the validity of that approach working. Previously, the monster didn't activate its magical defenses and took the hit intentionally. It could have easily lasted through the blast because as it stood, the creature's magical stats were above Roland's. This was quite a dangerous move and he knew it. The only reason that he was able to reason himself into this situation was that he was on his home turf. Here where his generators were along with the many turrets and other magical devices, he felt more ready than ever. It wasn't as if he had never been able to defeat a monster that out-leveled him. One of his titles was Tier Breaker. It's coming here, but that small army is on the move too. On his map, he could see the mass of dots moving along with the large one representing the Lich. While it had increased its speed and was going through the forest by itself, the skeletons were going through the main road. It seemed that they were going to attack the city while the master went after the spider drone that was now baiting it to the first trap. They will be fine, right? This time around he was alone in his home with only Agni keeping him company. Bernier, along with his wife, and Elodia with the orphans, was behind the city gates. The 5 Tier 3 undead that he was seeing on the map were also heading towards the city that was still waiting for the backup it was promised. While they could probably contend with the blazing skeletons, the 5 obsidian ones would potentially produce casualties. At least one of them was capable of flying. It won't have trouble getting into the city, but that guy should be able to handle it. Woo! Well, Agni, this is it. Remember to keep to the plan. I won't be able to save you if something goes wrong otherwise, and just remember, if he gets too close, just run away. A woof! Agni's ears stood up at attention and his tail started wagging. For a change, he would be able to actually help out during a critical moment. Usually, he was left behind or had to hide behind his master or sent away to hide somewhere to not get in the way. Now, on the other hand, he could actually help thanks to one area he was superior in, his speed. Okay, let's go. Both of them sprinted out of the confines of the workshop where the larger map screen was. The distance between the dungeon and his house was around half an hour on foot. The monster had a faster traveling speed than that, and it seemed impatient. Its forces were also moving towards the city, which had to contend with its own problem. Would be nice if I could get that Baldy to take care of this Lich for me, but no use even asking him. The whole thing was made on the assumption that the Lich would abandon its army and chase after the mana pattern instead. If he tried to explain it to anyone else, then it would probably fall on deaf ears. There was also the problem of too many people being at risk if the guild master left his post, and thus he was left with a small window of time to take care of this monster. I probably won't have much time before it calls for backup. I need to take care of it and get out of here if I fail. His presumption was that the Lich would give chase, but this didn't mean that all of the monsters that were with him would just wait there. Just like that time the gargoyle variant saved the Lich in the dungeon, he had to expect something similar to happen here. First of all, he needed to have his enemy drop his guard. After the last time with the magical cannon, it was probably at least slightly weary. Okay, Agni. Remember what we practiced? Lead it through the route and use the trees. Woof! Roland wasn't sure about this, but he was unable to create a golem that was near the speed of his ruby wolf. What he needed to do was lure the monster towards his house, but through the zones that he had prepared a nice welcoming. As it stood now, the golem that was baiting it here would be caught up to around the halfway point towards the destination. From that point forth, it would be up to Agni to get it here where he was waiting and the final trap awaited. I wonder how those guys are doing. Those monsters are acting a bit strange this time around. It's as if they noticed something. Wait, isn't that the location of that tunnel? While Agni was going for his designated spot, Roland took time to look at the situation. He could see 3 of the Tier 3 undead going towards the city by following the main road. The 2 other Tier 3s, on the other hand, were going in different directions, and it wasn't his house. One of these locations contained an entrance to the Thieves' Guild that he actually knew about but wasn't available for merchants like him to use. Could that spell have revealed some of the hidden locations? Now, this was quite the predicament. The Thieves' Guild tunnels went under the city. Even if the wall held out, it would be meaningless if the 2 undead monsters went through the tunnels and sprung up inside the city. Roland quickly sprinted back to his house where the crystal ball was connected to Elodia's house. Shit, Lobelia better be there. I should also probably contact Arthur. Maybe he can get something done. His plan involved taking the Lich on a hike through the forest, and during that time the monsters would surely attack the city. Now, with the threat of them getting into the Thief Guild tunnels, everything got a lot more complicated. Woof! A strange crystallized creature appeared before it. The Lich had seen something similar, but not quite as large, down in the dungeon it stepped in. Normally, seeing this creature before him wouldn't be a problem. It didn't pose any type of threat to it. One well-placed spell would incinerate most of it on the spot. However, in this case, there was something this creature had. A strange magical plate of armoring was around its body. The monster was drawn to this as it was radiating the mana pattern of the armored one. Was it possible for there to be more beings with this unique mana pattern? The Lich didn't think so. There were two mana patterns mixed here. One belonged to the ruby wolf and the other to the magical armor it was wearing. It had seen its target use magical gadgets before, thus it had to have been made by it. This was a certainty. A few moments ago it followed the beacon of another metallic creature that looked like a spider. It was similar to the one it captured and destroyed in its original dungeon. Catching up to it wasn't that hard, but after disabling the blue spider it was introduced to this wolf creature. It gave chase due to the mana pattern, but this time around it found itself not being able to catch up. The monster's running speed was slightly above its capabilities. Only when activating several hastening spells was it able to start catching up. It didn't have much time before, but it remembered this red monster. It was at the side of the one it wanted to capture and perhaps was also part of the puzzle. While chasing it down the mass of trees, it pointed out with the staff and began the silent chants. Soon a mass of translucent green chains shot out to entangle the escaping beast. Regretfully, the red creature ducked behind some trees and rocks that were entangled instead. The chains were able to tear through this blockade, but lost enough momentum for it to get away, and so the chase continued. This environment was working against it, but it wasn't that worried. It was able to moderately gain some ground on the wolf creature that was shining brightly. The wooden splinters, dirt, and smaller rocks were already hitting the one that it was chasing. Only thanks to the blue mana shield around its body was the beast able to remain unscathed. This shield was also the main reason the Lich was giving chase, as it had the unique mana signature it was after. With annoyance, it moved to the side as it detected a trap before it. With a wave of its staff, the area was instantly destroyed and the red wolf gained some ground. This was the main problem with it not being able to catch up to the lesser-leveled thing. From time to time, it would encounter strange traps. Sometimes it was pieces of paper attached to trees. On other occasions, some metallic objects were buried shallowly with the dirt still fresh over them. Its opponent was clearly trying to blow it up, but the Lich was confident in its capabilities of detecting everything. The mana sense it possessed allowed it to pinpoint the locations of all these magical traps and either disable them or evade them. It was pointless to put things like these in its way, as it concluded that an explosion of a magnitude like that would not harm it sufficiently enough to kill it. This cat-and-mouse game would come to an end. Then the red thing would be in its grasp. The metallic armor it was wearing would be used for more research, and afterward, it would catch the thing that created it. Everything that was related to this magical energy that gave it freedom needed to be investigated. They are here, archers, get ready. Now! A salve of arrows shot up into the air that produced a nice arc. When descending, the wheezing sound was interrupted by something like glass shattering. This was soon followed by sizzling, as if someone was cooking some steak on a pan filled with oil. It's working, prepare the next one. An army of white skeletons with flaming skulls was upon the city. They charged with their bony swords and shields raised with no care for their safety. Their charge was interrupted by a mass of arrows that had small bottles attached to them. These, when shattering, emptied the blessed holy water onto the unholy monsters, causing their bones to sizzle and their flames to die out. The moment the monsters were in range, the barrage started, but regretfully the holy water wasn't cutting it. The monsters halted for a slight moment, but then continued on with their charge. It did produce a bit of damage and placed the monsters under a debuff, but it was not enough to kill them. It was just an appetizer before the last hit that was delivered by the magical turrets. These runic devices were able to shoot out concentrated arrows of mana at the monsters at a high rate. During the previous attack they started faltering, but this time around they had multiplied. Due to the monsters' inability to strategize, they continued the assault mostly from one side. The turrets that were placed at the other gates and walls were carried over and installed at the side where all the action happened. A rain of blue magic started raining down on the monsters when they got in range. With the drop in speed due to the holy water, they were easy targets for the automated weaponry, and the ones that made it through were picked off by archers from the Adventurer Guild. A joint defense was established with a mix of adventurers and guards. My lord, the skeletons have been successfully stalled, but we have spotted 3 large black skeletal monsters approaching. They seem to be led by a skeletal mage. Arthur was there with everyone. In his hand he had a magical spyglass that he extended to take a look at the situation. Just as the guard captain said, he could see 3 ugly-looking large black skeletons. One of them looked like it belonged on a primate, one was smaller and was holding a staff, while the third was more beast-like and walked on 4 legs. These were the main problem that the city would be facing: Tier 3 monsters. Continue with the ranged combat. Don't let them enter the city. Arthur gave out the command and glanced towards the side. There he saw a map filled with blue and red lights. His gaze traveled elsewhere, to where a large green dot was along with a smaller red dot behind it. The pair were going in a different direction than this army, where Wayland the runesmith had his workshop. Weren't there supposed to be 5 of them? Where did the 5th one go? Agni is managing. Luckily those agility buffs are enough to keep a safe distance from that thing. Roland was looking at the 2 dots on his helmet's inner screen. A blue one represented Agni, who was running away, and a large green one the lich that was following behind him. After the monster caught up to the spider drone, his tamed beast arrived at the scene. Thanks to the armor that Roland made, he was giving off his mana pattern. This was enough to pique the monster's interest and follow after the runaway wolf. To make sure that the lich didn't use some kind of catching spell, he set up some traps. With people forced away into the city, he had no trouble with placing various mines and bombs everywhere. This did the trick, as the lich's speed was a bit higher than he expected. Even with Agni using the buffing spells, the 2 were very close. Luckily the monster was a caster, so even with the Tier 3 multiplier its speed was comparable to a Tier 2 monster. However, the traps weren't only to slow down the monster, they had a different use. All of them were placed mostly out in the open, with a few being harder to spot. Roland wanted the monster to actually discover all of them before getting near them. It was part of his plan that could misfire if the monster was too guarded. The lich needed to feel superior and be convinced that it could discover any hidden magic that could hurt it. It took a while to get here. How is the state of the city? Roland, with the help of Arthur, who allowed the placement of his mapping devices closer to the city, could now watch what was happening there. It seemed that while he distracted the lich here, the offensive against Albrook was in full swing. This is not really something he had planned for, as his intention was to lure the lich here and make him forget about that large army that it created. His opponent wasn't in as much of a berserk state as he had hoped for, but at least the army wasn't going after him. This wasn't quite as I'd hoped it would go. Informing Arthur about the way the lich acted went around his mind, but he decided against asking the noble for help. First of all, he wasn't sure if there was any aid that he could get from that side. Perhaps if someone like the guild master made a move it would be different, but it seemed that Baldy didn't want to commit. That would leave him with some low tier 2 soldiers and perhaps Mary that could be useful. With all the bombs around, these people would be more of a hindrance than helpful. I also didn't expect those monsters to charge straight for the city instantly. Roland expected the lich to go towards the mana signature in a frenzied state as before. While this happened, he also expected his army to mostly follow behind him. After the detour through the forest, the slower skeletons would naturally fall behind to give him some time to tackle their big boss. If the lich was destroyed, the whole army would instantly cease to exist. Taking out a lich was always the fastest way of tackling such a matter. They should be able to last out for a while, right? I don't like what those 2 obsidian ones are doing. But I should probably start worrying about myself. If I can lure it there, then this whole shitshow will be over. While he did keep his eyes plastered to the green dot on the screen, he didn't like where one of the red dots ended up. It ventured off the screen in a different direction than the main army. The last thing Roland could see was a smaller battalion of blue dots following it. Arthur should have been able to see what was happening there, so it was up to his decision-making skills to do something about it. When going back to his map, he could see the green dot approaching at a steady pace. In less than a minute his foe would be here. Previously he was able to defeat monsters or people above his level. However, what was different all those times was that his enemies were not proficient spellcasters. Each time he could somewhat close the gap with his runic spells, which were a game-changer. The Lich, on the other hand, was a capable magician that was able to shield itself from harm. A battle between mages mostly ended in the favor of the one that could last out the longest in an exchange. Roland prided himself in a deep mana pool and a lot of resourcefulness, but he wasn't fooling himself into believing that he would be able to win a spell-slinging contest against a Tier 3 monster like this. Perhaps his prestige class gave him something to tighten that gap, but there was another problem. The monster was capable of producing Tier 3 spells, but he had no true greater runes to contend with those. His best attempt was the massive mana cannon that would break down after just a few shots. To contend with something like this, he would need to be able to implement such spells into smaller weapons like his armor or hammer, otherwise he stood no chance. Woo! Here they come. Finally, in the distance, the figure of a panicking ruby wolf was seen by him. Behind him, following an explosion, was an angry-looking skeleton surrounded by green flames and holding a staff. It was wearing a loose-fitting black robe and clearly meant business. Oh! Did you hear something? Probably just some skeletons running around. What's there to be afraid of? Let those nobles do their job, and I'll be lucky to get some bones for myself. I hear they're pretty expensive these days. Why would I be scared? Go away. Haha, you are, aren't you? Just don't piss your pantaloons. It already stinks in here. Two men with yellowish teeth were arguing with each other. One of them was mostly making fun of the other while sitting around in an empty tunnel. The only source of light here were the two torches on each side. Both men looked to be bored with nothing much to do than look at some tree roots and bugs crawling on them. Why are we even here? No one is going to use this passage with those damn skeletons up there. That's true, we could be getting drunk at the pub instead. Yeah. Some of those new girls there are worth every silver piece. Hee. Did you see the size of those? Wait. Did you hear that? Huh? Stop trying to scare me. You idiot. Shut up. Be quiet. The man shouted out while placing his hand on the wall. This tunnel hadn't been here for long, but no one that didn't belong to their faction had been able to discover this entrance yet. The man activated one of his detection skills to feel the vibrations of the earth through which he could determine if a foe was close by. Something is there. In a hushed tone, he whispered to his ally that knew that it was no time to ask stupid questions. Both of them held their breath and were quick to go towards their weapons. Normally nothing should be able to detect their presence even if they were loud. Sound should be not something that escaped this tight cavern they were in. However, to their dismay, a strange rumbling sound entered their ears and was followed by the movement of tree roots. Shit! How is this possible? This isn't even a real entrance. Both of the men jumped back in horror as they saw a whole tree being ripped out of the ground. This was a hidden entrance to the guild that was mostly used by their guildmates. There was a secret opening that would let one person slip in through the tree down here. If a person didn't know how to contort their body right, they would normally get stuck there. It was mostly used for dumping letters and secret orders for the thieves instead, but now the whole entrance was becoming wider. Soon the two men felt a draft take over this place. The tree that connected to this tunnel was just pulled out by what looked to be a black skeleton. This monster's eyes were on fire, and it didn't come alone. Behind it, a large number of white skeletal creatures were making clattering sounds with their jaws. Damn! The thieves screamed in shock while backing away. In one of the man's hands, an oval-shaped item appeared that was quickly infused with mana. On the surface, a rune started to shine in a blue color before quickly going orange. Quickly, the magical item was thrown at the monster still holding on to the tree to generate a large explosion. Run! We have to inform the guilds. Shit! The man that threw the bomb jumped back to save himself from the explosion. When he was about to turn towards his companion that was also bolting away, he felt a sharp pain fill his entire chest area. There he saw a large black hand filled with claws going through it. This wasn't suppose. In a last attempt of defiance, the man activated all the magical bombs that he had on himself to produce a cave-in. The explosion instantly filled the whole place with rubble and allowed the other man to quickly escape. Now it was up to him to inform the others of the skeletal infestation coming their way. Whose idea was it to not place traps in the tunnels? Guild Master, you said that we should focus on making them sturdy enough first. An uncomfortable silence filled the room as a bunch of Tier 2 thieves were looking at the cloaked figure shrouded in mystery. The person they were looking at was the Thieves Guild Master that didn't really show up around this place that much. Now that there were skeletal monsters going through the underground tunnels, there was a problem. The room contained most of the Thief Guild leaders in this city and the person leading them. This woman, who no one knew the true identity of, was sitting at the end of the table where these ruffians gathered. On the sides of this table were the people she was supposed to be responsible for, and now she might even be forced to act. No one in this room knew that the Guild Master was part of the Red Light District. That persona to them was just one of the brothel owners. There were several other madams like her out there, and no one expected this one to be an actual Tier 3 class holder. To the right side, a large bald man that looked somewhat similar to the Adventurer Guild Master was sitting. His whole body was covered in various beast tattoos, with not much space being left for his actual pale skin. This man was responsible for the muscle portion of the city underground and also for the protection of their guild-led establishments. On the other side, a man of a feeble stature and bony fingers was sitting. His face was covered by a mask that looked like a snake with small slits through which his yellowy eyes were barely seen. In one of his hands, he had a short dagger that he continuously flipped around with quite skillful movements. His body was covered with a dark green robe under which no one was really sure what was hidden. 2 chairs to his left was a rather voluptuous lady, whose face was covered up with ample amounts of makeup. Behind her stood 2 large men wearing tailor-made suits that made them look quite professional. Right opposite them was a man wearing a long coat with a large cigar in his mouth. What made him stick out was a large horizontal scar running all the way from his upper cheek to the other one while going through the middle part of his nose. Wasn't this supposed to be a meeting with the inner members only? Who let those 2 bozos in here? Mr. Ivor, I'm just a defenseless woman. I need my boys to protect me. I wasn't asking you who. The man with the large scar leaned back while scoffing at the woman. She, in contrast to the others, possessed no real combat class worth mentioning. Without the guards behind her, it wouldn't be hard for any one of these Thief Guild members to kill her in one swift move. Before he could finish the sentence, though, the lanky man with the mask flung the short blade in his direction. It embedded itself in the table right next to where Ivor was resting his hand. Show the madam some respect. It's thanks to her girls that your gambling dens even earn us any money. The 2 men on one side of the table started to get up from their chairs. However, all of them stopped in their tracks before even being able to fully stand up. Everyone felt as if there was a hungry beast looking at them. They turned towards their guild master that was just sitting there without saying anything. They didn't need to vocalize their dissatisfaction, as the group of killers here instantly knew that if they continued like this, their life could be over. A silence fell upon the room as the 4 inner guild members held their tongues. They could not risk offending the guild master that they didn't even know the face of. Information was the key to any assassination, and they lacked it. While their leader could easily reach their homes at any point in time, they would not be able to retaliate. Their identity was unknown to them, and the armor they were wearing could fit any gender. Viper, tell me what we can do to remedy this situation. The man with the snake mask quickly jolted his head toward the guildmaster. He was responsible for everything revolving around information in this city. After the skeletons made their way inside, it was up to the scouts and assassins from his side faction to produce all the info about this incident. Of course, Guild Master, we are looking at infiltration from multiple entrance points. Can't you just close the tunnels? Asked the Guild Master in a menacing voice that didn't seem to belong to a human. Everyone was sure that they were using some kind of voice masking device at this point, but were unable to comment on it. Regretfully, the tunnels were still fresh, and the contractors didn't have enough time to prepare. The Thieves' Guild in this city was still somewhat new. These tunnels needed to be first cleared out and reinforced so they wouldn't collapse on their clients and guild members. The funds required for this were fleeting and in this case needed to be siphoned into different projects first. This left some of the tunnels without proper mechanisms that would collapse them onto anyone that dared to enter. The guild leader didn't answer as they murmured to themselves. Most of the initial funds went into digging up the underground and working with the black market merchants. Then another load needed to be injected into the city officials. Bribing them allowed the guild to function without getting in trouble with the law and also left them drained. Usually, proper large-scale guilds would have various ways of taking care of situations like this. They, on the other hand, didn't have any stopgaps nor could they blow up the tunnels from a distance. At most, they could quickly gather some explosives in the hopes that it would be enough. They are still only skeletons. What's the problem? Is the guild only made of useless good-for-nothings? The quality of our men is indeed not great. The man with the snake mask looked towards the large bald man that quickly got annoyed. He slammed his fist down on the table, which almost broke under the pressure. My men aren't the problem. It's that damn tier 3 skeleton. Guild master, you must. The man looked at their leader with furrowed brows but quickly turned his head away. To him, the only way of contending with the monsters was through pitting a tier 3 class holder against another one. Here only their leader was at this tier, and if the skeletons continued to push toward their inner sanctum, a lot of money would be lost. Restoring the entire underground hideout along with their black market would be quite costly. Not something this guild could afford, and the guild master knew it. We can't let this affect our bottom line. Fine then. Tell them to retreat if they don't want to die. You have 10 minutes. The figure cloaked in black answered briefly before standing up from their spot. Soon they faded into the shadows of the back room without making a sound. Only after half a minute had passed did the 4 thieves here decide to speak up. My, the guild master will make a move themselves? Such a shame that we won't be able to see it. The madam stood up from her chair while her guards surrounded her. Everyone here was interested in the capabilities of their guild master. The tier 3 monster that was in the tunnels was the perfect opportunity to see what their leader was capable of. In a situation like this, it would however be somewhat difficult. Then there was also the fear of them being instantly killed if their leader discovered them peeking. This hidden leader was well aware of all of this as she hid away from their notice. She had never actually left the room but just dropped her presence with the help of one of her skills to such an extent that they couldn't tell that she was still there. There were 2 feeding factions in this city with her in the middle trying to not allow one to get ahead of the other. If she didn't act, too many people would die, which would weaken one of these sides. A sense of equilibrium needed to continue for this underground business to continue working, and for that she needed to act. Why is everyone so useless around here? After the room was cleared out, she was finally able to speak out. The persona that she built up here was meant to act as a protective shield. It was certainly working, as no one dared to go against her orders or voiced their grievances concerning the way she led this guild. For this to continue, though, she needed to put herself through situations like this one. Would be nice to have some competent attendants. Her biggest issue with this remote region was the lack of workers. The low-ranked dungeon in this region wouldn't allow her to interest any potential employees. She needed someone to take care of situations like this for her, as each time she acted there was a chance that her secret could be revealed. Her situation was complicated, so the way she really looked needed to remain hidden, otherwise running would have been the only thing that was left to her. The 10 minutes she gave the thieves should be enough for them to clear out. If not, then regretfully some of them might have to perish. This kind of risk was something that she was willing to take, as more than keeping this place afloat, she had to keep her real identity hidden. For that reason, she could not allow anyone to be left alive that witnessed her true form, which was a requirement to clear out the passageways. Lobelia should be safe at the orphanage, but I'm not sure about those 2 idiots. Just as Agni appeared before him, Roland recalled the message he sent to Elodia's home. He knew that the Lich had discovered the hidden tunnels, and after seeing some of the skeletons moving to one that he was familiar with, it was confirmed. Roland was more worried about the two people that hung around Lobelia. They were actually quite low on the totem pole and may have been ordered to watch over some of the tunnels. I can't worry about others now it's here. Woof! Agni! Get inside. Now that the Lich was this close, there was no reason for Agni to conserve his mana. While the skeletal mage was around the same speed when going all out, he was faster. The armored red figure of the wolf covered in rubies became a blur as he accelerated to reach his master at an alarming pace. Behind him, a series of explosions caused the monster to not be able to continue with its chase just as before. You did well. Now get back, I'll take care of the rest. Awoo! Agni's muzzle was open wide as he continued to pant. He had really given his all during the game of tag around the forest. He wanted to do more but was also aware of his shortcomings. Remaining at the side of his master would only slow him down. The plan was not over yet, so the only thing Agni could do was replenish his stamina and wait for Roland to give him an order. Let's assume manual control first. The walls to his home were high, but this monster here knew the levitation spell. It would be useless to assume a defensive position behind them. Instead, his first attempt would be through conventional means using superior firepower. 4 turrets and another 4 spider drones looked toward the emerging skeletal lord. Its body was shrouded in a strange layer of energy, which was a superior version of a mana shield. A tier 3 spell, probably a mystical mantle spell. Roland could tell that the Lich learned a thing or two after their first confrontation. In the dungeon, when it tried to dive at him, the monster wasn't even trying to protect its body. Now it was using a superior shielding spell that allowed a lot of free movement to the caster. Other shielding spells usually formed a circular shield in front. This usually forced the magician to at least keep one of their hands toward the direction of the shielding and didn't allow them to cast that many support spells. This version, on the other hand, didn't need anything like that. After the initial activation, it would surround the body of the caster with a thick layer of mana. The shield would counter a lot of effects depending on the type, and this one was probably focused on mana. Roland, of course, expected this to happen and had worked without much sleep through the week. Lock on and fire. He didn't get much practice before, but in this situation, he had no other way. Controlling the turrets along with the golems took a lot of his brain power. The upgraded parallel thinking skill was just what he needed to make all the calculations in his mind. All the turrets and the spider drones with a large cannon attachment took aim at the charging monster. A massive aura of mana radiated from the entire Wayland compound that he created. The drones weren't just using their battery packs to pelt the Lich with low-level mana arrows. Instead, they had large cables connected to their abdomens that overloaded their systems to the absolute maximum. With his main battery fully charged and locked away in the underground workshop, coupled with the wind turbines that were constantly spinning, he had a reason to believe that taking the Lich down was possible. The salvo of blue lights flew toward the approaching target. This time, however, the Lich didn't just charge like a maddened bull when seeing red. Instead, it stopped in place right after it was out of the forest. There it reacted with haste by slamming the back end of its staff into the ground to produce strange oculus symbols on it. Soon after, right at the moment, the torrent of magical energy could hit a mass of bones that erupted from underneath the earth. Instead of hitting the skeletal mage, Roland's artillery collided with this thick layer of white bones. The immense energy wave started producing sparks and melting through this defensive layer and soon produced an explosion that sent white chunks of bones flying everywhere. He didn't stop the barrage as the explosion wasn't a good indicator of the enemy being down. The usual message that the disembodied voice of this world didn't resound in his head, thus it meant that the Lich was not down yet. Following the explosion, a large dust cloud made of various chunks of earth, trees, and shrubs was produced as the mass of energy beams continued to fire on the target. They are starting to overheat. Roland would love to continue with this attack until hearing the death message, but he wasn't even sure if he was hitting anything at this point. Conserving his firepower wasn't on his agenda now, but he couldn't let the turrets and spider golems explode just yet. Thus, after a hefty hail of mana bolts and arrows, he initiated the shutting off procedure. Both the turrets and golems remained on high alert, ready to shoot at anything that moved. This whole area was his home ground. Here he could use the various monitoring sensors to get an idea of what was happening. Even though all the magical energy in the air was slightly interfering with the signal, he could still see the green dot that represented the lich still being there. "Are you kidding me? Not even a scratch." To his surprise, even this amount of magical energy wasn't enough to leave a dent in his enemy. While he expected this to some extent, it was more shocking to see it from close range. Roland didn't see himself being able to withstand something like this, but the lich managed to shrug it off. No, wait, the mantle became thinner. It must have used up a lot of mana to take that. The dust cloud cleared, and behind a broken wall of bones stood a rather angry-looking lich. It just looked towards Roland, who was standing in front of the entrance gate to his home. The moment of silence was interrupted by the clattering of the monster's lower jaw. He wasn't sure what it was trying to tell him, but for some reason, it looked as if the monster was smiling. "I guess it's time to move on with the plan. It's trying to destroy the magical cannons. Don't let it finish that spell." A rain of arrows descended at a black-looking skeleton that was in the process of casting some type of spell. Before they could collide with it, a large group of white skeletons appeared before it. Acting as a bone shield, they deflected the projectiles, even suffering destruction after their cores were either pierced or splashed with holy water. The initial salvo managed to get the magic monster out of casting the spell, but it soon resumed the same stance and continued. This time around, however, a large skeletal monster with wings appeared to swat those arrows away. Its bones were tougher, and it could generate a strong wind that altered the arrow's trajectory. This allowed the other monster to finish the silent chant and send a ball of flames toward the city walls. This collision rattled the city defenses but didn't manage to blast through the gate as it was intended. As the red flames subsided, a thin blue glow could be seen on these walls. The skeleton halted the next spell to look for the reason for its blast not being able to blow a hole in the feeble walls. The mana sense it was equipped with made it focus on strange objects stuck in the wall that began vanishing after its spell collided with the wall. "The mana wards are working, but they won't last forever. Resume the defensive and don't let those monsters through the walls." Arthur Valerian looked at Sir Gareth, one of his knights, who was giving orders to the soldiers. The guard captain was next to him but was still an inexperienced soldier that needed to learn proper ways of directing his troops. Instead, the knight took over as he had actually gone through proper classes at a knight academy. The city wall had been under attack for a while now, but it had not fallen. Bringing the magical turrets to this place worked wonders, as they were quite good at suppressing the monster's suicide charges. They weren't the only magical means of defending that they had. Usually, only large cities or forts were able to augment their walls with magical shields. In a world with monsters like that skeletal mage, it was a necessity, as only magic could go against magic. The walls wouldn't last through many of those fire blasts, and even with the magical shielding through various runic talismans and other implements wouldn't last forever. It was a patchwork of various items that were capable of producing shields. The best kind was something that their city runesmith came up with. The runic parchment would be attached to a flat surface. Then whenever this area was attacked by something, it would activate a short-lasting shield. It was a one-off defensive measure that needed to be replaced, but also wouldn't be wasted until an attack occurred and didn't need anyone to activate it. Even now, this city lacked a proper mage, which were also rare among adventurer types. Usually, people of this class attended magical academies to make use of their high intelligence stat. It allowed them to breeze through classes that would give anyone else a headache. Thanks to this, they were always sought after for employment in various fields. They didn't really need to put themselves in danger as the regular adventurers. When they decided to join up with a party, they were fought after by the other adventurers. Even Roland, when he was younger, was able to join up with one even though his level was low compared to others. People were willing to invest in a mage, as having a portable magical turret around made defeating monsters a lot easier. Then there was a second reason so few mages decided on that type of lifestyle. It was viewed as something barbaric and not as something a magical scholar should work towards. A lot of mages thought themselves to be better than the common man. They were the seekers of truth, and magic was a tool to progress this world further. Most innovation was driven by magical research that was supposed to enlighten all the races towards the next step. What Albrook was left with were magical items and weapons that were far more common. The ones that were able to fire off magical projectiles were all gathered here. The defensive bombardment with the arrows was finite, thus, after a few salvos the magical items came into play. Various mana arrows with different elements flew toward the white skeletons to hold them off from reaching the wall. It was a supportive measure to act together with the turrets that were working for the time being. "Can we do something about those black ones?" Arthur turned towards Mary while looking out to the battlefield. There he saw the black mage preparing another spell. Only thanks to the ranged attacks were they able to hold that thing back from damaging their walls. Ordering his men to engage in combat before the walls were destroyed wasn't something that he was willing to do yet. Walls and magical items could be replaced, but the troops that he was bringing up couldn't. "We have assembled a couple of gold-rank adventurer teams, but we might not be able to isolate them from the white ones. Etchem, carry on. For now, perhaps an opportunity will present itself to us." They were clearly outnumbered but had the advantage as the walls weren't breached yet. For the time being it was a stalemate, but sooner or later they would run out of mana wards and the magical items would lose their charge. The turrets were still prone to overheating, and if they didn't get to that mage then a breach would happen. "Lord Arthur, we might have a problem." "What's wrong?" "The winged black skeleton. It's trying to get behind the gates." Just as he was getting comfortable with the defensive, a problem arose. The large gargoyle-looking undead monster that was previously using his wings to protect the mage from getting hit by arrows started moving. The mage used some sort of protection spell. Are they changing their tactics? This was somewhat surprising. Monsters like these didn't really have that much intelligence or strategic capabilities. They could follow basic movements or emulate human creatures to attack them. Normally they would stick to one tactic throughout the whole siege, and for that they were mostly prepared for. They were using the fact that the creature capable of flying would stick around the mage just as it did down in the dungeon. Instead, the two split off from each other, leaving the mage alone. The arrows that had blessed water attached to it didn't seem to be able to get through this ominous-looking shielding, and this wasn't the end of it. There were 3 black skeletons, one looking like some kind of beast that walked on 4 legs. Previously, all 3 of those monsters were sticking together and letting the white skeletons attack, but now all of them moved simultaneously. The mage took care of the arrow rain while the flying monster moved out of the range of the arrows and magical spells. It shot through the air and headed towards the main gate while keeping its distance. Then the largest one of them, the one that looked like a beast, charged forward in the same direction. "The arrows won't be able to reach the monster, and if we turn the magic weapons away from the battlefield, that other monster." Arthur moved to the edge of the wall to look at what was happening. In the distance, he could hear his knight shouting to change the target to the flying monster. If they could get it down before the monsters approached, then it would be fine, but it seemed that the enemy was convinced otherwise. It looked to be a diversion tactic to allow the beast-like monster to get to the gate or to lessen the assault on the mage. The beast type was large and was also a Tier 3. This put it above Tier 2 class holders, but this didn't mean that it would be able to last through all the low-tier magical attacks. From Arthur's standpoint, the tactic was easy to see through. If they focused on the gargoyle above, then the mage and the beast type could become a problem. The caster would be able to resume casting while the other tried to maul the entrance gate. On the other hand, if they focused on the mage and beast type, then the gargoyle would get over the gate. Whoever was directing the monsters was convinced that one way or the other the monsters would get through the gate. Either from inside or from outside, with the city defenders not having enough firepower to stop them, at least without directly engaging them in combat. "Sir Gareth, focus your attention on the mage and the black skeleton charging at the main gate. Let the flying one through." "My lord." "Understood. You heard the lord. Take aim." "Lord Arthur, don't worry. That thing won't be able to do much even if it crosses the wall." Mary didn't press further as she was aware of what her lord knew. Instead of focusing on the flying monster, the city guard continued pelting the other monsters with their ranged arsenal. Besides the magical turrets, various more conventional cannons had been placed there as well. The lighting mechanism was through magical means, but the result was very similar to an older model cannon. The charging monster's approach was stopped by one of the cannonballs colliding with its skeletal form. Even though it was a Tier 3 creature, it could not just shrug off attacks like this, at least not too many, as even after taking a few the black bones only showed a couple of fractures. These broken bones were quick to surround themselves with a strange green glow that started mending them back to health. While the frontal attack was unsuccessful and the mage continued to be unable to cast a spell, the flying monster made its way into the city. Even though it was made of bones, it could generate a screeching sound that started shattering the windows to some of the homes. Its target wasn't the citizens, nor was it causing panic inside. What it needed to aim for was the gate through which its friends would be able to come inside, and then the true battle would begin. However, after landing on the ground and examining its surroundings, the monster felt that something was off. It expected more of the little soldiers here, but instead only one of them stood before it. This one was different. It didn't radiate fear like the others. "I hate doing things for 3. Your bones better be worth the hassle." A large bald man approached it. Over his shoulder he was resting a gigantic-looking axe made of dark metal. It was clear that the man was not perturbed by the large monster before, as a faint smile was forming on his face. "Might as well enjoy this. Haven't been able to let loose in a while." The skeletal gargoyle spread its wings wide to intimidate its foe, but it didn't look like it resulted in any flinching. Instead, the bald man that was of similar size charged forward. Cracks appeared in the spot that he started from, and that massive axe made a clean arc toward the monster's head. "If regular mana doesn't work, then perhaps." Roland's attack continued as, after the smoke had cleared, the monster still remained standing. Usually, he would pick off a monster's weak point and use it against them. In the dungeon where he lived next to this element was ice or water. There was a problem with this type of undead creature, though, as its nature made it immune to any cold effects. With this element not being effective, there was no real advantage over using other elemental spells besides earth that was better at producing blunt damage. This, however, was a lot more mana-intensive, which was why he first attempted an elemental-less approach that could potentially damage the monster's hidden core. Normally, in a spellcaster battle, the one with more mana and intelligence would win. In this case, however, Roland had one advantage over the being of magic that he was facing: speed. The Lich was able to silently chant and perhaps even counterspell interruptions, but it could not produce these effects with the same speed as a person using runic weapons. At this moment, the Lich's lower jaw opened wide and began clattering. It was as if the monster was smiling while moving the bony staff covered with mana stones forward. This item surprised Roland slightly. It looked like it had gathered various mana stones and other gems together to fuse it to the skull. He didn't fully understand the process, but he could tell that it was amplifying the monster's magic even more. Roland didn't wait for his enemy to perform the silent chant. Even though he couldn't hear it, thanks to his own mana sense, the tiny mana particles that were swirling around the monsters could be seen by him. This kind of process would always happen around a spellcaster. Even without being able to hear the spell, it was possible for him to tell that one was being produced. Too slow. While the Lich could probably produce spells faster than the average magician, he could not contend with something like runes. These marvels of magical technology could almost instantly produce similar effects. There were no interruptions unless the runic structure was damaged, and a person could activate them whenever they pleased. In the middle of a battle where mistakes could be made, something like this had a drastic advantage. The spell activation was only affected by the quickness of injecting mana into the runic system. Even with this drawback, the Lich would not be able to contend with Roland's speed. Just as the monster was raising his staff to produce some type of spell, his opponent was doing the same. Roland's left hand, which was not holding on to the large hammer, started glowing. The coloring was ambiguous and blue, lacking any unique elemental pattern. Only as the spell structure outside of the gauntlet started to condense could the Lich sense the earth elementals around the magical construct. Many small bullet-sized rocks appeared before his hand. Almost instantly as they appeared, they were already gone and traveling towards their destination. The mantle that the Lich was covered in contended with these high-speed rocks that were comparable to a machine gun. However, this was all in Roland's calculations. He knew that he wouldn't be able to go through the shield with just this, but the rocks carried a little bonus effect with them. Through his visor, he could see the mana molecules slowing down. The Lich's spell, which would normally take a few seconds to condense, began to slow down. Disrupting a mage's spells was a textbook way of disarming them. It was a tactic used by battle mages that used easier-to-cast spells to augment their fighting style. Without anyone to protect the spellcaster from being interrupted, their fighting prowess was diminished. After successfully being able to halt the spell effect from taking shape, he ordered the turrets to shoot forth to continue with the stalling tactic. He, on the other hand, gripped his magical hammer with both his hands and slammed it on the ground. This caused a strange brownish aura to appear over the spot that he hit. This light spot shot out toward the enemy lich, which left cracked earth behind it. It traveled at quite a fast pace while zigzagging in random directions. Soon the strange glow found its way under the monster that was still trying to launch a counteroffensive against the human it wanted to examine. The brown radiance expanded around the targeted monster to around 4 meters. Soon after, a bunch of rocky pillars shot out on the edges of the area the glow made. These quickly jolted down to fall on top of the monster, burying it under a mass of hardened earth in the process. Then, to finish the effect, a large explosion shook the earth while being focused on the entrapped monster. Not enough. Even though the monster was still buried in the rubble of his combination spell, Roland was sure that it was still alive. The physical trauma probably rattled its bones, but it was not enough to deliver a finishing blow just yet. Thus, before the monster shook the rocky bits off, he decided to retreat toward his home ground. There perhaps he would be able to finally end this whole confrontation once and for all. An explosion of what some might call evil energy burst forth. It pushed a mass of collapsed stones to the side, hitting the already broken trees. From under, an angry-looking monster emerged. His eye sockets were burning with emerald flames. The rubble that was covering the monster started to melt while glowing red. The monster emerged from this magically produced hole while looking around. The annoying mechanical bugs and the stationary objects were still aiming their cannons toward this monster. The blue light show didn't stop even when their bodies turned red and the runes started melting into the metal. This was, however, not what the monster was focusing on. Instead, it looked at the gate before it that was in the process of being closed. It could feel that the target it was after had vanished behind it. The lich decided to give chase, but it needed to take care of this minor inconvenience that persisted. After taking a step forward, it rose its staff high up to produce a mass of greenish flames. They expanded out from the magic staff to produce a mass of snakes. These phantom vipers quickly shot forth at the golemic creations that were defending this place. Even when colliding with the blue mana beams, the flame snakes were able to continue toward their destination. The blue spider golems stood no chance. The moment the strange spell collided with it, their runic traces were disrupted and their armor bent out of shape. Due to how they were connected to mana generators by large cables, they were nothing more than sitting ducks. The larger turrets lasted a bit more as the green vipers stopped at the protective mana shield first, but after just a second of pushing, the flimsy barrier shattered. Due to the nature of this spell, the monster needed to remain stationary. It directed it at all the stationary targets, and in a matter of a few moments it had managed to destroy them all. In the places where the metallic devices were nothing but scrap metal and flames existed. The lich finally took a step forward. It still needed to capture the armored being, and with nothing in its way, it had free rein now. It noticed something though. After taking the first step, it lost a bit of its balance. When looking down, it noticed that its big toe was missing. This was not all, only now did it realize that it had actually sustained some damage through the continued magical barrage. Its bones were cracked in a few places, and even if it could somewhat mend itself back to health, this angered it. The monster felt rage build up in it. First, it was the mana cannon that almost killed it, and now this. It had been injured by the prey it was chasing, and it didn't know how to handle the feeling of anger that was building up. The lich was a monster with high intelligence, but it had practically been born a few months ago. It didn't know how to handle something like that, and the instinct was to lash out at everything that was around it. Even though it was a being made of magic with no flesh, the feeling of hate and anger was something it was capable of emulating. Thus, without thinking much about the repercussions of blindly charging forward, it used the few phantom vipers that were still there to collide with the wall. It was far more sturdy than the mechanical turrets or the golems, but with some aid from its mana, the spells were able to melt through the protective lining and create a path for it. It sounds mad. Roland was on the other side of the wall. He scrambled behind the front gate and into the fence made from thick wires. At the end of this cage was another door made from metal that he quickly sprinted towards. Behind it, Agni waited with lowered ears, clearly afraid of the predicament that they found themselves in. This monster was a high-level undead, but contrary to everyone's belief, these monsters weren't devoid of emotions. It was actually the reverse. They magnified all of the negative ones to the extreme. Roland used this knowledge to lure the monster here. The few wounds that he managed to deliver would surely madden the monster, sending it into a frenzied state. It was a well-known tactic when going against such creatures, and the more intelligence they possessed, the higher the chance of actually affecting those negative emotions. The monster was making a lot of noise outside. Without even looking behind himself, he could see a deep emerald glow emanating everywhere. The mana that this creature was capable of producing was truly tremendous, something that he could only compare to the woman from the Solarian Inquisition that fought against one of those abyssal creatures. Now, something on that level was after him, and he wasn't sure about his chances of victory. Agni, I told you to get back. Go to the extraction point as we agreed. Woo! To his dismay, his ruby wolf didn't seem to want to budge from the spot he was in. He had specifically told him to wait in the workshop where he would be safe if the lich managed to get through the main entrapment. Perhaps it was due to Roland lacking any taming-related skills, but Agni developed his own way of thinking and handling things, and loyalty was one of them. Perhaps if this was any other moment, Roland would have given Agni the boot, but right then, he noticed a lot of heat colliding with his reinforced gate. This gate had been produced in his own workshop and worked on by Bernier. Even now he remembered all the trouble of getting it there. Now a huge hole was burnt in the middle of it through magical means. There it was, just walking through the molten metal like it was nothing. The drops of red, blistering hot liquid just dribbled down on the monster as it was stepping through. The mana mantle it was clad with was still there, but to Roland's keen eye, he could see a difference. It's not as thick, and the mana is becoming unstable. This monster was clearly in a state of engagement. This would momentarily boost some of its stats but also lessen others. Something like this was just what he wanted. For creatures that required intelligence for their attacks, like this one going into a maddened state wasn't favorable. Its casting times would be reduced, and it would probably have trouble reacting with the correct spells. Instead, it would probably attempt to use its sheer superior mana to get ahead in this fight. There it was at his entrance gate. The cage made from wire was already heating up with the monster standing in it. The path it needed to travel through wasn't far, around 10 meters, until it would reach Roland, whom it was after. Thus, without much thought to it, the lich charged forward as if it had become a monster that fought at close range. This, however, was just the thing he was waiting for. Right as the monster was around the middle of this cage, he sprung the trap that he had been building up for almost a whole week. Everything was building up to this very moment, and he needed to make sure that the monster didn't see through it. It was very important to enrage the monster before this process, as he wasn't sure if it wouldn't be able to detect the ruse it was standing on. With his connection to the entire company through his recently gained basic runic region skill, everything around here could be activated remotely. Soon a large runic mana pattern started shining through the ground and quickly changing color from the usual pale blue to a deeper yellowish coloring. This elemental mana was the main weakness of all undead and evil creatures, the holy element. The glow encompassed the entire cage and turned the thick wires into something that looked golden. Everything became illuminated in a divine glow that instantly caused the monster a massive amount of pain. Its movements became sluggish, and the trajectory it was on had been broken. Instead of colliding with the door on the other end, it stumped forward and onto its own knees. It's working better than I expected. Roland gave out a sigh of relief as he saw the monster drop down to its knees around a meter before reaching the end of the cage. A lot of smoke had been kicked up, and the creature was kicking up a fuss. The green flames that it was usually producing started subsiding as it tried to gather mana around itself for protection. The mana mantle spell that it was using had been degenerating even before being hit by the holy trap and was quickly fading away. The moment the monster's bones were exposed to this divine energy, it wouldn't take that long for it to suffer critical damage. He was surprised at just how well his hastily constructed plan had worked. First, he placed the dummy traps around the forest to make the monster drop its defenses. If it convinced itself that it could detect any tricks, then it would have been easy to make it walk into one. This he achieved by creating this new buried invention that had been hidden from sight. The glow and runic symbols started slowly burning through the hidden soil. Under the monster's feet was a large plate of metal. It had been magically welded together from many other plates and connected to his underground generator along with Empyrean crystals that were the power source of this improved undead ward spell. Usually, this spell was used to ward undead creatures away by creating a shield that they wouldn't be able to transverse. However, with a few alterations and an undead being stuck inside, it would be like tossing a person into an active furnace. Before his eyes, he could see the Tier 3 Lich burning up. His bones were starting to crack and all movement was impossible. The biggest problem was actually figuring out the wavelength of the divine spells and maximizing the output to this extent. The divine crystals were finite and he couldn't ask for many more from Arthur as they needed them for the city defenses. If the undead made it inside the city, there were holy weapons waiting for them, and some of them did require those rare gems to work. Following that, he also needed to safeguard the trap from being found out. Usually, magical traps were easily detectable by a person with a high enough mana sense. With how the monster Lich had one that overshadowed his own, he needed to find a reasonable countermeasure. This was actually a lot easier than he initially expected, as he just used the area the trap was in. A magical workshop like this had all sorts of magical devices lying and working around. It wasn't that hard to mask the large cage among the vast quantity of magical patterns everywhere. The monster would not be able to pinpoint anything when everything was giving out a strong mana signature. Even less considering he had purposely given the other traps a unique wavelength to throw everything off. Then, with the help of the enraged status, the whole thing came together nicely. This output isn't as strong as that of the mana cannon, but it's doing a lot more damage to this monster. It was actually a little anticlimactic to see the monster crawling on the ground. It turned from something on the level of an abyssal monster to nothing in the span of a few seconds. The weakness of divine energies like this was truly tremendous. A human being or most monsters would not really feel anything besides a warm glow when going inside this cage. The Lich, on the other hand, was quickly evaporating. With this revelation, Roland glanced and examined the magical device that was somewhat holding together. Even though this would probably end the monster, he needed to make sure that it didn't crumble on itself. It was still an experimental trial product that was hastily put together by someone that wasn't even a Tier 3 craftsman. Only thanks to the monster's susceptibility to an elemental type was all of this possible. I expected it to put up a fight at least. I didn't even need to reinforce all these wires. It did seem a bit too easy. Roland had expected the monster to at least trash around the cage like a maddened beast. He was ready to inject more mana into the magical runes or even be forced to attack it with regular spells, but none of this would be needed. It was clearly unable to handle all of this divine energy. The only explanation he could come up with was that either the divine crystals that Arthur gave him were of exceptional quality or he made some strides with his emulation technology. At this point, he didn't know that much, but with the help of his runic eyes, he was somewhat able to alter the mana composition to gain something similar. This emulated divine energy was mixed into the system to give it more juice, and perhaps it was this new technology step that sealed the deal. After this was all over, he needed to perfect the system, and perhaps he would be able to integrate healing runes into his armor. Of course, he would need to hide this fact from the church, or at least mask this deed by inserting an Empyrean crystal into the suit. If they got weary, he could just point to it being the source of the spells instead. Woo! However, his dreams of a glorious future were interrupted by a loud howl from his trusted companion. There was one thing that he forgot to monitor during this whole predicament. Before the Lich tossed itself toward the forest to follow after the first spider drone, and then Agni, it made some orders. It didn't truly come alone, as there was one monster following behind it. Roland couldn't really help it as his monitoring system wasn't perfect. He had to relay all of his workshop power toward the forward cannons and focus on the monster that was before him. His technology was still in its infancy, and there was a limitation to how it operated. This was due to the signals these devices sent out, which could be interrupted by an abundance of mana in the surroundings. Considering his workshop had become a battlefield with magical effects, it wasn't strange that his mapping device could update in time. Even now, he couldn't see the red dot in the correct place, which was right in front of the gate. It emerged to save its creator, rushing through the melted gate and creating an even larger opening than before. The monster was the same type that he had blown up before down in the dungeon that looked like a skeleton belonging to a gorilla. Its frame was a lot larger than its master's, but it still wasn't as strong as the lich. While it wouldn't last in the cage covered in holy energy, this wasn't what it was planning, or in this case what its master had ordered it to do. The monster rushed inside, and its body began to instantly be affected by the enhanced holy spell. Roland wasn't sure why it decided to send its creature inside the trap instead of ordering it to attack it from outside. Perhaps the lich's mind was at its end, or it didn't know if that was a possibility. Instead, it went for a direct approach of yanking the lich out of the cage through the hole in the gate. "Shit!" Roland shouted while grasping the glowing cables with both his hands. The divine mana of the trap would affect the other monster and be also able to kill it. The problem was that it already jumped from the other side and the momentum could not be stopped. The only way he could stop this was by increasing the output of this cage, as there was not enough time to send another spell to keep the other monster away. He had been caught off guard as he was patting himself on the back. The victory was so close, but he had perhaps squandered it all. The radiance of all the mana here had caused him to be unable to see the incoming monster. If he was just able to keep it from entering the cage for a few more seconds, the lich would be done for, and along with it all of its minions. Instead, he could see a blurry image of the black skeleton approaching the kneeling lich that had lost parts of its body. The obsidian skeleton was disintegrating right before him, but it wasn't fast enough, and overloading the cage wasn't enough. The last thing he saw before the light exploded everywhere was a large skeletal hand reaching towards the lich, grabbing it, and promptly hurling it towards the only existing exit. "Well, I'll be taking a break for Christmas. Next chapter will be at the end of the month." "What's that?" It came from the direction of the forest. "Wait, isn't Waylon's workshop in that direction?" "It is, my lord. But we should focus. The monsters are acting strange. Why did they all stop moving?" A strange phenomenon was taking place outside of the city gates. The monsters that were moments before clamoring at the gate had stopped in their tracks. No one at first knew what could have garnered this response from them, but soon enough the mushroom cloud in the distance told a tale. Each and every one of these skeletal beings looked at that explosion and soon enough started abandoning their posts. Something must have happened to the lich. Could it have died? Close, but that's not it. Master Orden? Arthur, who moved closer to the edge of the guard tower, noticed the guild master's voice coming from behind him. The man didn't look that tired, but the large black skull that he was holding in his hand indicated a lot. If it was dead, then the magic that is holding the monsters together would dissolve. But for a lich to call its forces back like this. While Arduhan monologues about what transpired, Arthur's eyes landed on the big black skull he was holding. It was clear that the man had finished off that one obsidian skeleton and didn't look that injured. His body was covered in some faint scratch marks, but they didn't seem to have drawn out blood. The man was built like a tank and wore light armor that didn't really protect him from outside attacks. This didn't mean that his skin couldn't act like armor. Arthur knew that some classes offered passive buffs to defenses when certain conditions were met. For instance, barbarian-like classes would boost a person's natural protection if they didn't cover up their body too much or wore light armor. "Nice one, isn't it? But you can't have it. It'll look good on my wall." Orden laughed while arriving next to Arthur. Both of them looked out into the distance where the skeletons started retreating to. Their forces had dwindled a bit, but the black mage and the beast-type obsidian skeleton were still out there. In the beginning, there were 5 obsidian types, and one of them was killed by the guild master. Another one vanished from the map before the siege started, and one went with the lich toward the runesmith's home. The map wasn't showing what was happening there, as even before the explosion the signal died down for some reason. There was a high probability that something happened to the creator of this map, and Arthur wasn't sure what he should do. "Isn't that where our little runesmith lives? Did that kid actually stay there? I thought he was the intelligent type." The guild master smirked while shaking his head before moving away. His work seemed to be done, and he wasn't here just to show off the evil skeletal skull to the Lord. As he was going away, a group of 5 people appeared. These people were unknown to Arthur, but by a platinum emblem that their leader was wearing their identity was exposed. "Well then, I did my part, and these guys will take over." While walking away, the large man passed next to the group of adventurers while waving his hand without turning around. It seemed that the backup that they were waiting for had arrived, but even though the city was safe, one of its citizens wasn't. This is the extent of what this creature was capable of? A beautiful woman with beastly eyes stood in an empty corridor covered in monster remains. It was well illuminated by blue flames that were even now sticking to the obsidian bones that were still moving. These belonged to a monster skeleton that had the appearance of a large monkey with horns. What was left of it was just its upper torso with one hand, and even now it was trying to crawl away from the person that gave it the critical injury. Would it have been this easy if it didn't turn away for that moment? Were undead minions ever scared of dying? The person that defeated it was slowly fixing her black leathery clothes that covered her entire body. Within a moment, the fox ears that were previously uncovered started vanishing as she activated her body-transforming skill. Without anyone else being here, she could finally let loose to quickly take care of the problem inside the Thieves' Guild tunnels. However, even though she expected to easily win over the monsters here, they acted rather strangely. The black skeleton wasn't the only one that was in this narrow corridor. The white ones were also there. Thanks to the cramped spot they were in, she decided to use one of her wide-range abilities. The white skeletons were instantly incinerated by her special flames, but the obsidian one survived with only a slither of its HP left. It wouldn't have been this easy if they didn't stop. Oh well, my job is done. The guild master of the Thieves' Guild gave out a sigh while strutting forward. Her leather boot landed on the enlarged black head of the skeleton, and after applying some force it was crushed. Within she could see a tiny flame that looked similar to a will-o'-the-wisp that quickly evaporated. With this, her task of defending the guild was finished. She could already feel some of the hidden assassins approaching. They were quick on the uptake and probably eager to see their guild master in action from a safe location. Regretfully, they would not be able to gain any information about her true appearance, which she could not easily reveal. The directions they were looking. Wasn't it that troublemaker's home? She gave out a little smirk before slowly walking back toward her people. After giving them a piece of her mind, it would be time to relax. It seemed that the fighting outside was coming to a close and a party of capable people did arrive. It would be best to leave this up to them now that they were here, but this didn't mean that her faction would stand by idle. Those bones should be enough to reimburse me for these destroyed tunnels. Not like the adventurers can carry them all. Table border equals 1. You have gained 1,000 experience points. Roland was too focused on the problem before him to notice the trouble coming from the outside or the message from the world system. The cage that he prepared to kill the lich had exploded before him as he overloaded the entire runic structure with various spells. It was all in the hopes of defeating the monster lich inside. A tier 3 monster had been defeated, but it was not the one that he was aiming for. Just before the lich's demise, an obsidian skeleton beast soldier made it inside the cage. It grabbed its creator and tossed him outside of this cage right before everything exploded. The minion died instead of its master that was now gathering itself. Roland had used a large chunk of his own mana to try and deliver a killing blow, but it only caused him a headache. Agni started growling while standing next to Roland. Without being ordered to, the dire ruby wolf let out a tremendous howl. The gem that was starting to take the form of a horn started glowing. Red light bounced off the smoke coming from the area. The trap exploded as a magic spell was formed. Just like the lich, Agni was a similar beast that was capable of silent casting. It took him a long time to create the spell effect, but it seemed that the wolf had already been getting ready to blast away while the explosion was taking place. A small magical circle appeared around the ruby gem before a beam of heated energy shot out. It pushed the smoke away and revealed the target at the end, an injured white skeleton standing on one leg. The gem-encrusted staff was used as a crutch to stand, but the creature was very much alive. It was not a human nor a living organism of any kind. Something like losing a leg would not diminish its fighting capabilities that much, as it was still a magical casting monster. Agni's beam of fire collided with the lich dead on, but the difference in stats and tiers was apparent. Even when the monster's mana mantle had been dispelled, the fire resistance was still there. It was an attack that would turn anyone below level 100 into a pile of ashes, but to this lich, it was like a light slap to the face. The drop in health points was minuscule, and it only made it angrier than it already was. Damn! Roland noticed something. It wasn't a spell chant, it was something else. Some type of hidden skill was activated, and as the monster opened its bony mouth, a massive amount of green mana formed inside of it. With his mana sense, he was able to notice it before it was too late. Magical classes came in all shapes and sizes. Monsters and people that were part of the magic caster type didn't only rely on their spells, there were various skills that could augment their fighting style. One of those special skills was the Lich's Tier 3 summoning skill that it could use without the need for a body. There was one common skill that magic users usually came equipped with. One of these skills was called spell stockpiling. It allowed a magician to store a spell in a skill slot for later use. The quality of the stored spell depended on the type of stocking skill of the caster. Sometimes the spell would have a drop in power and speed, but one effect would be kept. The stored spell could be activated without the need of being cast, and it couldn't be interrupted by normal means. Either the Lich was using this type of skill or he had some type of racial ability. Nevertheless, it was generating a massive blast of magical energy from inside of its mouth that was being aimed at Agni, who just fired off his own spell and was momentarily incapable of dodging. A green energy beam flew forth in a straight line toward the ruby wolf. It was much faster than any beam spell attack that Roland had ever seen before or was able to produce. Even when he saw through it, there was just not much time to react. Even though he had ordered the leftover spider drones to attack the Lich and put themselves in the line of fire, they were not capable of performing this task in time. Without much time to think, could only react by swinging his oversized hammer into the line of the beam. The runic shield that would be probably the better option was still on his back. At this moment, the only thing he could do was access a few lesser runic structures that would produce a shield around his forward side. With his mind racing, he tried accessing all of his runic knowledge to somehow augment the defensive capabilities of his hammer. Everything happened in a fraction of a second in his mind while causing a few bursts of capillaries and a nosebleed. The hammerhead was surrounded by a layer of protective mana that was good at absorbing magical attacks. With sheer willpower, he managed to connect with the green beam of light right before it collided with Agni's face. The collision of these two energy types produced a large shockwave of mixed colors. This magical hammer was not designed for taking Tier 3 spells like this. The runic spells inscribed to aid in shock absorption and dispersal almost instantly became overloaded. The shock traveled up to his hands, which started cracking and only stopped at the forearm area. Yet he could not relent. If he decided to pull his weapon back, then Agni's head would be blown right off. Roland shouted out in a mix of indignation and pain while swinging forward. The green beam from Lich's mouth was pushed back and transformed into smaller rays while shooting to the sides. These thinner attacks connected with various items and structures around the whole smithing compound, causing massive amounts of damage. The wind generators went up in flames, and even his house was riddled with holes. The destruction of his home was something that he wanted to avoid, but it was not time for this. He had been successful at bouncing the attack away, but this cost him dearly. Both of his hands were numb, but one was certainly broken while the other probably had multiple cracked bones.
GGRRR.
I'm fine. Agni started growling ferociously at the skeletal monster behind the destroyed gate. But before he could get in front of Roland to act as a guard dog, he stopped. His master's hammer dropped before him to halt his advance. The weapon that he worked to create had turned into a malformed blob of metal. Agni, I told you to get back. I didn't save you just for you to die. The ruby wolf curled up his tail in shame while Roland started backing off in the direction of his home. While the Lich was still alive, it was momentarily indisposed. It was missing a leg, which would make it slower, and was also injured greatly. The command that he sent to all the remaining golems in the compound and the turrets that were still operational were still in effect. His plan of defeating the Lich with the holy rune trap literally went up in flames, but this didn't mean that it was over. While Roland was on the retreat, he wasn't considering this a loss just yet. This depended on what his monstrous opponent would do. Would it follow after him into the place he was retreating, or would it withdraw? The monster was already enraged, but it was also injured. If its danger assessment capabilities were in working order, then it would have probably chosen to fight another day. For some reason, this monster really had it out for Roland, and even now with one missing leg, it decided to float toward its target, who was already running. Before the monster could muster up another attack, it found itself being pelted by some mana bolts from ranged turrets and spider drones. One of these golem creatures actually jumped straight at the monster in an attempt to grapple its chest. Before it could do that and explode, it was pushed back by an invisible energy. While casting powerful Tier 3 spells would cost the monster some time, he could almost mimic runic casting speed if lower Tier 1 spells like the Mage Hand he was using now were concerned. He was using this to push the blue golem away before it could overload its runic battery and produce a large explosion. Everything here was just a distraction that couldn't really halt its advance. Roland, that it was after, had been a point of interest for almost all of its life, and it just couldn't comprehend how he could escape each and every time. The monster's psychological state was deteriorating due to being poisoned by the holy energies. Couldn't think straight anymore. Its mind started to regress into something primal, and it wanted to see the one that hurt it pay. It was missing a limb, which was a momentary setback. Luckily, there was a replacement bone nearby in the form of the obsidian skeleton remains. While most of those bones were charred by the holy energy and explosions, there was enough bone matter to repair its limb. The monsters used the Mage Hand spell to pull in the bone chunks, and with its special self-mending skill was able to produce a replacement. Even with the strange mechanical contraptions trying to blow it up, the Lich continued to move forward. The mana mantle that was around its body started to slowly recover, and it took a step toward its destination. The black leg that it produced wobbled a bit, but after a few steps, it managed to get used to the new limb. Finally, it could give chase, and it would not stop until completing its urge. Me and my bright ideas should have just gone to the city and waited for those damn platinum adventurers instead. Roland was in a world of pain as he scoured down into his underground workshop. His right hand was broken in several places while his left had multiple cracked bones. When he tried to protect Agni from a certain death, he had almost been the one to kick the can. He did not expect the beam attack from an injured Lich to be this devastating. If his class was not a prestige one with an advanced multiplier, he might have just lost both of his arms in the process. Normally, what he would need to do now was to either have a priest heal his wounds or douse his hands with healing potions. While wearing this heavy armor, this wasn't that easy. At most, he could open his visor and try taking a sip, which he was doing now. In his haste, he started splashing some of the potions he could get his hands between the joints of his armor in hopes of some of it reaching his hurting hands. Doing everything with a half-working left hand that hurt like hell was not making it easier either. This event brought one thing to light at least. If he suffered any internal damage, it was quite detrimental to have heavy armor that he couldn't just toss to the side on him. In a sense, it became a prison of his own making. If it were his legs that were broken, he would probably not have been able to get out of there in time to get some healing potions. Even though they were some of the costlier ones, they would not work in an instant. He needed to make some space between the monster and himself. Shit! He cursed out at his own powerlessness. Taking care of one Tier 3 monster should have been something that he should have been capable of. His armor made him a lot stronger than a regular Tier 2 class holder, and he was over level 160. This coupled with an advanced stat multiplier should have leveled the playing fields, but in the end, it didn't. Even after the monster was weakened, he still couldn't take even one magical attack without being critically injured. The only things he could rely on were his traps and the divine crystals, one of which he was already running towards. His steps were erratic and he was out of breath. Overloading the trap the skeleton was in and then saving Agni had taken a toll on his mind. His mana had dropped tremendously, and the only reason that he didn't pass out was thanks to his resilience skill and pain resistance. This was only a band-aid, as those skills would only allow him to power through the uncomfortable pain but wouldn't actually heal him. If he decided to punch the Lich with his broken hand, it could turn into a stump. Even though this world had things like healing magic and potions, they weren't omnipotent. If his fingers were broken, muscles and ligaments torn, then even high-level potions would have trouble restoring the injuries to the previous state. A craftsman's hands were his lifeblood. If he couldn't move his fingers in a dexterous way, then creating high-quality products would be impossible. Directing mana to form runic traces was also done through the hands. Mana flowed out of a person's fingers in a specific way, and if this was disrupted, it could be disastrous. Perhaps implementing some type of self-healing protocol into his armor was in order. Roland had pondered on including small packets of healing potion in various locations within the armor. By triggering small spells through the runes, these could be opened to douse the affected areas. However, this was easier said than done. During combat, such a packet would usually come undone by itself due to outside shocks and be wasted in the process. Attaching them was also a problem and would produce weak spots in the armoring. Damn. It hurts. Are these potions really the best I could afford? His mind was snapped back to reality as he pressed a button to close down the metal door to the workshop. Even pressing it with his somewhat good hand was a problem. The healing concoctions were slowly working, but it would take at least 15 minutes for him to regain feeling in his injured hands. Powering through the pain was his only option if he wanted to get out of here alive. Will that thing even continue chasing? Roland was backing off, and for a moment he stopped in his tracks. The previous explosion coupled with the lich going berserk sent his monitoring system ballistic. Whenever a lot of mana particles from spells were in the air, it produced some interference. In this case, however, he didn't need to rely on the signal magnifiers and could use himself as the radar basis. There he could see a lone monster moving towards his home without being held back by the golems all too much. I guess it's really mad now, probably moved on from an enraged state to being totally berserk. But this could be what I needed. There was some time before the monster reached him, but it seemed that it was dead set on following after him. This hate that the monster felt for him could still be used against it just like it did during the first trap. His escape tunnel was still there. This one wasn't as long or sturdy as the one that he made leading to the dungeon, but he did make some preparations there. I have one chance. The yellow crystal in his hand was the only one that he had left. The monster already proved itself to be too much to handle for regular runic spells, but holy ones were extremely effective. It was like poison to the undead, and even though the lich made it out of the entrapment, it would still continue to receive some damage over time. This, coupled with the berserk state, could be just the thing that he needed to end all of this. But there was also another option, just leaving everything be and getting out of here as fast as he could. What he was hoping to protect was already partially destroyed. The monster was running rampart above ground. After tearing through his defenses, it would probably find the entrance here. The inside of his workshop wasn't as well protected as well as the path leading to it. He could just not have potential explosive hazards underground where he could be buried alive. There was an option of blowing the place up, which would make following him a lot harder. Overloading some of the magical items that were here could produce a potentially deadly reaction. This could be enough to kill the already injured lich or at least keep it from finding the escape route. This plan was probably the safest bet, and while the monster was confused about his location, he could make his escape. The only thing that could thwart his escape were the unwelcome guests that started gathering above ground. While the mana particles in the air were jamming some of the mapping feed, not everything had been lost. During his use of the parallel thinking trait, he was able to go through multiple problems at once and also watch the map like a hawk. On it, he saw many small dots approaching the forest and going toward his home. It must have called for backup. During the lich's near-death experience, it wouldn't be strange for it to call for help. Perhaps there was some inbuilt assistance switch into the monster when it suffered critical damage that would call back all of its minions. The black one that saved him was just closely following behind it as a backup plan, but now all the rest had been called back. This put Roland in a dangerous situation. If he went with the self-destruct option for his workshop, he would find himself exposed to the monster army. The explosion would probably give him a big enough smoke screen to sneak away from the lich, but it would certainly find him quite fast with so many eyes out there. While the monster was not in a state to probably produce that tracking spell it used before, it didn't need to. As long as it was close to its many minions, it would be able to feel what they were feeling. Roland already had a unique mana pattern that the monster was attuned to, so if he was spotted, then the lich would give chase. For the time being, he had two exit routes. One was a shorter pathway in which he left his last surprise for the monster, and then there was the tunnel to the dungeon. Heading toward the dungeon wasn't such a great idea. It wasn't much different than using the other exit, and he would still need to blast a hole through it to escape. Either he would blast a hole with his magic and get out of there, which would still put him somewhere where the monsters could spot him. Going inside the dungeon would require him to dig a hole through the wall there. Perhaps he could hide out in one of the hidden rooms. he discovered, but the lich might find him at some point with that mana sense that it possessed. One way or the other, he needed to expose himself to the skeletal army. The question was which exit put him in a better position of survival. This might have actually been the dungeon tunnel, as it was a lot longer and the skeletons would first group around his home before going towards the explosion he produced. However, there was a different way for him to get out of this, and it was by killing the lich. The shorter tunnel had been prepared beforehand for this possibility, but for this to work, he would need to put himself in danger. "I'll need that thing to come to me." Roland was already walking towards the shorter escape tunnel that was prepared for abandoning his workshop. It was constructed with a few charges placed at the entrance. When an assailant crossed the threshold, these would explode. The person running through the tunnel would not be affected, and after getting to the other side they could collapse everything to not allow anyone that survived the explosion to pursue further. The tunnel was also dug further underground than the one leading to the dungeon. The amount of earth that would cave in wouldn't be that easily blasted through even for something like this lich. Even if the lich somehow disabled the trap, he could manually collapse the whole thing while going through it. The runic structures for this to happen were already set there, but he could also alter them to produce a different effect. This was his backup plan for when the monster got through the exploding workshop along with the divine trap. It was a hastily produced plan that he wasn't really intending to use, as running away was a better option. Now that there was an army of angry skeletons on the outside coming for him, perhaps he didn't have any other choice. It was either to face the lich here or get massacred outside. With 2 Tier 3 underlings of the skeletal overlord coming this way, it was a truth he needed to accept. Perhaps it would be more probable to face the injured lich that was burning through its mana. Beings that used mana were almost defenseless without it. If it actually ran out of it, then he might be even able to take it in a head-on confrontation. Luckily for him, monsters didn't use things like mana potions. They usually had some passive skills that were above what a person could have for mana regeneration, but those also had a limit. With this in mind, he decided to give it a try. If the leader was defeated, so would the army fall, and he had no chance of going against a swarm of skeletons. If he didn't take this chance, then the lich would have enough time to recover. Thus, while going through his workshop, he laid a trail of breadcrumbs for the berserk skeleton. It was in the process of melting down his reinforced metallic door and hopefully burning through a lot of its mana reserves while doing so. His hands were slowly healing up, but his right one wasn't quite there yet. It went through all the golems and traps fast. It can't have that much energy left. If I can just tire it out a bit more. Agni, wait for me in the tunnel. I'll be right there with you. Woof! Agni didn't want it, but after Roland was forced to break his hands and the hammer he made. Without wanting to cause any more trouble, he curled up his tail and walked towards the tunnel where he was supposed to have already been. At around the same time, the reinforced door into the workshop had been broken into by the maddened lich. Before the monster was able to take another step in, those strange blocky devices flew toward its face. These were 2 runic batteries that Roland had thrown there to produce a more concentrated explosion. The monster buckled a bit under the pressure, but it didn't stop. This was only a distraction. Right as the batteries were exploding against the monster's mana mantle, a ray of light flew forward. It originated from Roland's mana cannon, which was his previous way of defeating Tier 3 monsters. Even with the mana pattern being altered, it couldn't get through the monster's defenses. Instead, the lich charged forward while focusing a large portion of its energy on the defenses and some other on a large spear of bones that shot out from under where the mana blast was coming from. The walls started shaking and a lot of dust came down from the ceiling, but somehow the whole place didn't collapse. The monster was at the large cannon, but it couldn't find its owner. Instead, it only saw some broken cables connected to it that were giving off mana that didn't belong to Roland. This cannon was just placed here without its creator, waiting to be skewered by sharp bones. It wasn't that hard to prepare a targeting system to shoot at a lich while he escaped, and the massive amount of energy it had to produce to take care of the weapon was worth it. While traveling through the underground lair of the runesmith, the monster kept running into small traps. Scrolls with spells stuck on the walls, ground, and ceilings. Magical weapons pointed towards passages and entranceways, leading it all the way towards the escape tunnel where Roland and Agni had run to. It didn't seem that the monster was convinced that it could be stopped in any way, and the continuous traps only proved its point. Soon it was blasting through the hastily closed door where it even saw a part of the armored one going through. The monster in its current state was unwilling to stop anymore. If it took some time to strategize, it would have probably waited for its army to arrive, but at this point it was too far gone. But behind that passage victory didn't await. Instead, it was another trap that this mad monster was walking in. While it was previously able to breeze through all the others, it didn't realize what kind of predicament it was getting itself into. After charging in behind the next corner, it found him, the target that it was after for all these months. You really did follow me all the way here, but I'll have to disappoint you. I'm not the one that is going to die here. Roland's left hand was holding something that was too short to be a proper weapon. Instead, it was his blacksmithing hammer that he created himself. At the moment the Lich came into view, he initiated the main plan. The hammer was used on the wall to activate the runic construct that he had created. With this last hit, it finally became operational, a trick to fool the monster's mana sense. The moment his hammer collided with the wall, all the runic traces lit up in a golden yellow glow. It was very similar to the one the monster witnessed in the cage, and it instantly flipped a switch in its brain. Instead of charging forward like a mad beast, its survival had become more important, but at this point, it was too late. The second trap wasn't as powerful, but it filled out this corridor and could only be used after fulfilling many requirements. This included bringing down the monster to a weak enough level for it to still be affected by it. This last crystal isn't that powerful, but it should be enough. Even though the monster tried turning away, its knees started to wobble. The poisonous holy energy coupled with mana depletion had taken a toll on it. The mana mantle that had reformed instantly vanished, and Roland could tell that this was the endpoint for the monster. There was not much time for him either, nor could he use any of his runic spells in this narrow area. Instead, the hammer that he used to activate the trap flew forward and collided with the monster's ugly skull. Roland charged forward while trying to keep the mana around this place stable. One misstep and it would be over. He did not expect that this whole incident would end with a brawl, but here he was landing a left hook on the skeleton's ribcage. With its mana gone, it was now just a regular skeleton. The bones that it was made from were strong, but the holy poisoning took its toll on them. The cracking of bones was heard by him, but the monster wasn't the only one in pain. His own fists, which had not been able to fully heal up, were beginning to break. This momentary flinch that the pain produced was used by the Lich to lunge forward. Its body was about the same height as Roland's, and its physical stats weren't that far behind, as it was a high-level Tier 3 enemy. Luckily for the runesmith, he was not actually fighting alone. Before the monster could grapple or hit him with those bony fingers, something grabbed onto it. Agni used his speed to run to the side of the wall and propelled himself to grab onto one of the monster's limbs. The momentum was enough to not allow it to hit Roland and instead open itself up to a counter. That one hammer wasn't the only one that he was carrying, as another one was held with his already broken hand. Through magic, he had fused it tightly to allow him to clobber the monster's head with it. So he did. His hammer rained down on the monster while Agni continued to leverage his weight on the monster. The holy energies were quickly dying down, but so was the skeletal being. With a final blow that contained a mix of force mana and runic skills, the monster was finally dropped down to its knees. The golden glow around the area vanished in an instant, and before going down himself, Roland heard those wonderful words. Purgatory Lich L176 has been slain. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Congratulations, you have gained a new title. Finally, it had been done, and his body flopped against the wall while sliding down. He did his utmost not to pass out in fear of the monster's body suddenly coming back to life. Even the prompt that he received didn't ease his worries, but while his gaze was focused on the monster's remains, he noticed something slightly shiny peeking out of the crushed skull. Damaged monster core? It's a Lich core? The drop rate on these things was supposed to be super rare. Roland looked at an uneven-looking dark green crystal. This was a core of a monster very similar to the ones that golems came equipped with. The biggest difference was the shape, which instead of being circular looked like a misshapen chunk of ore. Even though this wasn't a game, the chances of a Lich-type monster having one that didn't disintegrate after death was very low. Could this be because it was a rare variant? Before defeating this monster, he couldn't identify what type of lich. After defeating a monster, a forced prompt would be played out with its name. This one was a rare purgatory lich, which made sense considering it used green flames. At least in this world, there was a conception of an afterlife, and purgatory also existed. People's souls would apparently be cleansed in the green purgation flames. These souls would then be reborn as something new. At least that was the theory behind it that people got from conversing with the many deities that existed. There were different versions of the afterlife, which included variants of hell, heaven, and limbo. Some were very similar to the ones from his past life, where war gods allowed their best warriors to remain at their side. When Solaria was concerned, she was a bit more similar to the main religion that he remembered. Sinners would be cast into the eternal flames of the sun, which was very similar to the usual depictions of hell. Then people that stayed true to the Divine Lady's teachings would be rewarded with an eternal life of bliss. Similar to the other, there was a stage in between these two extremes. Roland didn't want to imagine having to be burned by green flames during the process of purgation by an angry-looking skeleton like this. His whole existence here made him believe that there was something more to these gods that met the eye. But he was more inclined to believe that the deities that people worshipped here weren't true gods, just beings of immense power. They were restricted in many ways that didn't make sense for a true god to have. In his mind, there had to be something above these fake gods that was pulling the strings there, but he was not sure if that was the thing that made him take the form of a 5-year-old noble or if it was one of the lesser gods instead. Nevertheless, this was not the time to have an identity crisis again. He needed to get out of here and check on his home. Woof! Are you okay, Agni? Your nose is bleeding. During the scuffle against the lich, Agni had grabbed onto one of its limbs. The monster wouldn't let up, and the wolf was slammed against the wall a couple of times without letting go. His injuries were luckily mild in comparison to Roland's own broken hands, which just got worse after he tackled the monster to the ground and started pounding away. You'll be fine, it seems. Me, on the other hand. Roland felt like a deflated balloon. His legs weren't listening to him. His stamina and mana had been drained in a last-ditch effort for survival. Agni, as his tamed beast, could be easily identified, and his HP was slowly going up. He suffered some damage, but his monster physiology allowed him to regenerate to a lesser extent. Humans like Roland, on the other hand, needed more help from healing spells and potions to equal things out. The Empyrean crystal shattered her? With a trembling left hand, he dug into the satchel that miraculously survived the whole ordeal. His map wasn't showing any of the skeleton army closing in on him, which meant that the spell that kept them operational was no more. Thanks to this, he could finally remove his gauntlets and look at those mangled-up hands of his. I guess my piano-playing career is over. Roland wanted to laugh at his bad joke, but the pain kind of forced him to frown. While his left hand was covered in bruises, it didn't look as bad as the right one. Some of the finger bones had pierced through the flesh and others were placed at an odd angle. After taking a small breather, he decided to go for it. Following a crunch, his grunting voice echoed through the escape corridor as he aligned his fingers into the correct position. Quickly after, he poured some healing potions over his right hand that continued to inflict mind-numbing pain. Right at the same moment, he noticed another prompt pointing to his pain-resistant skill leveling up. Thanks to it, everything became a bit more manageable, and he was finally able to move his sore body. He had gained a few levels through this encounter, and one of his titles had been changed as well, which drew his attention. Table border equals 1. Infernal Skeleton Slaughterer. Title. A title given to people that have managed to slay many of the infernal skeleton monster types. Any monster of this monster family will take 10% more damage from the title holder. Slaughterer, huh? Did it count in the reanimated creatures? The Slaughterer variant of the monster title could only be achieved after killing quite a few of the same monster types. He needed a lot more time to gain that one when it came to goblins, but he skipped a few steps with this infernal skeleton type. The Lich was part of the same family, just a rare variant, and it could summon lesser variants of the Tier 2 variety that must have counted towards this title. His level had also gone up, but not enough to allow him to attempt the full class change that he wanted. The Lich was a monster at the level of 176, but Roland had already crossed the level 160 threshold. Due to the difference in levels, He was only able to gain a few levels for killing a monster that was this much above him. However, all was not lost, as through his contract he would have access to the secret dungeon spot. Table border equals 1. Name: Roland Arden L166. TD Rospan equals 5. Classes: T2 Runesmith Lord L50. Secondary: T2 Runic Engineer L41. Primary: T1 Mage L25. Tertiary: T1 Runic Mana Scribe L25X. T1 Runic Blacksmith L25X. Strength: 213. Agility: 171. Dexterity: 255. Vitality: 224. Endurance: 252. Intelligence: 303. Willpower: 291. Charisma: 10. Luck: 11. His vitality stat had previously been able to pass through the 200-point mark, and his strength wasn't far behind. He wasn't sure about which resistances the vigor passive increased. His best bet would be things like recovering from poisoning and injuries. The might passive, on the other hand, sounded like it would just help him lug heavy things around without increasing his punching power that much. Table border equals 1. Vigor I. Boosts health point recovery and some resistance. Table border equals 1. Might I. Reinforces musculature, allowing a person to carry more weight. 9 more left, but this wasn't all. I'm sure I saw the prompt for a new skill in there. He had passed level 40 with his current Runic Engineer class and received a new skill. His fingers were still a bit wobbly, but his curiosity was too strong to leave this for later. Table border equals 1. Basic Machinery Salvage L1. Skill active. When used on a salvageable object, there is a small possibility of regaining used materials. Salvage ability? This reminded him of some RPG games that he played in the past. There was a chance of gaining back the materials used for crafting from used-up items. However, mostly those skills existed to circumvent things like smelters and disassembly. This was a far more real world than a game. He could usually just smelt down metals and take out the parts that he could use for later. It didn't require a special skill. I'll need to test it out later. Roland believed that there had to be some use for such a skill, but without proper testing, he couldn't grade its worth. Luckily, there was a pile of destroyed turrets and golems that he could try using this skill on. The skeleton's mana burned holes into the metal plating or turned them into melted works of art. Normally, the only thing he would be able to do with those would be to melt them down. Perhaps with this salvage skill, he could regain something more. A title, a skill, and some levels. Would be nice if I could regain all of my health points after leveling up like in those games. After glancing at what his status screen was showing him, it was time to check out the spoils. The first one was the strange monster core or nucleus that some scholarly types like to call them. This thing was similar to a golem core but was a lot more complex, as it belonged to an undead monster with actual intelligence. Could the Lich's mind be in it? Roland pondered. The golem cores contained an AI program that allowed it to function. This he could actually translate into runes and in theory recreate a working core if he wanted. He never attempted such a feat before, as there were far too many holes in his knowledge. The only thing he did was slowly implement some runic codes into his own golems through tweaking. Through trial and error, he was able to somewhat develop his own operating system for the spider drones, but most of it was still copied from the original golem core. Would I be able to copy it? This thing feels strangely familiar. For some reason, this monster's core had a mana signature similar to his own. He could only explain it by the monster studying his mana pattern to an extent that it started changing itself into something else. Something like this would actually be very beneficial to his research, as the whole thing would be attuned to him. Powering it would become easier when it was already used to his energy. Roland stared at the murky green core for a second before getting the bright idea of inserting some of his own mana into it. To his surprise, the almost dark green color brightened up to something that looked like a shiny emerald. A strange invasive energy flowed through his fingers, which prompted him to drop the core to the ground with fright. It was as if something tried to consume his mana, as if it desired more of it. This thing might be dangerous. The image of a golem trying to absorb all of his mana and leaving a shriveled-up corpse popped into his mind. This strange lich had it out for Roland, and perhaps some of those animalistic urges of trying to be one with his mana remained in this monster's core. If he decided to put this thing into a golem, it could actually go berserk just like its predecessor did. Even with that danger in mind, he picked up the damaged core from the ground before Agni could devour it. Perhaps it was too soon to play around with it now, but after reaching Tier 3, he might be able to figure this thing out. The monster mind contained in this thing was attuned to his mana and would be easy to work with. It would save him years of trying to configure anything coming from a thing like this. No reason not to study it. If I can emulate the mana attunement, all of my gear will require less mana to run. With that thought in mind, this item made it into his satchel, and so did the monster's skeletal remains that Agni was already drooling over. The bones lost a lot of their properties without the monster core powering them up with mana. They were quite special as a base material, as they would get stronger with mana infusion. Considering that this whole monster liked his energy, it could be used for quite a bit of things. Sorry, Agni. I'll be keeping these. Woo! But you can have the black ones. Woof! Agni barked while wiggling his tail at the black bone that was left over from Lich's leg. He had earned some rewards, and this black monster bone still belonged to a Tier 3 creature. With the femur in Agni's muzzle, the two finally decided to return to the destination that they came from. Hope they won't try to take this. By law, the spoils belong to the victor, at least when monsters are considered. Roland knew that he didn't have much time before he received visitors. All of the skeletons would stop functioning after their leader was gone. Arthur and the adventurers in the city were probably already on their way here to see what had happened. Perhaps they didn't believe that he was the one that defeated the monster, but instead another Tier 3 class holder had appeared to finish this deed. Those people were all fine and dandy. The adventurers were not what he was worried about. His home had his fair share of attempted break-ins during its conception. The biggest one was during the incident with the nobles when Bernier was left alone to defend it. Since then, thieves usually took their distance, but sometimes new faces appeared around the city. The rich runesmith's home did sound appealing, and the distance from the city made it an appealing target. Thus he threaded on forward toward what was left over from his workshop. Seeing his work go up in flames wasn't something that he wanted to see, but relaxing now wasn't an option. Perhaps he was overthinking it, but it was better to be safe now than sorry later. With the potions soaking into his skin, his HP started going up and the exposed bones started being covered up by tissue. It was an interesting sight to behold, but at this time he could only think about how much faster a healing spell would work. Both his hands were further injured during the fight, and he was now back to square one when it came to recovery. His right gauntlet needed to be replaced, as he had fused a hammer to it, as he wasn't fully able to grip it with those broken fingers. After pushing through the pain, he arrived at the partially destroyed underground workshop. Luckily, all the magical items he was working with needed mana infusion to work, so a cascade of explosions was not probable. This didn't mean that he wouldn't need to give this place a rework. Both his main work area, the entrance, and the training range were destroyed. Well, at least the generator room wasn't affected and the smelter is still in working order. But I'll need to make a new forge. The destruction was widespread, but some of the underground chambers were safe. The room he used for training his runic eye skill, for instance, was fully operational. He could shove everything that was operational there for now while cleaning up the rest. The ceiling was luckily still holding, but after seeing some rubble falling, he decided to use some earth magic. His foot started glowing in a brownish color, which quickly spread through the main workshop area. Soon thick earth pillars started rising up from the ground, and they connected to the ceiling to keep it from collapsing. With the same method, he reinforced all the potential danger zones. When the cleanup was finished, he would remove them. The mana particles in the air have cleared up. Thanks to the battle being over, he could again spread out his scanners to look for potential enemies. Luck was not on his side, as he saw dots representing people approaching him. By the path they were taking, it didn't seem that they were coming from the city. I guess the Thieves' Guild is taking me lightly. Roland was feeling woozy, but he had some time to recover. After gulping down another mana potion, he would be able to exert some of his power. His map filled with dots didn't give him a full assessment of the levels these people had, but it gave him a range. The danger reading didn't go into anything critical. It mostly looked like a small group of Tier 2 class holders around level 100, which at this point he was not afraid to combat. Agni. This might be your time to shine. Woof! Agni's snout, which had been previously bleeding, had been doused with some healing potions as well. The state he was in was a lot better than what his master was in, and these enemies that were sneaking outside should not be able to contend with this evolved dire ruby wolf. Let's go greet our visitors, Agni. Stay in the front and I'll support you from the back. The damaged gauntlet was tossed to the side and was replaced by a lesser variant that he tossed into the failure bin. It was mostly there to protect his right hand from further injuries, as he could not really hold anything with it. It was time to greet the visitors that had decided to come here. If they wanted to loot his home after he almost died, then they would pay the price. Are you sure we should be doing this? Yeah. The boss only told us to scout out the area from outside. He didn't say that we should go in there. What the hell are you guys afraid of? Look at this place, the damn lich is dead. You can see the bones everywhere. Yeah, and we were just supposed to pick them up. Why would we take these scraps when the main dish is inside? Do you have a brain in that fat head of yours? What the hell? Think about it, the runesmith is loaded. How much do you think the weapons he makes will go for on the market? I bet there is more loot inside. He has to have a safe there. But what if he is there? Ha, why would he still be here with all these monsters around? You all saw the explosion. That monster probably walked into some stupid trap, but thanks to it the path is clear. Let's go, we're gonna be rich. You have to trust me on this one. A conversation between the 5 hooded individuals continued as they made their way through a path of destruction. They found the exact way the lich took to get to Roland's home and were using it to evade any potential traps. It seemed their eyes were being clouded by potential treasures. A magical crafting profession usually allowed a person to amass riches, and this was the best moment to get some loot. Soon they arrived at a mangled entrance gate. It looked like something burned a hole through the middle and then later exploded. The whole thing was blown forward by an explosion that left a strange rectangular-looking hole in front of it. There were strange metallic objects everywhere that the thieves didn't recognize, but it only made them giddier with anticipation. I bet we could even get coin just from these lumps of metal. The thieves had an eye for making money, and the blue stuff was made from some kind of superior metal. They would probably be able to drop it off at one of the dwarven merchants in the city for a nice profit. The only regrettable thing about this was that the margins weren't high and they had no way of identifying the true worth of these things. Leave them. Our bags aren't big enough to take everything. We also don't have much time. Let's find the safe first. It must be in that house. What about the shop? I bet there are some runic items in there. Yeah. Let's split up. After crossing through the broken gate, they had 2 real targets to go after. One was the store that was known in the city for having quality runic weapons and armor pieces. The only problem with it was that it had not been destroyed by the lich, so getting through the front door could be potentially dangerous. Everyone knew that magical types liked to leave strange traps to protect their belongings. This didn't stop the group from going after them. They were experienced burglars and ruffians. They had come equipped with some trap detection devices and a large amount of lockpicking knowledge. While 2 of these people worked on the shop lock, the other 3 would go inside and target the house. In there, they hoped to find the safe that contained what they were really after. This wasn't their first rodeo, but considering that they couldn't see or hear anyone, they somewhat dropped their guard. The entrance to the home was blown wide open and the prize was before them. No one expected that behind that black entrance only death awaited them. Ha! One of the thieves felt something as he stepped into the wrecked home. Inside there was a variety of destroyed furniture and holes everywhere, but that was not what he was looking at. Further in the back, he spotted 3 glowing objects. 2 of them looked like eyes belonging to a predator, while the shiniest one made it hard not to see the wolf behind the eyes. The man could not move, not because of being scared but because of the thing that pierced through his chest. He could feel a metallic aftertaste in his mouth but could not muster the strength to produce any words. Soon the long object that pierced him retracted behind the creature, and with it, he fell forward with a hole in his heart. What is that thing? A stray monster. Run. The man that convinced everyone to come here for a big payday was down for the count and no one would be able to save him anymore. Instead, the two that were with him quickly tossed some magical explosives into the broken home to help them escape. To their surprise, before these objects could produce the distraction they needed, a strong wind appeared to blow them back. Instead of giving them a smoke screen, they exploded up in the air. Without anything to protect them from this beast, they could only split up and run. They were the speedy type, confident in their escaping capabilities, but to their horror, this wouldn't work against this beast. The two scattered, which caused the monster to chase after only one of them. This should have allowed the other to get away, but the monster wolf was just too fast. And one of the hooded men had to look at his partner's neck being crunched down by sharp teeth filled with fire energy. The bite contained some kind of flame magic that cauterized the wounds instantly and left behind a flaming stump while the head flew through the air. The other man panicked, but there was some space between him and the monster. Perhaps if he kept running he could reach the forest and confuse it enough to escape. That was the plan, but right before he approached the exit he felt an increase in temperature. His instincts told him to jump to the side, and in the nick of time, he managed to evade certain death. The spot he was standing in was covered in molten flames, a hit that he certainly could not take. In his panicked state, he tumbled to the ground and was forced to look at the large wolf in the distance. Around the wolf, he could see two large orbs of flames circling its head. Before he could gather himself to his feet, one of those orbs shot forward toward his location. This he also managed to dodge, but his left arm was engulfed in the flames and he was tossed to the side. Perhaps if this was all, then his plan of escaping could come to fruition. It wasn't meant to be, however, as the third orb of flames collided with his body right after he barely evaded the second one. Agni, that's enough. The other two have already escaped. There is no use chasing after them. Roland walked out of his destroyed home while dragging the body of the first thief that was killed. Agni's ruby tail pierced right through his heart in an instant without giving the man much time to react. The three people here were quite weak and could not contend with a high-level monster in any way. It was a one-sided slaughter, but he was too tired to be lenient with these sorts of people. Probably if they found him with a critical injury inside his house, they would slit his throat and take his belongings if they had that option. This didn't mean that he wanted everyone dead. The two people that were trying to get into the outside store quickly ran away, and there was no use in chasing them. He did not believe that they would seek vengeance for these three that were killed here. Instead, they would most likely withhold this information from the higher-ups. Roland's position in the city wasn't small. His ties to the Thieves' Guild were also known, and they probably didn't want to have him as an enemy. They were probably tasked to scout out the area to see what happened to the monsters and act it out on their own. The job was too sloppy to be something planned. People like this were usually just trying to capitalize on the situation. After a big chaotic event like this, there were many empty homes that could be robbed. His home was just the biggest target, as he was known as the rich runesmith. In actuality, there wasn't that much gold in his safe, as he usually spent what he earned instantly on new materials for research or expanding the workshop. This didn't mean that he wasn't rich. If people ransacked his whole workshop and sold everything that wasn't welded down, they could probably retire. There were enough runic weapons and magical items to last a regular person their entire life. All things considered, living in this world was not that costly, but a life of luxury was something else. It doesn't seem like he likes the taste of human flesh, at least. Roland looked at Agni that was snorting his nose at the defeated man. He had gone straight for the jugular and made quick work of the poor fellow. His neck was torn open easily and his body was just there. It looked like some kind of massacre took place here, but he did not think that he would be taken to court for it. Defending one's home was allowed in this world, and killing burglars was as normal as breathing. Shit! Are there more of them coming? To his surprise, his mapping system picked up another 5 people coming. This time around there was a big problem. These people were not simple Tier 2 class holders, they were actually strong. Wait, could it be the adventurer party? After calming down a bit, he realized that this group was coming from the direction of the city. Soon after, he also noticed that some other people were following behind this small group. Instead of this being a retaliation force from the Thieves' Guild, they seemed to be the party of platinum adventurers. Even if they weren't, then there wasn't really much that he could do. There were 5 Tier 3 class holders there. Even if he prepared some traps beforehand, it would be almost impossible for him to come out on top. This didn't mean that he wouldn't make a run for it. The escape tunnel was still there, and he could also use the one going toward the dungeon. It wasn't unimaginable that the 5 Tier 3 adventurers could decide to ransack his home. After going through a lot of situations like this, he wasn't willing to just give everything up. Arthur could not be touched, but he probably was not among the people coming this way. "This is what we are going to do, Agni." There wasn't really much time to prepare anything, but he still had a few tricks up his sleeve. This gave him enough time to place a few leftover runic bombs in some strategic locations. These would not require any triggering components as the mines did. Thanks to the skill he could use to activate any of his runic creations, it wasn't necessary. Being able to trigger everything remotely when he wanted to was a game changer when fighting around a place like this. Nevertheless, it would only be a distraction for him to evacuate back into his workshop. He could not take on 5 Tier 3 class holders. This he realized after trying to take on just one Tier 3 monster. Here they come, and are those horses? His preparation was misplaced, as when the people arrived, they were accompanied by city soldiers. Some of them he even recognized. One, in particular, was Sir Morian, one of the knights that Arthur arrived with. This was an unexpected friendly face that made him think that his new boss was watching out for him. Even if the Tier 3 adventurers were brazen, they would probably not try to silence a knight of a noble and the guards around them. Now even less, as the monster lich had already been destroyed and could not be blamed for anything. Is that the runesmith? Was he really the one that took care of the lich? He doesn't look like much, and isn't that a wolf behind him? Put down your weapons. That's a tamed beast. What he saw was a group of adventurers in expensive-looking armor. Through his mana sense, he could tell that most of their items were enchanted in some sort of way. The composition of this party wasn't anything that unique, but they did have one actual spellcaster. It was a woman that looked to be in her late 30s, wearing a prominent pointy hat and the usual robe. She was holding a staff with a large orb at the end which radiated mana. The next characteristic person was the one that identified Agni as a tamed beast. It was a very handsome-looking sun elf in green archer armor, clearly the tracker and monster detector of the group. The next two were two very similar dwarves, one holding a shield and a mace while the other a bulky-looking two-handed halberd. Then the last person was quite large, well over 2 meters, but didn't seem to be holding any weapons. Judging by his physique, he was some type of brawler, but the animalistic features made him look like a mix between a human and a bear. The group probably consisted of 3 frontliners and the magic user in the back, along with the archer as supporters. Halt! This man is one of Lord Arthur's attendants. Is he now? Can he explain those 3 corpses over there? Thought we were hunting a lich. The witch-looking woman pointed at the 3 dead thieves that Roland had dragged to one spot. His plan was to draw attention to the corpses before taking a chance to detonate the runic charges and escape. Now that this wasn't needed anymore, it looked like he was hiding a murder spree. Those men tried to rob me, so I've dealt with them according to the laws. Were these rascals from the Thieves' Guild? That's right, you'll probably be able to confirm this by examining their bodies. There were various ways of confirming if a person belonged to a Thieves' Guild. One of them was just glancing at the classes they had. If they were all banditry-related ones, then more than likely the person was sketchy. Sometimes some of the members carried items from the guild or had special tattoos pointing to their affiliation. This usually depended on the guild's guildmaster. Sometimes a special magical tattoo would be used that vanished after a person died, which made it hard to attach the body to anything. Considering that these people still had some pouches on them, there was probably some proof that they belonged to the underground. He would need to relinquish his rights to those, but it was better than going to jail for murder. That's a bro and dandy bit. Where is that blasted lich? The dwarven warrior with the shield asked while looking around. There were no bones or remains of any skeletons on his premises as the subjugation took place downstairs. Then the obsidian minion was turned into a leg with the rest of its bones disintegrating in the divine energy blast. Where is it? This time the dwarf with the larger weapon commented while moving towards the corpses of the thieves Agni killed. Without asking for permission, he crossed through the destroyed gates and was on his way to check things out. The other adventurers also started walking forward as if there was no problem, but suddenly one of the dwarves stopped. Roland was probably the only one to notice the reason for the pause. Not far from the dead bodies was one of his runic bombs. The dwarven warrior was not the one that discovered it. Instead, he was being held back by an invisible magical hand. The woman with the witch hat had pointed out her staff and somehow instantly produced this spell to block the path of her party member. It was clear that she saw the runic bomb there, which could be problematic. Watch your step, Hermond. How many times did I tell you to watch your surroundings? What's the problem? There are many magical traps nearby. Mind explaining yourself? The woman looked towards Roland, who she probably identified as the one that placed the traps there. He did not say that there was any danger, which was probably his fault. The runic bombs would not explode without him activating them through his skill, but the other party didn't know this. Just some traps meant for robbers and monsters wandering in, but I don't remember inviting you inside. This could be considered trespassing, don't you think? He did raise his voice at the group of adventurers. The two dwarves took a few steps back, but also instantly grabbed their weapons. However, before any fights could break out, Sir Morian came to Roland's rescue just like he expected. His bluff allowed him to retain some semblance of authority about this zone and was meant to deter them from snooping around too much. Calm yourselves, adventurers. He is not your enemy. Do you want to go against Lord Arthur's orders? It was good that he was wearing his helmet so that the adventurers couldn't see his smile. Finally, this day was coming to an end. The Platinum adventurers would not hurt him, and now with Sir Morian here he could give him the story and also withhold the lich corpse as it was something that belonged to him. Alright. Can someone day something a boot that dog? I wonder how does doggy tastes. It's not a dog. It's a dire ruby wolf, but usually their mana-controlling instrument isn't this advanced. It must have gone through an interesting diet, and you can certainly not eat it. A handsome sun elf shrugged at the two dwarves from his party as they were looking in the direction of a ruby-encrusted monster. It belonged to the runesmith that lived here, and at the moment he had delved into the destroyed home to fetch something. Calm down, boys. That runesmith fellow will probably show up soon, and then we can leave. Why don't we just go in? What if he tries to run? A woman that was wearing quite the large hat that made her look like a wizard conversed with a large burly man. The man didn't seem to be okay with the man making them wait. They came to take care of the lich but were apparently too late to the party. What they were waiting for was confirmation that the monster was actually dead, as they couldn't leave otherwise. Why do we even need to confirm the kill? The reanimated skeletons are all dead. Doesn't that mean that the lich should too? You're not wrong to assume that brownbutt liches are smart creatures. There were incidents where a lich played dead to save their life, and then massacred the adventurer party that didn't notice. The magician replied in a leisured tone while looking around the somewhat destroyed scenery. Her gaze was drawn away from the large member of her party to a strange spinning object in the distance. Several strange towers that seemingly were windmills stood there. Some of them had been destroyed by some magical spell, but a few lasted through. Even now she could feel mana particles forming around them in a strange way. Shouldn't we follow him then, Myrtle? What if it just played dead? That won't be needed. That incident was a peculiar one. For some reason, the party forgot about the world's words. They should have been able to identify that the lich was faking it, but rumors say that they were already tired. The lady smiled while looking at Roland's windmills. This case was a failure, one the party included, and the full story was now muddled. It wasn't strange to forget about the words from their world that people had different ways to interpret. Sometimes the disembodied voice could not be heard if a person was injured or if it was loud. The game-like screens would also be hard to envision in a dark environment, which could have led to that predicament happening. Woof! She took one step towards those interesting contraptions but was instantly stopped by an angry wolf. While the monster didn't really pose a threat to her or her party members, they couldn't just shove it to the side while the owner of this place was away. The knight that belonged to the Valerian household was still there. Even though he was weak and a non-issue if something happened to him, they would probably be blamed now after the lich was dead. Can't wait for 5 minutes? A voice resounded from the crumbling home that belonged to its owner. Soon a large man dressed in magical armor emerged with a large monster skull in his left hand. Without a doubt, it belonged to an undead magician as it had lingering Tier 3 mana around it. With this, the mission of this party had kind of been ruined as they had been tasked with taking out the monster themselves. They would only be getting part of their commission due to this, which made the whole trip here a big waste of time. This should be enough to confirm the kill. I hope you don't expect me to return the monster's remains. It died in one of my traps and by law, it belongs to me. It does seem that it's the Lich, and don't worry Mr. Wayland, was it? We would not do such a thing. One of your party members wanted to eat my tamed wolf. You'll have to excuse me for being wary. The old woman laughed at Roland's comment. In reality, he would probably not be able to do anything else than trigger the explosives around the entire compound and make a run for it if they decided to attack him. The woman looked to be in her mid-30s, but Roland had the suspicion that she was somehow altering her appearance. It wasn't strange for magicians to have access to some life-prolonging magic or elixirs. Considering that she had the highest level of the whole group here, it wouldn't be strange if she was a lot older than she led people to believe. Myrtle, this wasn't what we agreed on. What do you want me to do, revive the Lich so we can kill it again? I'm not that sort of mage. Roland peeked at the party of 5, and while they were arguing he decided to go through their levels and classes. Luckily the group wasn't wearing any protective trinkets to protect them from an identification attempt. To him this was strange, but not everyone had things to hide like a certain runaway noble. Table border equals 1. Name, Myrtle L202. TD Rospan equals 5. Classes, T3 Cryomancer L52. T2 Advanced Ice Mage L50. T2 Ice Mage L50. T1 Mana Scribe L25. T1 Mage L25. The woman had put a lot of faith into just one element of choosing. A Cryomancer class was able to produce quite the array of ice spells. It wasn't strange for someone like her to appear at a mission involving a fire dungeon, but her ice magic wouldn't be that effective against a Lich. Table border equals 1. Name, Aubron L175. TD Rospan equals 5. Classes, T3 Bowmaster L25. T2 Marksman L50. T2 Ranger L50. T1 Hunter L25. T1 Archer L25. The Sun Elf was clearly a one-trick pony as well. He had stuck to marksmanship-related classes and was even focusing on one weapon with the Bowmaster Tier 3 class. It was a class that was specifically good at handling bows and anything related to them. It also furthered most of the tracking skills a hunter and a ranger would have brought to the table. The two dwarves named Hermond and Delmond had very similar class composition and weren't worthwhile to investigate. One was a shield master and the other one was a polearm master, not very prestigious classes that only focused on one particular piece of equipment. Then there was the last member of the party that had a more unique setup. Table border equals 1. Name, Braum L181. TD Rospan equals 5. Classes, T3 Beastral Druid L31. T2 Beast Shifter L50. T2 Barbarian L50. T1 Brute L25. T1 Warrior L25. He was a druid and the name implied that he could change into some type of beast. He was already the size of the Adventurer Guild Master, but perhaps he could even bulk up more. The man looked like a beast man from a bear tribe, but it could have actually just been part of his class skill of shifting his body. The Beast Shifter class would allow an individual to alter parts of their body. For instance, they could enhance their limbs by growing sharp talons or powerful jaws with a bunch of teeth. However, a Tier 3 variant of the Beastral Druid allowed them to change their form entirely. A person could even shift between more than one form. Instead of just turning into a large wolf, they could become something between the two, a werewolf. It was a class that allowed them to become monsters that kept their intelligence and could even use weapons or armor. That's probably why he isn't covering his chest much. The increase in size would destroy it anyway. Roland went through the classes and also the high levels and came to a conclusion. He would probably not be able to handle any of these people alone. At least not while they were so close and he was still injured from the last fight. However, He needed to continue the charade as these people could probably not see his true level. If they thought that he was capable of defeating a lich by himself, then they would think before attempting anything drastic. Myrtle was approached by the blonde sun elf that looked a bit maddened by the lack of monsters to kill. The group didn't really do anything, so they wouldn't even have the right to the reanimated skeletal bones outside. As a platinum adventurer party, they would be given a down payment that would cover their travel expenses and a few other things. This didn't mean that they wouldn't be bleeding money. The expenses a platinum rank adventurer party went through to manage their magical instruments was high. They needed to continue making money. If one of their weapons broke during a monster subjugation, it would take an astronomical sum of gold to replace it. While in a sense they weren't losing anything by coming here, they were not gaining much in return either. They needed the full bounty together with the lich's remains to be ahead, but now that was impossible. When adding the time to get back to a place that could earn them a good sum of money, they could be set back by several weeks or even a whole month. This, of course, was not his problem. Thanks to Arthur's soldiers and Knight being here, the monster remains would probably remain here. It wouldn't be strange for him to be forced to relinquish it in any other circumstance. Now that he had officially become Arthur's runesmith, it wouldn't be easy to bully him by anyone that wasn't a noble themselves. A regular citizen had no hopes of going against a powerful adventurer party like this. Even if someone died, without any connections and money, there would not be much of an investigation. Things would usually go in favor of the adventurers as they were an important asset to the kingdom they resided in. Monsters were always a problem, and it wasn't strange for retired adventurers to be hired by nobles. They would become knight captains or direct bodyguards, even teachers to noble children if they had some particularly good skills. Luckily for him, these people could not bully him to give up the loot he had earned. Considering how his whole home was destroyed in the process, this lich's bones were the least he could get. The rare monster core drop, on the other hand, would go for a lot more than the body. It was an item that could be used for various magical items and probably even elixirs. If he auctioned it off at the auction house, then the whole incident would put him ahead. I'll hold on to it, for now. Maybe when I get my next class, I'll be able to gain something from it. Roland was also a magical researcher and was interested in what he could discover in an undead monster's core. It wasn't that damaged, and if it possessed all the information that the lich had, he might even be able to get to the bottom of those spells it used. While necromancy was frowned upon, it didn't mean that spells that could produce skeletons were outright forbidden. Understanding all the various elemental wavelengths was something he was in the middle of doing, and undead magic was part of it. He was already trying to produce a divine healing spell by way of runic circuits, so something on the other end could work too. I think we should go back to the city. Lord Arthur needs to hear this. I agree, but I can't just leave this place with those thieves running unchecked. The knight leader of the city guards wanted to take him away to the city. Roland wasn't against filling in Arthur about what transpired here, but he also didn't want to get robbed blind either. The corpses of the thieves were visible to everyone, and they were still fresh. I understand, but the Lord requires your presence, runesmith, and as I recall, you are now also contractually obligated. I see that you did your homework, but there are other ways to have meetings. So we can have one here while the soldiers keep unwanted ears away. What do you mean? I mean this, you've probably seen something similar to it. Roland didn't spend 5 minutes grabbing the skull of the lich. He had already taken the monster's remains and placed them inside his workshop before the adventurers even arrived here. What he did for most of that time was to search for a crystal ball that wasn't damaged in the scuffle. Most of them had been destroyed by the lich and the explosions inside his underground workshop, all besides a prototype he was working on beforehand. Is that a crystal ball? Why is it in that glass box? Oh, that's quite an interesting magical instrument. Did you make it? Yes. While he was talking with the knight, the cryomancer walked forward. They were probably also in need of new orders from the Lord. In reality, he wanted to bring this group of 5 up to the Lord as they had failed their current job, but it didn't mean that they couldn't do something else. Considering that they needed to move to the dungeon to make a sweep of potential threats, this party of 5 would be the perfect group of bodyguards for the next stage of the plan. What was in his hand was a 1-meter-wide square box with a crystal ball in the middle. It wasn't floating but had a bunch of metallic wires wrapped around it. The final product wasn't meant to show the insides of this magical device. He had just used it like an open PC case so he could easily see what was happening inside. It was a lot easier to monitor if everything was working and if he didn't need to change some of the circuitry. He could already see the people gathered here looking at this ugly contraption with confusion. The only one that was truly intrigued was the fellow mage that could probably feel the strange mana fluctuations that it was giving off. While caster classes couldn't create items like this, they could distinguish between ones that were worth their while. With their high intelligence stat, their analyzing skill was usually quite advanced. I don't think we have the time. We don't? Did you expect to be back by dinner time when you set out to kill a lich or something? The knight was left speechless as Roland shot him down. The man was probably a lesser noble or some kind of bastard son of one. This was probably not something he expected to hear from a commoner. Every time Arthur's name was mentioned, it was to push Roland into obeying, but it certainly didn't work. At least it was clear that this knight didn't know that he was a noble in hiding himself. Otherwise, he would probably not be this pushy. If not, then just give me a minute. I'll have Lord Arthur here in a moment. While the knight was not his match, the other 5 adventurers were. He did not know if those 5 would move if the knight barked out a few orders. Considering that he was a magical craftsman of worth, he wasn't that scared. Arthur's investment into him was probably known to everyone now, and destroying such a costly investment wouldn't be taken lightly. Oh my! I have never seen a crystal ball operate like that. Is that Lord Arthur in person? Wayland? Sir Morian, is that you? Within a few minutes, he had placed the magical device down on the ground and rigged it to one of the exposed power cables with his crafting skills. Even though he could power it himself, it would be better to use the main workshop battery that he didn't need to blow up. With its help, the magical projector that used the crystal ball as a medium could produce a larger image of Arthur from the waist up. Yes, my lord, we have confirmed the death of the Lich and we're about to return to the city. That is reassuring, and I see that Mr. Wayland is also fine. Did you defeat it yourself? I'm not sure if defeating is the right word, but yes. It did die after stepping into one of my traps. Roland peeked at the magician getting closer to the magical projection. She seemed interested in it, but it probably wasn't the best idea to get between him and a noble talking. Morian there was already looking at her in a funny way, but her aid would be required soon. Roland just needed to steer the conversation in a way that he could have Arthur push the adventurers into the dungeon. With their help, he would be able to instantly continue his dungeon dealings. The only problem was their loyalty. If they ran over to the other Valerian house members, then it would become troublesome. All things considered, this went better than expected. This amount of damage is indeed minor. I'm glad that the destruction of my home is considered minor damage, Lord Arthur. Roland replied to Arthur while Morian and Myrtle listened in from the side. It was quite surprising for them to see someone acting in this fashion when talking to a noble. While he was inserting the proper titles here and there, it seemed he didn't feel intimidated by the title. Haha! I'll be sure to task someone with the repair of your gate. With all those skeleton bones lying around, it won't be hard to find the funds for it, but some of those will be needed to cover the damages to the city gates. Some of those magical turrets of yours melted down. I told the dwarves to not overuse them. Unless we make them from a superior alloy, they will keep breaking down during long sieges. Roland frowned while pushing the blame on the dwarves that were tasked with tending to his turret system. Those that he installed at the city gates were the same ones he had here. They were still made from Tier 2 grade materials and required a cooling period between firing off mana bolts. It was likely that the defenders got overzealous and didn't let them cool down enough between shots. There was a possibility of hardwiring a forced feature that would bring the turrets offline if they start overheating. He decided not to include it, however, as during a siege it was still better to have the magical guns suffer damage than the defenders behind them. An operator needed to decide if it was better to let them rest or continue attacking if the situation was dire enough. Perhaps next time it would be better if a proper runesmith tends to the runic devices instead. A grumbling sound escaped from Roland's lips after he heard Arthur's response. Soon their conversation started wrapping up. Nevertheless, you may keep the lich remains, but I don't think I can hand over the remains of the skeletons that are outside of the city. With this we can finally open the gates. That is, unless you have something more to add. No, that's about it, Lord Arthur. If that is all, then Sir Morian, take the soldiers and do a sweep around the forest. There might be other monsters that could have made it inside the forest. Securing the dungeon entrance is also a priority. We must establish the route there again. Yes, sir. What are we supposed to do now? You can help the soldiers with securing the dungeon entrance, but if there are not Tier 3 monsters to kill for you, then I'm not sure if our agreement will stand. You'll have to consult with the guild master. It was a joint effort between the guild and the city. Arthur replied to the cryomancer, who was still standing there. Her expression remained docile and without emotion, but a faint smile crept up the moment the noble mentioned a potential breach in the contract. This would of course mean that they wouldn't be getting money if there was no lich to defeat. They would not get the Tier 3 monster materials that sold for gold coins either, and the trip to this remote region would mostly be wasted. I see. I'm sure to have a conversation with the guild master then. I'll excuse myself then, my lord. Take care and return safely after you complete your mission. By your command. Sir Morian performed the usual knightly salute while Roland just stood there and listened. Finally, after the two were going away, he could continue with the conversation. He did not mention his plan to the adventurer party, as he did not know where their allegiance lied. Wayland, is there something more you wish to discuss? If not, then I need to get back to. Roland peeked behind himself and could still see the adventurer party there along with the soldiers. They were slowly exiting the premises, but it would probably take a while until they couldn't eavesdrop on the conversation. There were two options he could take. One of them was just cutting the feed and contacting Arthur before the adventurer party returned to the city. This tactic carried a risk of Arthur going away on official business and not being there for a talk. He could not expect a busy noble like him to drop everything just to speak to him every time. The citizens of the city were probably waiting for him to make a speech and finally allow them to leave. Thus instead he activated a sound barrier through which the others wouldn't be able to listen in. It would alert the adventurer party to the hidden talks, but not like they had a reason to hear it. Normally a sound barrier spell could be used for this occasion to block out any outgoing sounds. However, Roland didn't need it. Instead, he could directly interface with this runic device and send the sound into his helmet. Not even Myrtle, a Tier 3 mage, or the Tier 3 archer would be able to listen into the conversation. There is one thing I wanted to mention. It's about the Platinum Adventurer Party. Do you think we can trust them? Also, don't worry. They won't be able to hear what we are talking about. Is that so? About trusting them? I'm not sure. They are supposedly people that Guild Master Orden knows. They came here at his behest. It wouldn't be strange if they owed him something. They did get here fast, all things considered. Roland nodded as he also agreed that Orden had to have some kind of pull with these five. But he could have just chosen this group as they were willing to do more for less. Perhaps the monetary offer was enough to make them move. It wasn't strange for Tier 3 adventurers to have a lot of debt either. They could have been desperate, and he used his knowledge of their situation to his advantage. We could use those five if you could get them to sign a contract. Remember what I told you about the passage to the other dungeon? Yes, we could use them to help us with that issue. It would hasten the process by a lot. Arthur started looking down at the ground and thinking. Roland was sure that if it was possible that this noble would push for everything to go as fast as possible. One thing that this man didn't seem to have was time. He was constantly taking risky bets which could be avoided if he just waited a while for things to play themselves out. I'll have to talk to the guild master, but what about you? Are you in a state to prepare that passage in the dungeon? While parts of my workshop have been destroyed, I should be able to get the tools I need within a few days. I'll just have to get a few things in order, but it will be doable. Roland didn't really want to leave his home while it was destroyed, but this was a good chance to move things along. If they let this platinum party go now, they could be waiting months for another one to arrive. The city was also in a lockdown, which put Arthur in a better position. His authority could not be denied. In crisis situations, nobles gained a lot more authoritative power over the citizens and even the Adventurer Guild. Is something wrong? No, I just thought that you, my friend, might be even crazier than me. I'm not sure if that's a compliment or an insult. I'd say both. But now is not the time to chat. We both have a lot of work to do. Before you go, there is one last issue. Go on. Could you not mention that I was the one that defeated the Lich? You do not wish to be mentioned? Yes. I understand, but what do you want me to say? If I tell the people that the adventurers defeated it, then they might want to keep the full reward. How about you just mention that your own soldiers did it, by luring the monster into a trap? I guess that could work, but don't you want the title of hero? I'm sure you'd be also able to profit a lot from this incident. It's enough if you just mention that I made the trap, nothing more. If you say so. But you truly are a mystery, well then, I have a lot of work to do, let us talk later. The conversation between the two ended. He did not really want rumors of a no-name runesmith beating a Tier 3 monster to leave the city. At least he didn't want it to be painted as a solo endeavor. Including the city soldiers and knights in the conversation would steer people away from him. Mentioning that he just made the trap that aided in the subjugation was enough to send more clients his way, and that was enough for him. Roland was left to tend to his broken home and body. The soldiers got on their horses and the 5 adventurers followed after them. The magician kept glancing at him while entering the forest, which he wasn't sure what meant. During the conversation, he was sure that no one should have been able to hear him talk to the city lord. This didn't mean that it wasn't possible, as there could exist a skill that went around all of his defenses. It shouldn't matter even if they heard it, unless they were sent by one of Arthur's brothers. He wasn't sure if this plan would work. They were in need of some competent personnel to set up the initial entrance. The issue of the Lich escaping was also out there. He could only attribute it to his mana corrupting the monster in some way. At least he would now be wary of oversaturating the monsters with his mana. It was possible that it was a unique variant and that it wouldn't happen again, but it could also be the reverse. There might be other liches like this one in there. I need to be careful, but there are ways of keeping even a lich like that in there. Roland looked at the destroyed gate and the rectangular-shaped hole before it. The trap that he constructed there was enough to even destroy a lich. Considering that the undead monsters there were of lower levels than the one that crawled outside, it wouldn't be that hard to kill them if they managed to walk outside. They would just need to get enough divine crystals to make it work, and perhaps soon he could just emulate the energy pattern and forgo those costly gems altogether. That is, if the deal goes through. I should probably get to work. While the monster was dead, this was not the end of it all. His home needed to be repaired, and then perhaps he needed to prepare enough materials for the gate inside the dungeon. There was also the problem of some people besides Arthur knowing of the secret mining spot he occupied. A wave of trouble in the form of the Dwarven Union was probably approaching him, but he didn't fear them anymore. With Arthur's name he could just deflect everything. If they were told that it was his order, they would not be able to pin anything on him. I need to fix this hole first. The place here became empty, and after glancing at his map, he could tell that no more unwelcome guests were coming. The soldiers didn't take the thief corpses with them due to the current situation, so for now, he decided to encase them in earth with the help of his magic. His boots began glowing as he had to do a quick mend of the entire compound. The gate was broken and mangled, but most of the walls were intact. For the time being, he decided to create a temporary fix by creating rock walls through his magic. These wouldn't last for long due to the way they were made, but at least he wouldn't have a hole in his fence anymore. I should probably tell everyone that I'm alive. That explosion could probably be seen from the city walls. First of all, everyone needed an update on his well-being. Elodia, Bernier, and a few other people he knew would probably like to know if he didn't kick the bucket. His trusty assistant needed to get here as fast as he could, as a lot of things needed to be repaired. The walls from Earth needed to be exchanged with something sturdier, and he also needed help creating a new forge. After giving out a sigh, he grabbed the misshapen box with the only working crystal ball inside and went into his home. There he informed Elodia about this current status and that it was safe to go outside. Thank the gods that you are safe, but why aren't you coming to the city? I can't leave this place without any protection. All of the golems were destroyed, and the same goes for the turrets. He did not want to lie to her in this situation, but also not say that a group of thieves had already tried to rob him blind. The message was probably sent by now, so he didn't expect any more burglars during the night, but there was always a small chance that someone could seek revenge. He did not know who the people Agni killed were. There was always a possibility that they were related to someone up the totem pole. Are you going to stay there for the night? Wouldn't it be safer to return to the city? What if? Don't worry about that. No one is going to attack or try to rob me. They already lost the window of opportunity for that. He thought back to the 3 dead thieves that tried to get to his safe the moment the Lich had been killed. Now that the city soldiers were patrolling the outside of the city, they wouldn't have another chance. Even though the night would soon fall upon them, adventurers would also be hired to scout out the areas. It wouldn't be easy to move during the night with so many people walking around, even less with a platinum adventurer party close by. The window of opportunity? Hey, are you hiding something? Roland could see Elodia fixing her glasses while leaning closer to the glass ball on her side. This made her head become a lot larger on his end and made him actually back off while evading her gaze. At the time being, he didn't want to mention that he had 3 dead people buried in his backyard waiting for some soldiers to pick them up. Most of the time dead thieves would just be buried in shallow graves outside the city, so they might have even forced him to do that. The last time Bernier was left alone to defend the house, he was forced to take care of the dead assailants himself. Whatever do you mean? Anyway, how about you visit the Adventurers Guild tomorrow and send in a request for protection? I could use someone to watch this place. I might have to leave soon and I can't leave Bernier and you alone here. If Arthur talked things out with the Platinum Adventurer Party and things went well, then he would need to go to the dungeon as a guide. Drilling through the entrance area would take some time, and he would need to create a temporary entrance that couldn't be encompassed by the dungeon. The party of 5 would need to remain there and kill any potential skeletal fiends that would bother him. I could do that, but do you intend to leave somewhere? There is a possibility. I'll see you later, the mana is running out. Don't forget to go to the Adventurer Guild tomorrow. I'll contact you later. Hey! With a sigh, he turned off the device as he wasn't really in the mood of answering questions that he didn't want to answer. With that, he prepared for a night of sleeplessness as he needed to get the place in order. Even if he told Elodia that it was safe, he wasn't quite sure about that. His escape route was still there, so he felt rather secure. Why do I have the feeling that I forgot about something? It wasn't probably that important if I forgot about it. Come Agni. Woof! So did the day end and the night continued without anything of note happening. On the next day, a few people visited that had been missing through most of the encounter. It was the party of 4 that had assisted him in the completion of his gold rank quest and had remained uninvolved in his latest adventure. I've heard that you were looking for some guards? Senna waved at him while walking next to Elodia that appeared in the morning. It seemed that they decided to take up the latest request, and with the 4 here, he would probably be able to finish up what he started down in the dungeon. This looks terrible. Why are there so many holes in my workshop? Wait until you go downstairs. Bernier was clutching his head while looking at the workplace he had created for himself. It started as a shabby shack but turned into a full-fledged smithy through the years. Roland had seen him constantly work on it after finishing the workload. It was like his own project and place that belonged to him. Now it had been partially destroyed during the Lich's rampage. The chaotic mana had rained down and left large holes in the walls and the ceiling. No, my tools. Roland looked as Bernier rushed into the almost collapsed building. It wasn't in such bad shape considering that his home had a lot more holes and the front door was blown open. It would probably take a lot more to fix it and the wind turbines in the back. Most of the tools should be fine, they were made from deep steel. I'll go check up on him so he doesn't get crushed under the ceiling. Diana was there too and she followed after her husband. Roland nodded as he looked inside and used some of his magic to reinforce the structure. He was not a carpenter or stonemason though, so he didn't really have any skills that would help him identify the weak points. Luckily Bernier and his own student could use some abilities to help them out with everything. This might be a good opportunity to upgrade everything. While watching the large lady walk away, he eyed the mostly wooden cottage that had once been his assistant's workshop. It started out as a wooden shed and had been constructed with that in mind. The resource used for it had been mostly wood, and even though it was fantasy wood, it still didn't have the resistance of the fantasy stones. Perhaps it was time to put some more money into all of this, as his compound was certainly not able to last through a Tier 3 monster invasion. Even one was enough to cause this much damage. But perhaps I should prioritize leveling up first and leave this to Bernier instead? On the other hand, this all happened because I started rushing things. The Lich escaping from the dungeon was mostly his fault. While he had no way of knowing that his mana would affect the creature in such a way, it wasn't an excuse. If he went through the normal channels and adhered to the law, then probably no one would have died for it. As it stood now, some adventurers had been killed by the monster and people's homes outside of the city were destroyed or ransacked by burglars. Perhaps tossing himself into the exact same environment without thinking it over was a bad idea, but on the other hand, he had already started this, and at this point, there might not be anything he could do to stop it. Arthur had already heard about his plan, and the Platinum Adventurers had already secured the dungeon entrance. It might be too late to stop any of this. In his hands he was holding his runic helmet. Through it he was able to connect to Arthur via the instant message device he made for him. He was given the order to return to the city as there was a lot to discuss. Now with the city gates opened up, there was no reason to fear any more burglaries, at least not with his newly hired help. Wayland, weren't you supposed to leave for the city? Won't that pretty boy be angry with you otherwise? His eyes looked down at the small woman. Her name was Senna. She and her party of 4 had decided to take the request of protecting his home. Orson, Dalrak, and even Grisauld was here. Yes, I'll be leaving soon. I just wanted to wait for Bernier to get here. I'll have to thank you for taking the request. Most of the adventurers will probably be heading to the dungeon instead. Ha! They are idiots. Going back into a dungeon a tier 3 lich came from is dumb. It's better to wait until that platinum party goes through it. Senna shrugged while smirking as a larger team of adventurers was being formed to sweep through the dungeon. It was a dangerous mission, but it also paid well. For some adventurers this was enough. The siege of the city was quite mild as the monsters never made it inside. The foolhardy people from the guild were probably bored out of their minds and saw this as a chance to let loose. It's not wrong for them to assume that this was a rare monster spawn. Dungeon breaks don't happen often. That's why it's better to wait. No one knows when the next lich will appear. That is true. No use losing your life over some coin. Roland nodded as he kind of agreed, but also knew that no new rare monster spawns would be appearing anytime soon. He would probably need to find another lich and shoot him with his mana cannon again for something like this to happen. Even after that, it could have just been a 1 in a million chance that his mana resonated with this particular monster this well. This all would require some testing, which he could only safely go through after achieving his own tier 3 class. His current level was already at 166. The monster at the entrance didn't go over 160. Taking this into account, he should have been stronger than them when he achieved the new tier multiplied. It's not only the multiplier though, tier 3 classes also get those. Wayland, are you leaving soon? Someone called out to him from afar. It was a voice that he knew well. Almost instantly a small smile crept on his face, which the person he was conversing with noticed. He replied almost instantly while shouting a bit, and Senna was quick to tease him about it. Ah yes, I got all that I needed. I see that your wife is here. I'll let you 2 lovebirds be then, and don't worry, while you're gone we'll keep this place safe. Just don't forget to give me a discount. Wait, she's not my. Haha. Sure. Senna gave Roland a wink while moving away. The person that approached was a woman wearing glasses. Behind her was a girl around the age of 10. It was Elodia, and behind her was Marcy with some parchment. She was scribing something down on it while listening to her boss. Without peeking, he assumed that she was making a list of things that needed to be either replaced or repaired. Luckily, the store portion that was outside somehow made it out in one piece, with the thieves not being able to get through the lock before Agni scared them away. Elodia had come here along with Armand and Lobelia with both of the kids after it was safe. It didn't seem that anyone believed that any more monsters were coming. Otherwise, they would certainly not have taken the kids along with them. People in this world were certainly more resilient than in his old one, where children were usually cuddled a lot more. Here, on the other hand, when they hit the age of 10 and got their first class, they were expected to start pulling their own weight. Why is the city lord calling for you? Well, I kinda made a few promises. Don't worry, I'm at least good at making contracts. He can't force me to do anything unreasonable. That would be nice, but alas your idea of unreasonable is a little different. Ah! Elodia's gaze felt like halogen lights trying to pierce through his forehead. She already knew that Roland was prone to putting himself in danger. This whole Lich debacle was already proof enough, as any normal person would have just hidden away in the city. Well, at least most of the house survived. The shop is fine, but what about the workshop? Ah, wait for Bernier to look through it. The ceiling might need to be reinforced more. She turned around with her hands crossed over one another while pouting. Luckily, he had decided to hide his hands behind some gloves the first time she arrived here. The healing potions did heal his broken bones, but they weren't good at hiding scars. These health potions he used just boosted the natural regenerative capabilities of a body. He would have to get a costly holy elixir from the church or get healed if he wanted to hide the scarred tissue. This is what he was actually intending to do when he got to the city. This amount of damage would be feasible for a Tier 2 priest. I'm sorry? Why would you be sorry? Not like you put yourself in unreasonable danger just to save some building and magical trinkets. Come, Marcy. Wayland here has a lot of work to do. We wouldn't want to keep him from visiting the city lord. Ah! The young girl didn't know what was going on, as she just nodded and quickly hid her face behind the piece of parchment she was scribbling on. It was clear that Elodia was quite mad this time around, and he wasn't sure how to make it up to her. While walking away, he did notice her almost peeking back but quickly turning around for another pouting session. She didn't get much sleep, you know. Haven't seen Big Sis this worried since we had to leave that city. After Elodia left to tend to some things, Lobelia appeared next. She slept near that crystal ball waiting for you to send a message. You don't need to add salt to the wound. I already feel like an idiot. Roland had forgotten that he wasn't a one-man team anymore. There were people that actually cared about him and would be sad if anything happened to him. It was an actual nice feeling for once, but it also brought some drama into the mix. At this moment, he didn't know what he could do to ease Elodia's mind. Perhaps they needed to have a heartfelt talk if this whole relationship wanted to continue, as he couldn't see himself becoming less prone to injury until at least getting that Tier 3 class problem sorted out. Even after that, it was only the first step beyond the wall. Not like Tier 4 class holders didn't exist and could bully him around. Both sides would probably need to agree to some type of compromise, but that was something for later. First, he needed to actually see if Arthur worked things out with the Platinum Adventurers. Good, you should. But anyway, you don't need to worry about those three fools. They were working on their own. The guild won't come after you or anything like that, and they also didn't have any connections, so that's that. At least some good news for once. Well, have fun, but be sure to be nice to my sister, or else. Lobelia delivered a hefty smack to Roland's back that didn't really make him budge at all. She was all smiles, but her words would be taken seriously. Now that everything here was getting taken care of, it was time to move to the city. His magical half-plate armor that he used for walking in Albrook was already on him, so after one last attempt at a wave toward Elodia and getting a side glare, he decided to leave her alone for now. I miss using my bike. The runic bicycle that he had made previously was stashed away in his workshop. After making the tunnel to the dungeon and also having someone else to carry his wares to the city, he didn't really have a use for it. His attention turned towards more complicated magical machines like the runic golems. This didn't mean that this mode of transportation couldn't revolutionize the city. If I managed to get a few wind turbines into the city and create some charging stations, it wouldn't be impossible. This idea wasn't his own but came from his old world. Their electrical cars and bikes were just becoming more mainstream. It would take some work and help from the city, but it wouldn't be impossible to popularize magical bicycles. All he needed to do was place a runic battery onto his current design. He couldn't expect regular citizens to have enough mana to power them or use mana fluid as a fuel source. That resource was more costly than gasoline in his old world. On the other hand, his renewable runic batteries were different. They could be recharged multiple times. The only thing holding them back was the materials they were made from. With time, the runic structures would deteriorate the metal and would need to be replaced or repaired. Something like this would be too much for him, as he could not replace hundreds of runic batteries just like that. I'd need a factory or something to make them. Perhaps if I could get a golem to make them or repair them instead. This was the only way besides hiring other runesmiths to do the work instead. An assembly line to produce batteries and a smelter take back the resources used on the old ones. When thinking about recycling, he also thought back to his new skill that he recently tested out. It was the basic machinery salvage skill that he gained after getting past level 40 with his runic engineer class. The test he performed on the mangled-up runic golems that were melted by either the lich or the explosion. First of all, it required a large amount of mana, but considering his current level, it wasn't that straining. The test was easy. He just placed the mangled-up blob of metal on a workbench and activated the skill. This caused the whole piece to glow in an orange light and progressively to get smaller. It was actually a very game-like skill, as in the end what was left was an ingot along with a few screws and bolts. The skill skipped the whole smelting process and could salvage whole ingots from destroyed golems and other basic parts like screws. The only downside was the mass, the ingot, and parts that were left behind consisted of a lot less than he started with. If he went through the usual smelting process, he would be able to gain back more. However, this skill made things a lot faster, and it was still only at its lowest level. Perhaps at higher levels it would be able to produce more. Then also when he applied more mana he would gain better results that at this time seemed a bit randomized. While walking through the forest, he filled his boring head with potential future plans. There were many ways of making money, and now even more if he could get Arthur on board with it. The manufacturing of runic bikes or even other car-like vehicles could only happen with his help, and it could be a potential gold mine. This, however, could only happen if the product could reach a wide enough clientele. As things stood now, only rich merchants and nobles could afford things like those. In his mind, the more people he could reach, the faster his business would grow. The market for luxury magical items was almost fully saturated. To gain some ground, he might have to look outside the box and target people in the middle that weren't quite rich but not poor either. The thoughts of expanding his business were interrupted by all the various people scattered around the place. After the monster lich was defeated, a lot of tier 2 monster bones were left everywhere. These could also be picked up by the commoners. Seeing farmers and ladies from shops here was certainly a new experience. Thanks to soldiers patrolling these areas now, they were safe from being bullied by some of the less stellar adventurers. Even one bone could go for a full month's wage, so this isn't surprising. But I'm not sure if Arthur won't have his soldiers confiscate everything at the entrance gate. He wasn't sure if they didn't read the memo, but these bones were supposed to cover the expenses of the main wall repair. Perhaps some of these people were trying to smuggle in some of the smaller bones in hopes of selling them in another city or a merchant that was fine with going against the order. There will always be people out there trying to game the system. Well, not like I'm any better. Roland was reminded that this whole fiasco started because he wanted to keep the Adventurers Guild and the dwarves out of the mining spot that he found. Now he would need to live with the consequences of his actions, which might show their ugly head at any point in time. I should speed up. Those platinum adventurers probably don't like to be kept waiting. Thus he sped up towards the main road that would get him to the city, where perhaps a new headache waited. They do work fast here. Just a day ago they were fighting for their lives, and now it's like nothing happened at all. Roland had to give it to the people living in this world. They quickly recovered after the potential life-ending incident and were back to their daily lives. However, he wasn't sure if it was because of their nerves of steel or just because otherwise they would starve. The nobles didn't usually offer any aid to the commoners. If they stopped working, their money would quickly vanish, and so would their food. It's not that they are brave, but they don't have any other choice. Guards were everywhere, but they didn't look that mindful of monster attacks. Probably the adventurers that he saw outside were patrolling for monsters instead. There were a lot of people going out of the main gate, but not that many inside. However, a line was forming as the soldiers were frisking people for monster bones. Just as he expected, some kind of agreement was made between the city and adventurers, as they were actually giving small amounts of coin to people with skeletal bones on them. I guess they'll buy them for a smaller price and sell them later for a profit. Sounds like something the guild master came up with. His turrets, just like he expected, were melted down due to someone overusing and ignoring their specs. He would need to perhaps make a written manual while also improving on the design further. This just meant more work for him, but at least they had taken a lot of skeletons down with them. Perhaps they had no value for prolonged sieges, but they could be used to push the initial enemy advance. With a runesmith included in the defense, they would be able to last through a lot longer. Perhaps a more modular design would be better if the operators won't follow the instructions? While thinking of a different turret design that would allow certain parts to be replaced on the fly, he heard someone calling out to him. "Hey, you, stop." Hey, what are you doing?" "Huh. Please go through, sir. Forgive him, he is new here." "Ah, all right." Roland, without thinking about it much, just attempted to cut in line. One of the soldiers that looked quite young started shouting his way but was instantly stopped by a gate guard that he recognized. While walking past the two, he could hear the older guard reprimanding the new one about it. "Are you stupid or something? That's the city lord's runesmith. Do you want us to get a pay cut or something? Or even worse, if he brought it up with the lord, you could lose your head." The older guard made a head-slicing motion with his thumb and followed it up with quite a good impression of a head being torn apart. The younger soldier recoiled in fear as his face got pale. "That is? I'm sorry, I didn't know." After receiving a couple of smacks to his head, the young soldier ran off to the main line while Roland continued on his way. He could see that people were looking at him with more interest than usual. He had told Arthur to keep him out of the rumors, but perhaps making a trap strong enough to kill a lich was enough to earn the people's favor. Some of them whispered while others bowed in respect slightly while he passed. If this was a game, would my approval rating with the city have risen to favorable or something? He wasn't sure if he liked this. His face was somewhat exposed as he wasn't wearing his helmet but just covering it with a dark robe. When he came here a few years ago, he wanted to lay low and just live a simple life of a craftsman. Involving himself with the nobles and being sent to war to fight was something he wanted to avoid. With his current array of skills, he would probably be safe from that fate, as making good weapons was usually more important than becoming a soldier. The situation at the borders was finicky, with small skirmishes breaking out every so often. It was like a powder keg waiting to explode. Each kingdom and empire was eager to gain more lands and power. Getting involved with that world was a given if he remained in the Arden estate, and it was still a possibility if his father actually found his new residence. He hasn't found me for over 10 years now, so he probably won't ever unless Robert talks. Too much time had passed since his disappearance, and it was more than likely that everyone had come to terms that he was dead. That is, with the exception of one person, which was his youngest sister, who was apparently getting some oracle-like dreams from time to time. But even an oracle's has limits. As long as I keep away from the royalist territories, she shouldn't be able to tell that I'm here, at least not until she gets to Tier 3 perhaps? But perhaps I should stop worrying about things I have no control over. I can only prepare and minimize the damage when the time comes. In reality, Roland's fears of his family had mellowed out substantially. Even one of his brothers knew about his location, and nothing ever happened. It wouldn't be strange if his father knew about his location already and just chose to ignore his existence entirely. The old man felt quite distant. Perhaps having one bastard out of the way just made things easier for him, as Roland's current status as a runesmith gave him little value as a prospect. Without a knight class that was considered noble, and there wouldn't be any marriage partners that were willing. Marriage, huh? One way of making himself truly undesirable in the noble world would be to take a common woman as his first wife. When going by the traditions of this world, this choice was the most important one of them all. No noble lady of status would be willing to be a second wife of a husband with a common first. It was something none were willing to stomach. There was already one person in his mind, but considering that he was putting himself in constant danger, he didn't want to take the plunge down that road. Then there was the fact that he was practically already in one, as many kids were wandering around his compound while he was also sharing the bed with the woman taking care of them. Bringing more of them under his roof would just be a new headache. Thus he wanted to still wait a bit more. The age of his new body was quite low, and with his vitality stat constantly increasing, his longevity was becoming enhanced. It wouldn't be strange for him to remain at the appearance of an early 20-year-old, even when he arrived into his mid-30s like this. This was kind of what happened to humans that leveled up fast. Reaching the Tier 3 class would only enhance this effect further. Stray thoughts continued to enter his mind while he headed towards a secondary location, the Church of Solaria. Before moving to Arthur's estate, he needed to get his hands checked by one of the priests. Luckily, the person he was most familiar with here was there, Sister Kasia. May the lady bless you on your journey. Thank you. It was a mostly uneventful encounter as there weren't that many people that were injured during the siege. The only noteworthy event was when one of the Tier 3 monsters flew inside the city. However, the guild master made quick work of the skeletal gargoyle before it could even injure anyone else. Though Roland did use this opportunity to activate his runic eye and get a better feel on the divine spell Sister Kasia was using. His hands were cured as he expected, and now he would be even able to show them to Elodie when he returned. His research concerning these spells was close to a breakthrough, and with his higher level, his eyes weren't even hurting that much when he was examining this radiant effect. Soon he continued on his way and finally arrived at the Valerian villa. At first glance, it was clear that a lot fewer men were guarding it. Some of them were probably patrolling the city or outside of it to see if it was really safe. This didn't stop them from letting people out. Everyone was free to go outside and had to decide for themselves if it was worth the risk. Things like shelters didn't really exist, and some people actually had to beg for temporary stay in other people's houses. This whole siege was a good wake-up call for the missing infrastructure that this city required. To not have a similar mess happen like in the city attacked by the cultists, Arthur would need to think about updating everything, and perhaps Roland would be part of this enhancement plan. Being able to produce golems and turrets for protection was already something that had proven its worth. Master Runesmith, the Lord is awaiting you, please come in. Master Runesmith? A guard dressed in armor that he had enhanced with his runes called out to him. To the side, he also spotted a sword with one of his runes that he could detect through his senses. With his current skills, he could even activate this rune to produce the effect it was created for. This would somewhat make escaping from Arthur's soldiers rather easy if he was ever betrayed in the future. Is my new position in this estate that decent, or are they just nice to the man that made their magical equipment? He wasn't sure what Arthur told everyone here just yet, but at least he was being respected by the average soldiers. While highborn knights and nobles didn't see blacksmiths as just common craftsmen, the soldiers usually gave them more respect. They knew well that their life depended on the quality of gear they were using, and they didn't want to antagonize the person that made them. This place sure is changing fast. Before Arthur came along, this was nothing more than a big house. The previous mayor that lived here didn't really have any funds to expand this manor. After Arthur appeared, it had to be enhanced, as it would look bad for a person from the Valerian household to live in something that was considered small. Now they had high walls around it, and from what he heard, there were plans of expansion to the back. If this was before I discovered that other dungeon, I'd say that building a castle would be impossible, but after it gets out, that one is here, the money will roll in. They were actually sitting on a gold mine here. A potential B-rank dungeon was just this sought after. It could even be something greater than an A-rank dungeon, or just a better connection to the S-rank dungeon that even to this day was giving everyone a headache. The only problem is that we don't have a good foundation here yet. This was the part that was the most concerning. Arthur lacked any Tier 3 knights, and his personal bodyguard was probably weaker than Roland himself. While the Valerian Patriarch would probably not make a move, this wasn't the same for his sons. They could see this as a chance. What could their bastard little brother even do if they sent a few goons after him? They would probably attempt to turn him into a puppet and funnel all the gold that was gained here into their own ventures. If he didn't want to cooperate, then perhaps they would even try doing something more drastic. Roland had already seen what a succession battle could do to people in Edelgard. There, the ruling noble decided to kill all the prominent merchants just to get ahead. Though those platinum adventurers could be Arthur's way out, that is if they agree to work with him. It wasn't strange for powerful adventurers to retire and work for nobles instead of being stuck in dangerous dungeons. It wasn't such a bad deal for them, as they would have access to Tier 3 creatures here already. Those Tier 3 skeletons that were at the entrance would go for quite the penny, and as first adapters, they would have a chance to earn big. Every adventurer that stayed in the business knew that the first loot received in a dungeon would always be better than anything that comes after it. This was a somewhat loose rule, but there existed a higher chance of rare items dropping from the boss chest during the first clear. It was as if this game-like world didn't allow easy rare item farming. With the monsters being around levels 150 and 60, the boss monster would be a little tougher. If they managed to clear out that area, then they were looking at a lot more money than they could ever have hoped for from a simple lich subjugation. Please wait here. Roland was led into a room without anyone in it and told to wait by one of the maids. Everyone that he was acquainted with was missing. Gareth, Morian, and Mary were nowhere to be seen. They all must have been gathered with their lord and perhaps were conversing with the adventurers. Ferdinand, who was the mayor before Arthur arrived, was the only one he recognized, but he was conversing with some of the serving staff and vanished quickly into another room. This reminds me a bit of the old home. The room that he was sitting in looked to have been recently outfitted into a waiting room. It wasn't too lush, but it certainly was something that would be used by a noble and somewhat similar to the old rooms in the Arden estate. In the distance, he saw some random paintings of people that he didn't recognize, but they seemed to be of noble birth, probably either current or old members of the Valerian family. It was a rather boring experience as he was forced to wait here with nothing much to do. From time to time a maid would show up to give him a refill on his tea and some sweet treats that he ignored for now. When asking about Arthur, he was informed that the Lord was in an important meeting and would ask for him when the time came. This of course happened but around 2.5 hours later after his arrival. Maybe I should stop coming early. The Lord is awaiting your presence. Please follow me, Master Wayland. Roland, even in his previous life, was the type of person to always arrive early. This was something that not everyone followed, and many times he would be left waiting. Ever since arriving in this world, he had tried to keep up with his old habit. Thus he felt that whenever his time was wasted he was being looked down on, but after arriving at the new room he realized what the reason for all this waiting was. Oh, isn't that the gentleman from the other day? My, you do look a lot better without that shiny helmet. It was Myrtle the Cryomancer along with one other member of her party, the Sun Elf Archer. They were sitting on one side of a table on a white sofa with Arthur and the guild master on the opposite side. Mary was standing next to the tray with tea while the two knights were guarding the entrance to this room. It was now clear to him that they were discussing the issue with the dungeon, and it seemed that they were now finished. Ah, I see that you have already met Master Wayland. Not bad, but he doesn't have the charm of a proper sun elf. Oh, you. The woman laughed at Auberon that eyed Roland's facial features before deciding that he was still superior to the human smith. He wanted to ask what this was all about before advancing, but luckily Arthur was quick on the uptake. I will make this short then. In 3 days' time Master Wayland will guide you to the area we discussed. There you will establish an encampment and finally delve into the dungeon to measure the threat level, just as we discussed. 3 days. Roland had not really agreed on a time frame for preparing his tools and everything. He was yet again thrown a curveball and couldn't see himself sleeping too well for the next 3 days. Yet he didn't want to complain, as this was still a great chance for everyone gathered here. The Platinum adventurers were willing, and there were 5 of them. With this amount of manpower, they would certainly breeze through the dungeon. Excellent. Then we will see Master Wayland in 3 days. The Platinum party leader smiled brightly while looking at Wayland before standing up from her seat. It seemed that his presence wasn't really needed and that he had probably wasted a big chunk of the day on getting here. However, while the two excused themselves, the guild master and Arthur remained in the room. I heard that you proposed this plan, Wayland. I must commend you on your craftiness, brat. Orden laughed while also standing up. I'll make sure that everything goes smoothly on my end, my lord. In a flash he was gone, and before Arthur could say a word Mary's voice exploded from the back. Who does that baldy think he is? Lord Arthur. We should lock him up in a damp dungeon. Ha ha. Calm down, Mary. He is now an important business partner, and so are those adventurers. You'll have to work with him for the time being. Mary's face went a bit red with anger, but she didn't say anything back to her lord. Roland, on the other hand, just stepped a bit further, as he also needed to be filled in on the status of the plan. It seemed that he would need to create an entrance into the dungeon that wouldn't look out of place, and luckily after glancing into the other dungeon he knew how it should look. 3 days will still be a bit rough though. I might need some outside help, and I'm missing a forge. Wait, perhaps I can use that place instead. So this is it? We'll have to make do with it. Without a proper forge we won't be able to create the parts that easily, and it's easier to modify this one than to make a new one from scratch. So boss. Have you decided on what we will be making? Yeah, a very thick double door. A double door, huh? Does the city lord need one for his home or something? I guess that could be a good excuse for now, but Roland and Bernier had arrived at what looked to be a fully functional smithy. It did not belong to the Dwarven Union and was created for the city lord instead. Their location was in one of the guard tower's upper floors. This area was intended for Roland or another blacksmith that only performed tasks for Arthur. Now that he had officially taken up that spot, this was kind of his working area. While the tools were inferior to the ones he had back home, it was a proper workshop that they could use. There is more to it? Yeah, listen up. This can't be known by anyone. We could get into trouble if the Union finds out. Bernier wasn't sure what this was all about, as he only got asked to get his butt over here for some work. Working on a large gate or door wasn't anything special. After creating many working weapons and armor, this wouldn't really be much of a workout for either of them. Nevertheless, his mouth opened wide after he realized that the true reason for them making the door was to bring it into the dungeon. There is another dungeon inside the dungeon? Yes, but never speak about it to anyone. Not even your wife. The fewer people know about this, the better. Sure. Even though Roland was inclined to trust Diana with things like this, there were ways of making people talk with the help of potions or magic. Even if she didn't want to, she might have not had a choice in the matter. The only reason that Bernier was finding out about it was that he was needed for this short expedition. Both of them needed to discuss the thing between them, and a dwarf's insight about dungeon walls would be much appreciated. I've already prepared the blueprint. I was thinking about something like this, but first I need to tell you about the spot it has to go. It wasn't really a problem to design a door for the dungeon. He had already seen several of them inside of it and just mimicked the design to be somewhat similar. It would be a simple, thick, double-sided door that opened to the inside of the mine. Normally, he would have liked it to be the reverse, as it was always harder to break down a door that opened outwardly. However, there was a chance of the dungeon walls pushing in from the sides and blocking the way forward. If the door was aligned in such a way, it could get easily blocked by the dungeon rocks. Roland continued to explain everything to Bernier without leaving out the fact that this door would be shoved between two dungeons. So this is what it's all about. It didn't take long for his assistant to put one and one together. He instantly knew what was happening here, and his confused face started grinning. Hee. I knew about the mining area, but didn't know there was a B-rank dungeon down there. No wonder the city lord is trying to keep everything under wraps. While Bernier never really asked about what Roland was doing down there in the dungeon, the increase in rare minerals and metals was obvious. Now that he knew about the secret dungeon entrance and that they would be creating a large door to go through it, he was ecstatic. Haha, those fools. They would never get to do something as exhilarating as this. Roland smiled faintly as he saw the passionate gaze in Bernier's eyes. It was clear that he was a proper craftsman that saw this as a chance to further his craft. Not many people were fortunate enough to create projects like this. They needed to make the entrance look like something that belonged in a dungeon. Luckily for them, it wasn't strange for entrances that were made from new materials to appear in a dungeon. These magical underground locations were constantly expanding and created everything via a type of creation magic. It was quite random, and even if it was obvious that the door was created recently, it wouldn't give their ploy away. I'm glad that you are full of vigor, but we have to complete this in less than 3 days. Less than 3 days? Yeah, we need to get the dimensions right and make sure that we can assemble the parts inside of the dungeon, as the whole door will never fit into our spatial bag. So don't expect to sleep much. Aye. Bernier's drive was reduced slightly when he heard that they had to prepare everything within around 70 hours. While the parts in themselves didn't need that much handling, they all needed to be bulky and thick. They needed to cover the whole length of the dungeon walls, which complicated things. Let's get to work. All the materials that he could muster from his broken-down workshop had been carried over here. The rest had been procured by Arthur and his people, which was hard as they didn't really want the Dwarven Union dwarves to know what they were up to. It would be hard for them to figure out what they were doing after getting a list of required parts. I'll tend to this smelter. Haven't used one of these in years. Think I've been spoiled by all the runic equipment. Bernier chuckled while getting ready to melt some materials. Of course, Roland would speed things up with all of his magic, and perhaps this would destroy some of the tools that were here. Thus the two got to work. The sounds of hammers hitting metal echoed through the tower, but no one was able to go see what was happening. News of soldiers guarding the new runesmith workshop reached the ears of the competition, but they would not find out what had happened even when they tried later. "You are late." "No, we are not." Roland gave out a sigh while looking at the group of 5 adventurers that he was supposed to accompany into the dungeon. They had arrived about 5 minutes late, which was already a demerit in his mind. However, he couldn't pinpoint the reason for them being late, but it probably had something to do with the stench of alcohol the 2 dwarves were giving out. The 2 reminded him of the meeting with Arthur 3 days ago. There he was informed about the 3-day deadline he needed to prepare all the tools for this new expedition. This already put him in a bad mood, but then he was also reminded of the Union dwarves that knew about the mine. Just as he expected, they wanted immediate access to it, but were denied by Arthur. For the time being, they were forced to wait, but there was no way of telling what they would do. It was not probable that they would follow them into the dungeon at the moment, and the guild master gave out an order to close down the dungeon until the Platinum Party goes through it. This gave him some time to erase his tracks, but luckily the dungeon mostly did that for him. The only potential thing that could give him away was the sensors he left in the walls to further his mapping device. Even if those were discovered, there would not be any repercussions. With Arthur's backing and even the guild master on his side, even if someone found the runic devices, he would have a good excuse. Everything that he did was ordered by his new partners in crime. Having the magical tools in the walls to create a map was not against the law. It was actually a good way to earn money that he would get to after the entrance was created. "You have to forgive my friends. They always take their time to tour a new city." Herman the shield dwarf and Delman the one with a large polearm yawned while producing fumes that even reached his nose. It was clear that the 2 were partying in the red light district. Myrtle was the one that apologized for her comrades, which was quite surprising. Normally it was hard to see people at this high level acting like regular people usually. They like to throw their weight around. "But I thought we would be going with 6 people. Who is that young man behind you?" "This is Bernier. He is part of my business. I need his help with a few things during the trip. Don't worry, he can take care of himself, and don't worry, we can trust him." The 5 adventurers looked at the half-dwarf with mild interest. Myrtle was more interested in the strange weapon that was strapped to his side. It was covered in some hidden runes and radiating a faint mana signature. On his back, he was wearing a large spatial backpack and was the replacement for Roland's golem that had been blown up in the dungeon. There was just not enough to create a new one. Instead, Bernier would get to be a porter like in the good old days that he wished to forget. "Don't worry, my lips are sealed." Bernier moved both his thumb and index finger to his mouth to perform a zipper-locking motion. While he sounded chipper, his eyes were telling a different story. Due to Roland's pace, he did not get much sleep for the past 2 days, and now they all needed to get through the dungeon and then assemble the heavy-duty door. "Well then, shall we?" The group of adventurers and 2 craftsmen gathered outside of the dungeon. There they met with another small group of people. Some of them Roland knew well, while others were ones he only knew from a distance. The one that he was most familiar with moved over to greet him almost instantly with, as always, a shit-eating grin plastered all over his face. "You're here, Wayland. You sure took your time, but I've also heard that you've been having trouble with the missus." "I don't know what you're talking about." "Common, you can't hide it from me." Roland felt an elbow lodge itself into his side. The moment it did, he wanted to do nothing more than smack the person that it belonged to. "Armand, leave him alone and focus on the dungeon. We might be just the extra party, but you never know what could happen there." The duo of Lobelia and Armand had arrived a bit before them and had spent some time clearing out the easy monsters at the entrance. They weren't allowed to get too far as they were acting more as a scouting party. Their job was to make this trip faster by defeating any trash monsters that got in their way. The Platinum Party, on the other hand, would conserve their strength for when a powerful Tier 3 monster appeared. This way of doing things wasn't anything special. It was one of the bonuses of being a Tier 3 adventurer. Sometimes they would have nothing to do and be hired just to act if a high-level monster appeared. Considering that Roland wasn't expecting any of them to appear, they would probably not have much to do until they reached the secret chamber. Thus, the expedition was officially started. On the outside, it looked to be there to make sure that the dungeon was safe, but a few people knew what it was really about. Just as Roland expected, the monsters from the first all the way to the 10th floor had managed to respawn. They didn't pose much of a problem for the group of high-level Tier 2 adventurers. While Armand and his group took care of them, the Platinum Party followed behind him at a slow pace. For them, this part was nothing more than a boring walk with nothing to do. Even the boss at the last level went down in a matter of moments. I don't see any skeletons, do you? No, I can't feel any strong monsters either. Lobelia and another tracker he wasn't that familiar with asked each other about the situation in the lower area. There was nothing of substance there. The skeletal monsters had all died when their master was defeated, and the ones that they met on the upper levels were just the flaming skeleton variant that could be defeated by a Tier 1 class holder. I guess that's it. Our job is done. Wayland, have fun. Nice. I like easy jobs like this. More time to have fun. See you later, Wayland. Armand smirked while walking back into the boss's chamber. This group was only there to take care of the trash mobs. They were not there to look at the secret entrance to the mine. Arthur still wanted to keep that location secret. The fewer people knew about the way to enter it, the better it was for them. This also brought another problem to the forefront, as no one besides a runesmith or a rune mage would be able to open the hidden entrance without forcing their way through it. As it stood now, there wasn't really another way to get to the mine than through the passage in the lake of lava. The alternative entrance would require quite the steep climb down into a gorge, and inserting steps into it wouldn't be possible with how monster worms could be triggered at any time and destroy it. So this is it? Doesn't look like anything special. The monsters are really weak. Aubrun commented while looking around the open space covered with lava. In the distance, he spotted the usual monsters like Tier 2 salamanders and volcanic golems. The man looked bored, and everyone in his party looked like they were above places like this. Considering that they were probably all around 40 years of age and had been in the business for 20 years or so, it wasn't strange. Places like this were a giant waste of time. The experience they could gain was non-existent, and time was precious. Monsters were usually stronger than their human counterparts. One of the reasons was that it was a lot harder to gain a proper battle class at Tier 3. Monsters were also exempt from having to take class change trials that sometimes could set someone back months or even years. In what direction is that secret passage? We need to go in that direction, past those lava geysers in the distance. Roland answered the sun elf that was for some reason taking out his bow. There was some ground to cover, but if they continued at this pace, then they should arrive at the mining area within a day's time. What is that golden-haired elf doing, boss? I'm not sure. Bernier caught up to the party as he was the slowest of the group. When he got there, he could see a very serious-looking Aubrun glancing into the distance while holding his bow. He had one silver arrow notched in which drew in both his and Roland's eyes. However, before the two craftsmen could identify what materials it was made from, the arrow flew out. At first, it was a confusing sight. The projectile made a nice arc while going for the head of a salamander monster. Why would the archer decide to shoot at one of these trash mobs instead of just walking past them? However, after the arrow connected with the creature's head, it all started. Instead of colliding with the ground after the kill, the arrow somehow bent upwards and continued to its next target. This isn't magic. Is it a skill or ability? There were magical archer classes, but the man here didn't have one of them. This made it clear that this was either due to some kind of skill or perhaps the weapon he was using. Without feeling any unique mana pattern during the release of that shot, Roland had to assume it was some kind of class ability. The arrow continued to zoom around the whole area, hitting monsters on their weak spots. When against a salamander it went for the head, but when a volcanic golem appeared it moved toward the core instead. Then the most surprising effect of them all was that it was somehow gaining momentum with each kill, as if it was absorbing the energy of its victims to fuel the carnage. That should be all, let's go. The blood-covered arrow returned to its master that caught it with his hand. Aubrun nonchalantly placed it back into his quiver before walking forward as if nothing happened. The rest of the group just ignored the spectacle as if it was something that they saw every day. The only one with his jaw wide open was Bernier, who was left speechless. It would be good to not anger these people. Roland tapped Bernier on the shoulder to bring him back to reality. It would be better to get this mission done and then go home. It made him uncomfortable to spend time around 5 people that were probably on the same level as the lich he barely defeated by exposing its only weak point. Hey, I think we can actually sell this thing. It won't be much, but it's better than nothing. A large man that took the shape of a beast was looking down at a large defeated monster that looked like a T-Rex. Roland wasn't part of the subjugation but remembered a time when this foe had almost killed him a few years ago. The man that defeated him was the druid that had transformed into some kind of mix of bear and person. He had just overpowered the monster to the point of Roland feeling bad for it. The one-sided battle ended under 30 seconds. The beast was now down on the ground with a ripped-out throat that was torn by Braum's clawed hands. The person Braum was talking to was Auberon the Sun Elf. The two for a moment looked at the body and then turned their gazes toward the porter of the group. Bernier. Huh? Me? Bernier was confused at what was happening but quickly realized what they were trying to imply. Before this could get out of hand, Roland needed to put his foot down. Both of them were not here as their porters and Bernier was his assistant. Excuse me, but we are not here to carry around your luggage. If you wish to take these monsters' parts with you, you'll have to dismantle it yourself. Dismantle, what a very runesmith thing to say. Don't worry, Master Wayland. My companions were a bit rude. Hey Myrtle, wait a second. Now, Auberon, we did not come here for these. Just take what is in the chest and let's go. If what the noble said was correct, then there will be many tier 3 monsters for us in the other dungeon. Conserve your strength, we don't know what awaits us. Fine then. The other party members looked at each other and just shrugged. There was no apology towards Bernier or Roland as they just waited for him to show them the way forward. Myrtle was right considering that she did not know if a tier 3 monster could be lurking at the end. They were assured that they didn't need to worry about this part of the journey, but as the team leader she needed to take into account that things could go wrong. Soon the group continued into the hidden chamber that opened up the corridor leading to the hidden mine. Each time he interacted with the runes to open up these passages, the woman kept her eyes and senses focused. It was clear that she was trying to find out the way of opening up these paths, but unless she became a rune mage or a runesmith, she would be unable to. At least not with the conventional means that Roland was going with. I'll have to make some kind of remote for these entrances. I can't guide each adventurer party there by myself every time. His secret was out, and probably soon the other hidden entrances would be discovered. It wouldn't be hard to create a magical device to open these pathways as he had already figured them out. It would only require him to send a signal to trigger the mechanism. This brought another problem to the forefront, however. People will know that entrances behind runic magic existed, and they would probably go around searching for them. He might have been the only runesmith in town, but this didn't mean that there weren't other options. Some of them were runic gadgets made by other runesmiths that were capable of detecting such hidden entrances. Now that they were discovered, some people might bite the bullet and start investing in them. There was also a possibility of discovering these through other magical means. While runic language was peculiar, it wasn't undetectable by other means. Faint traces of mana could be spotted by some people or monsters, and it was also possible to brute force openings through the dungeon walls. He had been drilling holes for a while, and there was a bunch of dwarves with mining skills ready to attack these potential gold mines. But perhaps this won't be such a bad thing. I won't have to hide when going through the shortcuts. It's already a miracle that no one had noticed me going in and out of the lava pool already. It also won't happen immediately, but I wouldn't be surprised if someone figured things out after the mining area is opened. Roland's ploy had somewhat worked out in the end. While he had unleashed an angry lich on the dungeon, he had somehow come on top of this whole fiasco. The only downside was his now closer engagement with Arthur Valerian. He had become his official runesmith and perhaps something more. There were a few clauses in the contract that he needed to agree to, otherwise his life could have been in jeopardy. That is, if nothing happened to him on this half-assed expedition that Arthur and he thought up. It was a good thing that the Platinum Adventurers were in on it, but he would have hoped to have a few weeks to prepare before going into the belly of the beast again. Roland still wasn't sure why his mana resonated with that lich monster in that way. Luckily, his job was not to go into the dungeon but just to install the door and then later the encampment together with Bernier. We are here. Oh, this is really interesting. Myrtle's eyes opened wide as she saw the shiny crystals illuminating the inside of the large cavern. The whole place was also radiating mana thanks to all the various elegance crystals that were stuck to the walls. As a mage with a high degree of mana sense, she could tell the worth of this fuel. Such a mine really existed here. Maybe we should have bartered more before signing that contract. You think so? I told you that this was fishy. We should have taken a percentage instead of a flat rate. Perhaps, but we couldn't have known that it would be this big. I expected a tiny mine with some marginal materials, but the archer and the mage seemed to be the brains of the party. They started bickering a bit after arriving here. Roland wasn't there during the contract signing, but after the comments, he was sure that Arthur had managed to not give them a percentage of the sold loot. No one could have really known what this delve into the dungeon would unearth. It seemed that the Platinum adventurers were more concerned about minimizing their current losses than looking into the future. If they had known, they would have probably taken part of the monthly earnings of this mine as a reward instead, but perhaps Arthur would have dismissed something like that. While getting this place under wraps is important, giving away so much money wouldn't be wise. There are probably more Platinum adventurers out there than places like this. Let's hope this dungeon is worth it. Runesmith, get to work. Roland nodded at the sun elf that was less and less cordial with him. For the time being, he would need to stomach the behavior as he was in no position to complain. Thus both he and Bernier moved in to set up the temporary encampment while the usual lone salamander was one shot by the archer's arrow. How about we rest for the night? We spent many hours getting here and it will take some time to create an opening. You want to take a break? Why not? I could use a drink. We agree. Aubrun was quickly voted down 4-1 as the two warrior dwarves, and the druid wanted to instead drink some alcohol and eat. Their party leader was still a mage type, so her stamina wasn't up to par with the others. Bernier wasn't quite there yet. Luckily his physique had improved due to all that smithing work he did. This didn't mean he was good at carrying heavy objects for so long. From everyone here, he was the one most affected by the heat and had to stick close to Roland that utilized a chilling spell. Ha! Feels like we went back in time. The way the adventurers treat you like you owe them something is still the same. I guess even veterans see porters this way. Bernier and Roland made their way to a separate spot while the team of 5 started going through the mining area. The two reminisced together about the good old days. For a moment the two went into the dungeon together and had their little adventures. Later on, Bernier became a full-time smith while Roland moonlighted between 2 jobs to keep his business afloat. But we should get a move on. How about you start with the tents and I'll get the mining gear? Sure thing, boss. The two got a few minutes of rest before getting back to work. The tents that Bernier tended to were the same ones that he used during the expedition that ended in this mining area. If nobles and knights could spend days in them, then they were good enough for a Platinum adventurer party. Even though they acted important, they weren't as bad as actual nobles. Going through many tiring adventures had made them resistant, and they would probably be able to sleep on these rocks on the ground if they had to. There wasn't much to do here in this space, and only one tunnel leading to the chasm which the adventurers checked out. The time that they spent exploring was used by both Roland and Bernier to set up the encampment. What remained from his mining tools were the magical ones that he used to tunnel through the upper tunnel from his home into the dungeon. The large drill he pulled out of the spatial bag made Myrtle look over as she just couldn't keep her eyes off the quirky designs he produced. She really likes to look, doesn't she? Roland could feel the woman's piercing gaze on his back. Even when they were traveling through the upper levels, he could feel her glancing at the armor he was wearing. He didn't have that much experience with people with magical classes, but she reminded him of Lucille de Vere, who was also an ice mage. Considering he was only working with Tier 2 runes, he couldn't really offer anything that interesting for a Tier 3 mage. The gear he could make for the group would be inferior to the ones that they were wearing. I guess there is nothing else to do here, though. The tents were soon set up and the 5 adventurers split 2 between each other while Bernier and Roland got the smallest one to themselves. That is after their job was finished, as while the fighters rested the two started drilling a hole in the wall. First came a rough outline that was a bit smaller than what the door would be. The measurements were crucial, and it was always easier to shave off a bit at the end than to wait for the dungeon to regenerate itself. Roland only had one heavy-duty runic drill that was operational. He connected it to his runic armor, which helped him control the speed and intensity. Bernier, on the other hand, was left with a regular pickaxe that he had some skills with. Most of the time he just helped with moving away the loose rocks and dirt that was produced in the drilling. Luckily the wall wasn't that thick, and within a few hours, the opening started showing itself. This would be a lot faster if I had some golems. I think we also need to get those guys in motion. Never tried making the opening this big. MS. Myrtle. I think you should get ready. We are through. Ho! There really is something on the other side. Yeah, it's really a tier 3 monster, and it really can't see us at all. A head-sized hole was made through which the group could peek through. Instantly on the other side, they could see a skeletal monster wandering about. Bernier was quite shocked when he first saw one of the large skeletons. It was quite different from the ones that were on the upper floors. Boss, is it really safe? Yes. Don't worry, as you can see they can't see us on the other side. Take a look. Table border equals 1. Infernal Skeleton Guardian L157. What they were looking at was a lot bigger than the lich that he faced. It was a monster that was as large as one of those black skeletal minions. Its bones were even thicker, and in its left hand, it was lugging around a massive tower shield that looked like a door. For a moment the monster reacted to some of the rubble coming to that part of the dungeon, but was now retiring. That is before it got hit in the back of its head with a rock that was thrown by Roland. Hey, what are you doing, Runesmith? Calm down and look. Aubrun was a bit shaken by the unexpected throw that Roland performed and was quick to notch an arrow into his bow. The rest of his party also moved forward as if they expected the monster to charge through this wall. The only one that remained there without averting her gaze from the monster was their party leader. Fascinating. It really can't see us, and it is already turning around as if the rock never hit it to begin with. I'm not sure what Lord Arthur explained, but even when we uncover this wall here, the monsters won't see us, nor will they attack unless something crosses through the threshold. I thought that Noble was full of shit. Hey Aubrun, can you do it? Huh? Who do you take me for, Braum? Of course I can do it. Roland wanted to get back to work while this group just stood guard over them. Aubrun had another idea though, as he raised his weapon and used the previously notched arrow to take aim. A strange glow appeared on the tip that was certainly not made up of mana particles. It was some kind of different energy that this class had access to. Roland wanted to inspect it with his runic eye, but with the woman mage around, he didn't want to show off too much, as he was convinced that she would have noticed something. Both Bernier and Roland backed away from the hole right before the attack went off. A strange high-pitched noise escaped from the arrow before it turned into a slither of silver light and flew through the hole. The monster on the other side was in the process of turning around, and even though it noticed that something appeared from behind, it was not able to react in time. The arrow connected with the monster's head, which instantly shattered. Right from the start, it was clear that this archer's attack was a lot faster than his mana cannon, and the power was a lot more concentrated. To his surprise, the monster's large shield fell right after, and probably if he was part of that party, he would have received a prompt that the monster had been slain. It only took one precise hit from this tier 3 archer to defeat a monster like this. While it wasn't ready, Aubrun had hit its weak point that this time around had been in its head. When these undead creatures were considered, these monster cores tended to pop in random locations. They were mostly inside of the ribcage or in the head. Either he had been lucky or he used some type of skill to pinpoint it. See? That was a lucky shot, and you know it. Lucky shot my ass. Hey Runesmith, hurry up and make this hole wider. I need to go get my arrow. The arrow that delivered the finishing blow had traveled all the way to the intersection leading out of this chamber. It actually burrowed itself quite deep into the rocks that Roland previously had trouble leaving a dent in. This was a true tier 3 party, and it seemed that they would be able to clear out this dungeon. While the order was somewhat disrespectful, he ignored it and nodded. With these people around, he felt that even if a group of those high-level undead charged out, they would be able to handle them. Thus the drilling continued, and in around 30 minutes there was enough space for a person to make it through. The group didn't wait for it to be enlarged even further, and to Roland's surprise, They all started going into the dungeon on the other side. He could see that there was something in their eyes. It was either the call for adventure and exploration or just greed. He wasn't sure, but the group was really motivated. Haha! It's time to get rich. Let's go. Continue with the good work, Master Runesmith. We will see you later. Do be careful. I have no idea what lies beyond that corner. If he could, he would like to peek around, but the door had to be shoved in place first. He would like the group to wait before continuing, but not as they would listen to him. As he saw the backs of them disappearing into the corner, he could only hope that they wouldn't overdo it and get themselves killed before this venture could prosper. They really went in there. That they did. We do have to go in there to assemble the door. That we do. Great. Bernier and Roland were standing in an empty mining area. The bubbling sounds from the middle lava pool filled the area while the two remained silent. There was a small problem with this situation. The adventurers were supposed to stay with them. It was possible for some unknown Tier 3 monster to appear out of the blue. Roland, who was actually at a higher level than these monsters, still wouldn't be able to outright contend with them in a one-on-one battle. Maybe if I could develop that runic emulator, it would be possible. Due to playing a lot of emulated games in his youth, he kind of went with that naming scheme. Emulation in a gaming sense was imitating a console's hardware and software to allow a person to play games on a computer. In his case, he wanted to imitate divine spells with his runes to help him kill undead creatures. Even at Tier 2 level, he would be able to kill a Tier 3 skeleton champion with relative ease. The monsters can't cross to this side, and the passage is wide enough for us to remain in it for now. But someone will have to go check if everyone is in order on the other side. He gave out a sigh as he knew that Bernier was unfit to get into the Tier 3 dungeon. If a Tier 3 monster appeared, Roland was the only one with the reflexes to flee in time. While he wasn't that bothered by the slow warrior types of skeletons, there were some that he was wary of. There was a possibility of an assassin type to appear, and those could hide their presence even from his magical devices. It would be possible for such a monster to sneak up on him. It could even be on the ceiling now. Don't worry, I'll do it. Those adventurers might get back by then, so we shouldn't panic. Let's just start and see. Boss, but first, what are we going to do about that? Bernier whipped the sweat from his brow while pointing at the bubbling lava pool. There, from within, a lone Tier 2 salamander emerged. It was not something that could threaten Roland's life, but on the other hand, his assistant was different. Even though his level was around 100, he did not have a battle class. What came with this was a lack in certain stats and no combat skills. One bite from this monster would probably be enough to kill him, that is if it could get closer. Is that thing on your side just for show? Roland answered while looking at the runic gun that he had made for Bernier. This model didn't come with a cable like the last large weapon his assistant used to combat the swarm of skeletons. Instead, in the middle, there was a replaceable magazine part. It didn't have any bullets inside of it, just a rechargeable runic battery instead. The design in itself looked like a sawed-off shotgun that was quite angular. There was no need for a long barrel as there weren't any bullets traveling through it. Instead, it looked like a pipe with a runic structure at the end. The mana bolt would come out at the end while being powered by the battery within it. Thanks to this design, this weapon would last a lot longer than the traditional magical products with set charges. Bernier wouldn't need Roland to constantly recharge his weapon, as he could just replace the battery on the fly. It added a lot of weight to the device and would be unfit for any kind of bladed or conventional weapon, but for a magical staff that needed to shoot out spells, it was enough. The added weight didn't mean much to a blacksmith that had a lot of strength either, which made it the perfect tool for protection. Fine, I'll do it. Bernier took out the weapon, and after turning a dial at the side that acted like a gun's safety, it was ready to go. The monster wasn't that close to the two, which gave him ample time to aim his weapon. The trigger on this weapon on the outside was a copy of the designs he saw in his old world. The simplicity of it all was enough to keep it, even though it just shifted some metal around to generate a small pulse of mana instead of setting off a bullet's casing. It completed the runic structure for a moment and activated the armament that produced a charged mana bolt. This lump of blue light flew toward the monster that was just now noticing the humans near a wall. On shot, 1 kill, the blue mana connected with the low-level 50 monster and took it out within an instant. Haha! Got it. Did you see that? Yeah. Nice shot. How is the laser sight? It's great. Bernier held up his weapon while cheering. The magical weapon he was using also came equipped with a laser sight replica that would point out the target with precision. This was somewhat of a game changer for people that lacked battle classes, but it had its limitations. For instance, magical shields could be able to counter the gun's output. Then there were monsters that were quick on their toes and also humans with superhuman abilities. Nevertheless, it gave people with no battle experience something that could kill Tier 2 monsters which couldn't be ignored. Perhaps with high enough numbers of these runic guns, they could be used in larger-scale warfare. But perhaps it would be better to just create a golem capable of defending itself against such weaponry while also having an arsenal of its own. Quantity or quality? It's easier to make one runic gun than one spider golem. Training people with common classes with them would also increase the potential of this weapon. But with those monsters existing in this world, this might not even matter. Roland went towards the spatial bag and started removing the parts for the door while thinking about this world's wars. More than likely a battalion with runic guns of this type would probably be eradicated by one Tier 3 person. A simple Tier 3 warrior would decimate it after getting in range. They could defend against most of the hits with a good enough magical shield or perhaps even dodge them with their heightened reflexes. But what if I could put Tier 3 runes on it? Could I even make a small gun like that? And the mana cost would be astronomical. The current models needed to be equipped with large batteries to work. It was the design's weakest point and required a lot of resources. The weapons also tended to overheat if used for too long, just like the turrets. As it stood now, they were probably at most effective against mindless monsters but would lose their effectiveness against people that had some strategic thinking. Maybe I should become an adventurer. With one of these, even the monsters on this level stand no chance. Ha! Stop smiling and help me. Go measure the wall and see if we have to adjust it. UPS. Coming, boss. Finally, the two craftsmen got to work. After taking out the base of the door, they started comparing it to the hole they dug out. As Roland expected, it was still too small to fit the metal foundation. The height would be at 3 meters with the width at 2 meters. Then they also needed to account for the thickness of the walls that were slightly above a meter. After all of it was in place, he hoped that it wouldn't break on itself after the dungeon tried to repair itself. Luckily for them, this wasn't such a difficult task. It only consisted of placing the outer parts on the dug-up sections and seeing if they fit. They could even drill outside of the limits as the walls would push back into them with time. It was actually faster to do it this way and a lot easier to fit all the parts in when there was more wiggle room. First came the bottom part, to which the two side walls were connected and magically welded to. The welding job was similar to the modern counterpart, but instead of using a welder, Roland used his own finger to focus the magical heat. Most of it was done on the outer edges, as the door was measured from the inside part, and if the dwarves saw the welds performed by him, it could rouse their suspicion. They needed to make sure that this iron door they were leaving here didn't look out of place. It didn't need to last forever, but before Arthur gained some real power, the act needed to stick. As long as people thought that this dungeon was only part of the original one and that it was where the Lich came from, they would be safe. If people found out that it was a separate dungeon, or that if it was actually another entrance to the super dungeon, all sorts of things could happen. Are those 5 really not coming back? Could something have happened to them? An hour had already passed since the 5 vanished into the dungeon. The moment they vanished through the corner, there was a sound of battle, but after that, dead silence. The voices of the group slowly vanished as they probably went further into the dungeon. At this moment, the base of their creation was finished, and Roland, along with Bernier, wanted to start assembling the hinges. To fit in a massive door like this, he decided to go with 3 on each side, but this would require them to at least get onto the frame of this door and perhaps into the dungeon. What is it, boss? Having to watch over their own backs and putting this thing in place was annoying. Working in these conditions and with the adventurers gone was quite a hassle. While he didn't believe they were dead, it could be a while until they returned to this safe spot. Thus it was time to see what was on the other side of the dungeon. Previously he had thrown a few rocks to see if a monster would have reacted, but now he was actually wondering if he could just go inside himself. Are you going in, boss? Are you sure? Maybe we should wait for them to get back. Don't worry, I'm not going to go far. Just like before, he first threw in a small rock to see if something reacted. For the second attempt, he produced a radiant ball of mana. Some monsters reacted to movement, others to energy like the Lich. If there was something hiding there, it should have made its presence known. Nothing. Only after the first few tests, he decided to make a plunge. From his satchel, he pulled out a few tennis ball-sized orbs. After rolling them down into the wide corridor, did he decide to take a step in. Be careful, boss. Bernier, that was standing by the unfinished entrance, started pointing with his gun at the passage leading out of this corridor. Roland focused his senses at several locations thanks to his multiple mind trait, but luckily for him, there didn't seem to be a problem. The orbs that he rolled were runic explosives that he could set off at any time, and now they were slowly filling out the room. If a monster suddenly appeared, he would be able to set them off with his more recent skill. I should probably do the same to the ceiling. It was a strange feeling to be inside a Tier 3 dungeon. When passing through the threshold, he was trying to use his magic sensing skills to feel for a change, but he couldn't really tell the difference. He would need to ask the other mage for confirmation, but as it stood now, other people would probably not be able to tell that a new dungeon was behind this door. It seems to be fine. I'm not picking up any monsters in range either. His radar spread in all directions, and now he could actually use it after passing through the opening he made. Almost instantly, he also decided to bury one of his monitoring devices into the wall to help him in the future. With one of them being on this side, he would actually be able to see the dots of the Tier 3 monsters lurking inside. He was not willing to go more than a few steps in, though. It wouldn't be strange for a monster to appear from within the corridor leading into this chamber. There was a fork there leading in two directions, and the adventurers only went into the right one, through which the Lich and most of the monsters appeared from. This didn't mean that he never saw them come out of the left one. For the time being, this place was safe, and both of them went back to work. The hinges were large and sturdy and were attached by quite large bolts. The door wouldn't be easily broken down even by a Tier 3 monster when it was finished, and the Tier 2 ones on this side would certainly not be able to budge it. Things were looking great up to when they didn't. After another 30 minutes of work, a dot appeared on the screen, and it was coming from the left side corridor. Roland was in the middle of screwing in the large bolt on the last hinge when he saw this monster appear. Instantly, he retreated to the other side of the dungeon. Now, with the huge hole that they created, it looked a lot scarier when the skeleton with a large build appeared before them. Table border equals 1. Infernal Skeleton Berserker L153. Whoa, it's big. Should we run? No, we are safe on this side. Bernier looked quite pale when he witnessed the monster peeking out of the corner. It actually entered the wider corridor that they were assembling the door on the other end, but as Roland expected, it couldn't see through it. This was actually a good opportunity for a test. Around 10 centimeters of the frame was sticking out into the higher-ranked dungeon. The monster should be able to see it, but just as theorized, it didn't react to an inanimate object even when it didn't belong to the dungeon it lived in. How much am I behind? It's not much above level 150. This monster was not a mage. It did not seem to care about the magical bombs close to its feet or the ones on the walls. It was clear that only a monster that was magically inclined could detect the traps, even though they were at a base of Tier 2. This made Roland think, while he did not have his mana cannon here, he was quite high in levels, even above this monster. It would probably not be possible to kill the monster in one shot, but with it just standing there like always, he felt somewhat confident in a more traditional approach working as well. Bernier, could you move away for a moment? Boss? Why are you placing the power crystal on your chest? He knew what the answer was, and thus he started to move away toward the secret passage they came from. It was clear that Roland was going to shoot his most powerful beam out. Bernier was not as convinced as Roland about the whole situation, as he had not been here training for months and had gotten used to seeing Tier 3 monsters be training dummies. Whoa! Bernier's runic gun almost fell to the ground as he felt the mining area rumble a bit. The flash of light that happened before it was Roland's chest beam flying towards the Infernal Skeleton Berserker and connecting with its ugly face. The monster was just standing there, and even though its enemy was standing in the middle of a large metallic frame, it couldn't see him. However, one blast was not enough. Half the monster's face crumbled down to the ground as the mana burned through the bones. The monster became enraged and charged toward the location where the attack came from. Roland did step back a bit, but the trust he had in this location was already ingrained in his mind. The infernal skeleton ended up at the end of the corridor but stopped right before the door. It stared at the person that dealt it the attack and promptly turned around. This was what Roland was waiting for, and when the monster made some space, another large quantity of mana flew forward, and this time collided with the monster's chest cavity. Now, this hit was different, the skeletal being grasped its chest as if it was missing something. It was not dead yet, but the core inside of it had been damaged. Only after the third shot to the spot that Roland identified as the monster core did the skeleton fall. Infernal Skeleton Berserker has been slain. Almost another level. Getting to Tier 3 might not be that difficult. And I didn't even need to use any of the charges. He smiled under his helmet while moving into the corridor where the monster had been defeated. It took a few hits but also proved that if he managed to pinpoint the undead monster's core, a critical hit was a possibility. With this thought in mind, he decided to grab the loot and place it in the large spatial bag before the adventurers returned. Considering that there were 5 dots representing people on his map, he would need to be fast. Ha! So you killed one of them yourself? What tricks did you use? Aubrun, it's not nice to ask. Well, sorry for trying to confirm this guy's strength. What if he was sent by that noble to take care of us after the job is done? Haha. You sure have a vivid imagination as always. Roland was eyed by the Sun Elf after the party of 5 finally returned to the entrance. The bones that the monster was composed of weren't that easily removed. Some tiny fractured bits remained even after he got most of them into the spatial bag. The Tier 3 archer couldn't be easily fooled as he realized a battle had occurred. Myrtle, on the other hand, probably noticed the concentration of mana, so there was no use hiding the fact. As you might remember, the monsters can't see outside the entrance. It's not difficult to defeat them with enough firepower, and magic offers a lot of it. His level and classes were still hidden away thanks to the necklace he was given. However, he wasn't sure if the high-level mage here couldn't use some sort of means of peeking through the veil. Even with his high level, he didn't pose much of a threat to these people, and even if he was able to take out one person with his magical attacks, the other 4 would quickly get to him. I am worn out. The 2 dwarven warriors ignored the conversation while looking at the metallic frame that was created in the hours they were gone. Now that Roland had some time to look at the group, he could see signs of combat. Some scratches and small dents appeared on the new-looking armor. While they weren't carrying any monster remains, he was sure that they had probably stuck all the monster bones into their satchels. Isn't this great, though? If this runesmith can protect himself, then we don't need to be here. Braum commented while looking at the Sun Elf that was still somewhat suspicious of the whole situation. In theory, there shouldn't be a way of Roland being able to produce enough power to defeat a Tier 3 monster. Even with magic, it would be quite a difficult feat. That is true, we only came back because Myrtle was complaining. We could have easily gone further. Haha, we were hired to help them. We can't have the Master Runesmith just perish under our noses. See, I told you we should have stayed for longer. I bet there were some chests hidden in the next room. Haha. Perhaps, but we don't need to rush. Let us use this safe room and slowly map out the new dungeon. If you really have to. The woman laughed while slowly walking out of the other dungeon into the mine. For the time being, this was a safe zone, but this didn't mean that monsters didn't appear. Probably in the future people would start guarding it due to all the precious minerals and metals in the mine. Roland wasn't sure what would happen to this mine after they officially opened up the dungeon. She was a mana scribe, so she probably can draw up maps. Roland waited for the group to go to their tents before going back to work. One thing caught his attention, and that was the large parchment the woman was scribbling on. She was a mage with high intelligence, so she probably remembered the topography of the dungeon. It was only natural for her to create a map for further investigation. With it, they would be able to comb through every nook and cranny before advancing to the next level or into a boss chamber. Want to take a peek? Myrtle, who was drawing up the map, noticed that he was secretly glancing over in her direction. He wasn't sure how she did that, as he was wearing a helmet that didn't allow anyone to see his eyes. Roland was quite interested in what the inside of the new dungeon looked like, so he couldn't help himself from staring. Luckily, all of them were in the same boat here, and the cryomancer didn't seem to mind. "If you don't mind." Normally, he would have just shaken his head at the preposition, but his curiosity got the better of him. There wasn't that much work left on the metallic door, so it wouldn't hurt if they took a break too. As he was the driving force of this operation, he could also decide on when they took a rest, and attaching the door wouldn't take that much time anymore. Something wrong. That chamber is a little bit bigger. Oh, is it now? Care to explain how you know this? The map was well made, and he was already a pro at making ones himself. It took only a few glances for him to tell that something was off with the dimensions. It wasn't Myrtle's fault, nor was it really that important, as the shape of the room was the same. However, thanks to his mapping device that did the calculations for him, he could see that she was off by a little bit when drawing this map spot. Actually, Roland stopped himself for a moment, but then realized that this was a good chance. The woman could probably put the map to paper, but this didn't mean that they could go further than that. The mapping orbs that he usually stuck to walls were easy to produce and survived the Lich's assault. With the help of this party of adventurers, he could actually map out the new area and also keep check of the monsters inside. He was actually hoping to bring it up before they entered, but then they vanished inside the new dungeon. Now was a good time to show his hand. "I think you could use this during your exploration. Give me a second." Without waiting for a reply, he moved toward the large backpack that Bernier left on the side. In one of the side pockets, he deposited a hastily created holographic device, similar to the one he made for Arthur during the siege. Its square shape and lack of any significant parts was very characteristic of his minimalistic designs. "Oh, that's the first tunnel, and here we have the first chamber where we encountered the skeletal mage." Myrtle looked at the image that was produced by Roland's runic map. Most of it showed the mining area, but it also went into the other dungeon. The right side path was the one that the 5 adventurers took, while from the left one the monster Roland defeated came from. "Oh, what are those green dots?" "Those represent us. I can change the color, but for now anything that is green is a human. Red a monster and blue a non-human animal. This is quite interesting, Master Runesmith, but can we see more of the dungeon? I remember that first room here. It was really a dead end." Myrtle pointed to the first room that appeared when a person went with the right path. His mapping devices weren't picking up any paths that went out from it, so the party probably continued north to the next one. That was also the area where his lich friend came from. It might be, but this map isn't perfect. Some hidden areas won't show up as they are blocked by magical means. I'd have to place a sensor next to it to enhance the signal, and then it could reveal any hidden areas. "A sensor?" she asked, just as Roland had planned. His reason to show the woman this map was not to show off his invention, but it was to make her help him map the dungeon. These people were going at their own pace and later could even give Arthur a fake map if they wanted to hide something. However, if he could get them to place his sensors all over the place, then it wouldn't be possible to hide anything, even if they destroyed the sensors after arriving at a spot they wanted to hide. As long as he recorded everything with his runic armor, he could then redraw his map later. "This little thing? Interesting." The magician looked over the round object. From the outside it didn't look like much, and it also lacked a lot of runic inscriptions that were usually seen on the surface. He wanted to minimize the damage to the traces that sticking the sensors into hard rock could produce. The gold-sized sensor was now in Myrtle's hand, and it seemed that she was intrigued. "So, what do I do with this?" "Just place them into a wall, at least 30 centimeters deep." "Hey, what are you doing?" "Oh, look at this, I think we can use it." "No, we should definitely use it." The Sun Elf finally peeked his head in, and the decision would probably depend on his word. From the outside, it looked like the woman was the leader of this group, but it was more of a joint venture. The 3 warriors didn't talk too much or raise any ideas of their own, but Aubrand did cut in a lot. It was clear that his word carried a lot of weight in this team, and probably only if he agreed to it would they take these with them. "Are you sure this is safe? It won't blow up or anything, right?" "No. They don't carry enough magical energy to cause us any harm. Aubrun narrowed his eyes while looking at the sensor Roland gave to Myrtle. It wasn't wrong for him to be careful. This was a dog-eat-dog world. People that reached Tier 3 were mostly part of two categories. Either they were extremely talented or they were careful with their decisions. An element of luck always existed, but knowing when to call it quits was a large part of survival. Then there was also the third group, which reached this level with the influence of others. If you say it's safe and can help us, then it's fine, but... Finally, the man made a decision and tossed the sensor back into Roland's hand. He approached him while exuding a killing intent that was almost palpable. It was a very reminiscent feeling that he always got whenever facing strong enemies. I'll be holding you responsible if anything goes wrong, Runesmith. So you better watch it. The message was sent, but Roland wasn't really planning anything nefarious. There was no way that he could actually stand up to 5 Tier 3 class holders in a dungeon like this. Then there was Bernier, who would probably be used as a hostage if he tried anything funny. In the end, a satchel of sensors made its way into Myrtle's hand. When their exploration of the dungeon continued, he would have a detailed map ready. Time continued to pass as Roland and Bernier worked on the door. The construction was embedded into the hard bedrock of the dungeon, with several bolts sticking out to the sides and out of sight. Even if a large monster rammed into this thick slab of metal, it wouldn't budge. Unless someone drilled up the support bolts on all the sides, it would probably be easier to bend the metal on the construction. Hey boss! It seemed to have stopped just like you assumed. Good. It's finished then. He opened the large door and then closed it back again a few times to see if everything was in order. The biggest issue with the dungeon closing itself onto the metal was non-existent. Previously, he had done a few tests on the other dungeon when drilling through it. Through this research, he concluded that all dungeon walls had some type of maximal thickness. If he made the metallic parts even a millimeter wider than that limit, the dungeon would not push itself over it. It's like a restraint in the game, as if the walls had some kind of invisible wall collider that couldn't be broken. Well then, there is just one last test we need to go through. I hope that you could assist me with it. I guess this was part of the deal. Who wants to do it? Can't you do it, Aubrun? You always say that you're the fastest from us. I, leching, do it. You're just lazy, isn't it? Aubrun looked at the bottles in the hands of the dwarves while spitting on the ground. The last test consisted of getting one of the monsters on the other side involved. It came to the Sun Elf to lure it over to the door before it could be used as a proper safe spot barrier. Thus, as a red dot was spotted on the map, Aubrun moved into the dungeon to lure the skeletal monster over. Hey ugly, what are you staring at? To make it more realistic, he fired off his arrow and hit the monster on the shoulder. It was another berserker that this area was crawling with, and the injury worked. The monster was enraged and charged after the Sun Elf, who bolted towards the newly made door. It didn't take him much to push the closed doors apart and duck into the mine. The important part came now, as they needed to see what the monster would do. It stopped, boss. Yeah, and it's not hitting the door frame either. It should be fine. It was a success. The monster couldn't follow the escaping Aubrun, that then finished it off with another arrow to the heart area. It seemed that the moment the elf went through the door, the monster lost sight of him and started to instantly slow down. When it came up to the end of the corridor, it just started turning away, as if the aggro it built up had been reset. Haha! Another job well done, boss. It seems so, but let us wait a few more days before making a conclusion. It needs to last for a while for this to work. Aye. Bernier and Roland nodded while looking at the door they created. The dungeon walls covered all the spots where they were drilling and moving the rocks. It looked like any other dungeon door that existed and seemed to not be budging at all. This part of the job was done, but this didn't mean it was over. Well then, take care. We will master Runesmith. The group of adventurers wasn't going to stop. They only started exploring the new dungeon. This time around, they also agreed to place Roland sensors around the area for an easier time. With them delving into the dungeon, there wasn't much left for Bernier and Roland to do besides examining the door, which looked to be standing the trial of time. Hours turned to days, and soon the whole floor had been explored by the Platinum Party. With the help of the mapping device, it was very easy to go around. Each spot had been checked and the monster variants had been checked throughout. To Roland's surprise, there was not a single Lich-type monster on the level, just a high mage similar to the one that the Lich had summoned. After going through the area, no boss chamber was discovered. A room with a chest was there, and it even took the party of 5 some trouble to get the Tier 3 magical item that was in it. This was not the end of this dungeon. A staircase existed, and it actually went in 2 directions. Monsters from this level couldn't follow people onto the stairs, and it led to 2 similar-looking zones. Everyone took into consideration that they were quite deep underground. The dungeon could have multiple levels leading up and down that were waiting to be discovered. It was really the gold mine that Arthur was looking for and would probably prove as a good training ground for new Tier 3 adventurers. However, even the first level was large enough to take a party of 5 experienced adventurers almost a week to explore. Considering that there were other levels and a potential boss chamber somewhere, it would take a lot longer to examine. This time Roland wanted to use it. The door was finished, but probably many more trips back and forth needed to be made. He could use an excuse to travel with this group of 5 to this dungeon, not for monetary reasons but to level up. It's time to go, but this door needs to be monitored and I can use this excuse to defeat the monsters. I've even managed to gain another level. Roland couldn't really join the 5 on the expedition and didn't really want to. Lone Tier 3 monsters still wandered towards the entrance, and these he could take care of even with only his armor. Perhaps it would take longer, but sooner or later he would hit that threshold and reach his goal.